For Gregory and Nicole. It is the man on 2 feet, with hand grenades, rifle, and bayonet, backed by all that modern science can devise, the man with fear in his stomach, but a fighting heart, who must secure beachheads. He it is who wins the glory and pays the price, who changes the course of history. Man is still supreme in a mechanistic war. Hanson W. Baldwin. A note for the listener. A popular misconception is that there is only one D-Day in all of history, June 6, 1944, the day the Allies landed on the beaches of Normandy and began the liberation of Northern Europe. But the term D-Day, first used in World War I by the U.S. Army, is the military code word for the starting day of any offensive. In World War II, the term came to be used most commonly in amphibious operations, attacks launched from the sea, by naval and landing forces against a hostile shore. In the vast Pacific, with its hundreds of enemy-occupied islands, geography virtually dictated that all major D-Day invasions be seaborne offenses. Amphibious assaults are the most desperate and dangerous of military operations. Failure means to be thrown back into the sea or slaughtered at the waterline. Many of the Allied landings in the Pacific were fiercely opposed at the point of attack, but in others, resistance was light or non-existent on the beaches, and the major fighting took place inland. There were over 100 D-Day invasions in the war in the Pacific. Some of them were joint operations, with American units joined by forces from one or more of the 12 other Allied nations at war with Japan. But all of them were planned and directed by American leaders, and most of them, like Iwo Jima, were exclusively American affairs, with Americans doing all the fighting and dying. The last major Pacific offensive, Operation Iceberg, the invasion of Okinawa, on April 1, 1945, brought to the enemy's shores the largest invasion fleet ever assembled, more soldiers, sailors, and ships than took part in the landings on that memorable June morning when most of the world heard the term D-Day for the first time. A note on Japanese names. In the interest of clarity, I have not followed the Japanese convention in which the family name or surname precedes the given or personal name. Chapter 1. The Rising Sun. Oil and Empire. Foreign oil was Imperial Japan's lifeblood and fatal undoing. Japan went to war with the United States to gain access to oil in Southeast Asia it could no longer obtain from American companies, its chief supplier of the fuel that sustained its military machine. In July 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt blocked the sale of American oil to Japan in retaliation for that country's occupation of French Indochina, which Japan planned to use as a launching point for an audacious move south into the Netherlands East Indies, now Indonesia, one of the world's great oil-producing regions. Riding the equator east for 3,000 miles, a distance as great as the whole span of the United States itself, the Netherlands Indies, the New York Times pointed up their strategic importance, support a population of 60 million and produce commodities, oil, tin, and rubber, which the modern world cannot do without. They are an empire in themselves, and no Pacific power can be indifferent to their future. In the summer of 1941, Japan determined to seize these resource-rich islands, even if it meant war with the United States. It was her boldest move yet, in what had been a 10-year-long campaign of conquest in Asia. When Japan unleashed a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor on the morning of December 7, 1941, its primary strategic target was not the American fleet berthed there, but the oil fields of Sumatra and Borneo in the East Indies. Hawaii was hit to cover the flank of this great resource grab, knocking out the only naval force in the Pacific capable of stopping it. With terrifying speed, Japan seized the territory it had long coveted in its quest for energy self-sufficiency, not just the Netherlands East Indies, but also Burma, the Malay Peninsula, and the main islands in the southwest Pacific that lay north of Australia, including the Philippines, an American protectorate. In a matter of months, it had acquired the most far-reaching oceanic empire in all of history, one blessed with every economic resource it needed to fight a major war. But the shipping lanes to these mineral-rich possessions were too far-flung to be effectively protected by the formidable but overextended Imperial Navy. By the late spring of 1945, a strangulating American naval blockade had cut off the Japanese home islands from the oil fields and mineral deposits of the recently conquered Asian possessions of England, France, the Netherlands, and the United States. Japan would stubbornly fight on, but the war was lost. The Pacific War was not exclusively a war over oil, but oil played a decisive role in both its origins and end. The road to war. In July 1941, the month that militants in Tokyo decided that war with mighty America was inevitable, Japan was fighting another country it could not hope to defeat. For nearly a decade, it had been at war with the Chinese, first in Manchuria, then in China itself. In these years, Japan, an ally of the United States in World War I, and a nation that had been undergoing a robust westernizing movement for almost a century, fell increasingly under the control of jingoistic military and political leaders. With Emperor Hirohito's compliance, they ruthlessly suppressed political opposition, often by public assassination, and began advancing a mystical doctrine of racialism, the superiority of the Yamato race and Japan's sacred mission to free Asia of white Western imperialists. These ultra-nationalists were convinced that the world's major powers, all of them ruled by Caucasians, were conspiring to reduce Japan, a yellow peril, to second-rank status in the community of nations. Young Japanese military officers, along with nationalistic poets and intellectuals, were also urging a cultural renaissance, the eradication of a soft, decadent Western materialism, with its elevation of individualism and hedonism, and a return to the divine land's purer warrior state greatness. They dreamed of a new age when millions of spirit warriors abandoned the pursuit of pleasure and sacrificed their lives for the spread of Dai Nippon Teikoku, the great empire of Japan. Economic privation fueled anti-Western xenophobia, political despotism, and an urgent drive for autarky. The Great Depression, with its contraction of international trade, had a devastating impact on Japan's fragile island economy, which was heavily dependent on foreign resources. Britain, another island economy, was also hurt badly by the economic crisis, but it had an empire to help sustain its military prowess. Japan did not. It must have one, and soon, its imperialists insisted, if it was to weather the Depression and emerge as the preponderant power in a new, Asia for Asians. The Imperial Army was the leading agent in this drive for markets and resources. Profoundly influenced by Germany's defeat in World War I, its strategists concluded that Germany, with its tremendous continental army, had lost the war because of its vulnerability to the Allied naval blockade, which virtually sealed off the country from the outside world. The lesson was there. The world powers of the future would need more than strong armies and navies. They would have to become self-sufficient, capable of waging total war without reliance on food, fuel, or other war-sustaining materials from other nations. For Japan, this meant expanding industrial production at home and extending its imperial reach. Japan had already acquired Korea, Formosa, Taiwan, and a stake in Manchuria in earlier wars against China and Russia. Now it moved to enlarge and consolidate its holdings in that vital area of Asia that lay directly across the narrow sea of Japan. In September 1931, soldiers of the rabidly nationalistic Kwantung Army, garrisoned in the semi-autonomous Chinese territory of Manchuria to protect a railroad system over which it had acquired rights, provoked a fight with the local warlord, overran the whole of Manchuria, and set up a new puppet state, Manchukuo. It would be a buffer against the Soviet Union and become Japan's lifeline, proclaimed one Japanese leader, supplying iron and coal for the home country's new state-run military economy and living space for its exploding population, expanding at a rate of 1 million a year. The United States refused to recognize Japan's new client state, and the League of Nations issued a flaccid condemnation. But Japan ignored the American protest, withdrew from the League, and prepared to extend its Asian conquests. In July 1937, when Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalists refused to give in to additional Japanese demands for territory and influence, the Kwantung Army stormed into China itself, overran the fertile valleys of the Yellow and Yangtze rivers, and seized all the important seaports, including Shanghai, which it bombed with vehemence, killing thousands of innocent civilians. After taking the walled capital of Nanking in December 1937, Japanese soldiers, indoctrinated to look on the Chinese as a kingdom of Chinks, of roving bandits and cow-like peasants, killed over 200,000 military prisoners of war and unarmed civilians, raping, castrating, and beheading tens of thousands of them in what has been called a hidden Holocaust. The systematic slaughter continued for 3 months in Nanking and surrounding villages and got so out of control that a member of the Nazi Party who was stranded in Nanking sent Adolf Hitler a telegram pleading with him to intervene to restrain the Japanese army. Japan invaded China to exploit it economically, but this backfired. The Japanese military expected a quick victory over the politically divided Chinese, one army led by the corrupt pro-American Chiang Kai-shek, the other by the cagey communist Mao Zedong. But both leaders used China's rural vastness to great advantage. Chiang's nationalists, who did most of the fighting, suffered defeat after defeat, and by 1939, both his forces and Mao's had been virtually cut off from access to the outside world. Yet they would not be conquered, and the Japanese almost exhausted themselves killing them. China is like a gallon jug which Japan is trying to fill with a half pint of liquid, Mao told an American officer who visited his headquarters. The long war drained Japan's human and material resources, reducing alarmingly its slender supplies of oil. Japan was a coal-driven economy. Petroleum accounted for only about 7% of total energy consumption. But the Navy, the Air Force, and the merchant fleet relied on it for their existence, and that meant an embarrassingly heavy reliance on the United States, a liberal democratic nation whose values the military held in cold contempt. In the late 1930s, Japan imported 93% of its oil, 80% of it from the United States, and another 10% from the Netherlands East Indies. This put Japan in a precarious position, for its major supplier of oil strongly opposed the war it was now fighting. The Roosevelt administration was committed to an autonomous China and to the open-door policy first proposed in 1899 by Secretary of State John Hay, under which all nations would have equal trading rights in China. Although few countries, including the United States, adhered to this policy, Japan's savagely prosecuted war in China provoked the Roosevelt administration to issue more strongly worded protests to the Japanese government. Tokyo responded stridently, denouncing the open door as a policy inappropriate to present and future world conditions. At this point, Japan began to look elsewhere for the oil and iron ore it needed to prevail in China and become the supreme power in Asia. In 1940, it cast a covetous eye on Indochina, Burma, Malaya, and the Dutch East Indies, where these resources, along with greatly needed rubber, tungsten, and rice, were plentiful and now suddenly there for the picking. Hitler's sweeping European conquests of May and June 1940, from Rotterdam to Paris, created an irresistible opportunity for Japan to snatch the Asian colonies of defeated France and the Netherlands and of beleaguered England, which Germany was preparing to invade that summer. 3 months after Hitler's legions crossed the Marne and goose-stepped through the Arc de Triomphe, Imperial Japan made a sordid agreement with the new Vichy, or collaborationist government of France, permitting it to send troops into the northern part of French Indochina. Possession of northern Indochina would complete Japan's blockade and encirclement of China. But the Japanese government wanted more, urged on by the powerful war minister in the new, more aggressive cabinet of Prince Fumimaro Konoe, 55-year-old Hideki Tojo, a hardline expansionist who had been chief of staff of the Kwantung Army in Manchuria. Tojo and the new extremist foreign minister Yosuke Matsuoka hoped to use Indochina as a base for an ambitious southern advance into British Malaya and the Dutch East Indies. That September, Matsuoka, who preached fascism as the force of the future, was instrumental in shaping the Tripartite Pact with Hitler and Italy's Benito Mussolini, creating what became known as the Axis Alliance. The 3 members of the totalitarian front agreed to aid one another if, attacked by a power at present not involved in the European War or in the Sino-Japanese conflict. This was a direct warning to the United States to stay out of the war, a war that Matsuoka assured Konoe the Germans would easily win. This put Japan on a collision course with America. President Roosevelt and Secretary of State Cordell Hull were determined to protect the Asian interests of America's future wartime allies and, more importantly, keep Southeast Asia a leading trading partner of the United States. That meant preventing Japan from gaining overwhelming influence there. The trick was how to do this without provoking a war neither statesman wanted. America imported more goods from the Far East than any other place on Earth. 3 colonies alone, British Malaya, the Netherlands East Indies, and the Philippines, accounted for approximately 1/5 of all American foreign purchases. The United States, an automobile society with the largest rubber goods industry in the world, bought 98% of its rubber and 90% of its tin from Southeast Asia. In all, the area provided more than half of America's needs for at least 15 vital commodities, including chromium and manganese, metals essential in the steel-making process. By 1940, key policymakers in the State Department were prepared to defend America's freedom to trade for these resources, by war if necessary, should they come in danger of falling under the control of the Japanese. A pro-fascist Japan in possession of South Asia could cut off trade with the United States and Britain or dictate extortionate concessions to continue it. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox put America's interest in the region in the sternest possible language in his congressional confirmation hearings of 1940. We should not allow Japan to take the Dutch East Indies, a vital source of oil and rubber and tin. We must face frankly the fact that to deny the Dutch Indies to Japan may mean war. When Japan moved into northern Indochina, Roosevelt cut off its supplies of high-quality scrap iron and aviation gas, a limited response dictated by his desire to avoid war. Roosevelt had backing for even stronger sanctions, not only from his State Department, but also from an American public aroused by the suffering of the Chinese peasants they had read about in Pearl Buck's immensely popular novel, The Good Earth, and by news coverage of the terror bombings of Canton, Chongqing, and other Chinese cities. As one protest group put it, Japan furnishes the pilot, America furnishes the airplane, gasoline, oil, and bombs for the ravaging of undefended Chinese cities. A Gallup poll of June 1939 found nearly 3/4 of the American public in favor of a total embargo on the export of war-making materials to Japan. With war a possibility, Roosevelt had already begun to take precautionary measures. In January 1940, he had moved the base of the U.S. Pacific Fleet from San Diego to still unfinished Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. He then sent additional loans, arms, equipment, and military advisors to prop up Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist army and allowed the creation of a volunteer air force in China, the Flying Tigers, to be commanded by a retired U.S. fighter pilot, Colonel Claire Chennault. China had to be saved not just for humanitarian reasons, but to pin down the Japanese army, stalling its relentless southward march. Roosevelt also began beefing up American defenses in the Philippines. Orders were issued to send to the islands over 250 B-17 Flying Fortresses, America's most formidable long-range bombers. The planes, fresh from the factory, were to be put under the overall command of General Douglas C. MacArthur, a World War I hero who had been serving as a military advisor to the Philippine government. MacArthur was recalled to active service as head of a new organization, U.S. Army Forces Far East, made up of the Philippine Army and American units in the islands. In early 1941, the Japanese sent Admiral Kichisaburo Nomura, a sincere advocate of peace, to Washington to try to reach an agreement with the United States to re-establish trade relations and recognize Japanese interests in China and northern Indochina. The Fire Eaters had not yet gained complete control of the Japanese government, and a group of Navy leaders, led by Vice Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, hoped to avoid a war that would pit its forces against the combined navies of America and Britain, an unpopular position that made Yamamoto the target of right-wing assassins. Roosevelt and Hull welcomed the initiative, and Hull met regularly with the congenial Nomura, often in the secretary's private home. Seeing Hitler as the major menace, Hull and Roosevelt hoped to use diplomacy to buy time for America to rearm, making itself so formidable that the Japanese would not dare attack it. As Roosevelt told his Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes, an insistent advocate of tougher sanctions against Japan, "As you know, it is terribly important for the control of the Atlantic for us to help to keep peace in the Pacific. I simply have not got enough Navy to go around, and every little episode in the Pacific means fewer ships in the Atlantic." The breaking point came on July 2, 1941, when the Japanese government and the military ended their internal bickering and came together behind a plan to occupy all of Indochina in order to consolidate the base of our national existence and self-defense. American cryptologists had recently broken the Japanese diplomatic code through an operation known as MAGIC, the equivalent to Britain's code-breaking system Ultra, and Roosevelt knew, therefore, that this latest move was but the first step toward the invasion of British Malaya and the Netherlands East Indies, and that the Japanese had decided to take that step even if it meant war with Great Britain and the United States. An intercepted Japanese dispatch could not have been clearer about this. After the occupation of French Indochina, next on our schedule is the sending of an ultimatum to the Netherlands Indies. In the seizing of Singapore, the Navy will play the principal part. We will once and for all crush Anglo-American military power and their ability to assist in any schemes against us. A shaken Roosevelt ordered a freeze on Japanese assets in the United States. The president had not intended to cut off oil entirely, seeing this as excessively provocative, but the freeze became a de facto embargo when State Department officials, led by the young Dean Acheson, persuaded the Treasury Department to refuse to release any of the frozen funds to Japan to purchase oil. This was done while the president was away from the capital at a secret meeting with British Prime Minister Winston S. Churchill. By the time Roosevelt got word of what had been done, it was too late to reverse the policy. 2 Japanese oil tankers that had been waiting to be filled in San Pedro Harbor near Los Angeles were forced to return home with their tanks empty. In the meantime, the State Department persuaded Britain and Dutch authorities in the East Indies to impose their own embargoes. Both were eager to comply. The occupation of Indochina put Japanese bombers within range of Singapore and gave Japan 2 excellent harbors, Cam Bay and Saigon, from which to strike south toward Borneo, a crown jewel of the Royal Dutch Shell Group, one of the most powerful fuel consortiums in the world. This virtual severing of trade with the empire damaged Japanese-American relations irrevocably, for Japan saw it as a threat to its very survival. The embargo strengthened the hand of the military leaders in the Japanese cabinet, and they, along with their civilian allies, were set on a war that even the vacillating emperor was now willing to risk. Without American supplies, and with the nation's yearly oil production able to supply its ships for only 1 month, the Japanese Navy's reserve of oil would last only 2 years unless fuel could be found elsewhere. That gave war an insane logic of its own. To continue to make war against indomitable China, Japan would have to go to war against an even tougher opponent. This was kamikaze politics, state policy fueled by a desperate ideology of resource scarcity. Koichi Kido, an intimate of the emperor and an advocate of moderation, later told the Japanese premier in confidence, "The whole problem facing Japan had been reduced to a very simple factor, and that was oil. If Japan's reserves are dribbled away," said a Japanese naval official in charge of resources mobilization, "Japan will grow weaker and weaker, like a TB patient, gasping along till he drops dead on the road. A grim and humiliating end. However, if we could strike boldly and get the oil in the South." Roosevelt's fresh resolve removed all ambiguity from Japanese-American negotiations. Japan now faced a stark choice: continue on its present course or capitulate in response to American pressure. War was not inevitable. Konoe began backpedaling, proposing a secret summit meeting with Roosevelt, which Hull did not think appropriate given Konoe's unmovable positions on China and the Southern advance, and the emperor wanted to give the talks in Washington more time. But after Japanese troops marched into southern Indochina on July 28th, only a miracle would have prevented war. There is no choice left but to fight and break the iron chains strangling Japan, Admiral Osami Nagano, Chief of the Naval Staff, told colleagues. Hull and Roosevelt also realized that they had crossed a divide. As Hull told Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles 5 days later, "Nothing will stop them except force." On September 6th, the Japanese made a fateful decision. At a cabinet meeting in the presence of Emperor Hirohito, Tokyo's leaders agreed to continue the talks in Washington, sending over Saburo Kurusu as a special envoy to help Nomura restore harmony to Japanese-American relations. But Japan's demands remained extreme. It refused to give up its new economic colony or disengage from China. If no agreement satisfactory to the imperial interests was reached by the beginning of October, Japan was to prepare to go to war with the United States, the cabinet solemnly agreed. When the emperor formally ratified the decision to go to war, should diplomacy fail, the most important decision of his entire life, according to his biographer, Herbert P. Bix, the movement toward war, now tied to a rigid timetable, would continue to accelerate, and all subsequent diplomatic discussion between Japan and the United States would become mere shadowboxing. That the talks continued is an indication that both sides needed time to build up for the showdown, and that some leaders, including Hull and Nomura, hoped that the war they saw on the horizon could somehow be postponed. The ascendancy of Hideki Tojo ended all hope for a compromise. In late October, with the emperor's support, he replaced Konoe as prime minister. 2 weeks later, on November 5th, at an imperial conference before the emperor, Tojo outlined the majority opinion of the cabinet he now firmly controlled. Admitting to some uneasiness about a protracted war with prodigiously powerful America, he went on to emphasize that, with oil reserves what they were, "I fear that we would become a third-class nation after 2 or 3 years if we just sat tight. Even if the Americans softened their position in the current negotiations, Japan would be forever dependent for war-making resources on the whims of Washington bureaucrats and politicians." At this point, the government sanctioned a bold war plan put forward by Admiral Yamamoto. he proposed a secret preemptive strike, one of staggering suddenness, on the U.S. fleet at its anchorage in Pearl Harbor. This, combined with a simultaneous attack on the Philippines, would eliminate the American threat on the northern and eastern flanks of Japan's southern advance. Perhaps there was even hope for victory in this. "The coming war will be protracted and dirty," Yamamoto had told Konoye in an earlier conversation. But after Pearl Harbor, he would try to bring on an early and decisive naval engagement, involving the entire fleet. If he prevailed and the Americans came to the peace table, a long and brutal war of attrition might be avoided. In any event, such a strategy was, Yamamoto thought, Japan's only hope for success in a war he loyally supported but believed his country should have avoided. Yamamoto's respect for America's enormous material might have convinced him that a more conventional strategy would fail. The admiral knew the enemy well. He had attended Harvard in the 1920s and traveled extensively in America before being appointed Japan's naval attaché in Washington. And though he had a low opinion of the U.S. Navy, considering it a country club for golfers and bridge players, he had the highest respect for the purposeful determination of the American people. They were not the weak-willed sybarites portrayed by Tokyo hardliners, he reminded his naval colleagues. What gave Yamamoto hope for his plan was that Japan had carrier planes and aviators beyond compare, along with specially designed torpedoes to sink ships in the shallow, 40-foot-deep waters of Pearl Harbor. It was a dangerous gamble. He would be risking Japan's entire front-line carrier strength on a single, unproven operation. But against such an enemy, risks had to be taken. On November 26th, while Yamamoto was making final preparations for his Hawaiian offensive, Cordell Hull handed Ambassador Nomura and Special Envoy Saburo Kurusu a 10-point document calling for their country to withdraw its military forces from both Indochina and China as a precondition for the resumption of trade with the United States. Interestingly, the draft document did not mention Manchuria and was headed strictly confidential, tentative, and without commitment, leaving things open, in other words, to future discussion, including perhaps the timetable for troop withdrawals. Nor did the document have a deadline for acceptance or rejection. As Hull said later, he was not asking the Japanese to surrender their right to be a major power in Asia. But Tojo chose to interpret it as a humiliating ultimatum, tantamount to a declaration of war, and he got his government to agree, thereby throwing the blame for the war on the intransigent Americans and absolving Japan of moral responsibility for what it was about to do. Japan chose war, the Imperial Conference declared, because it would not bow to American demands that ignored our national sacrifices during more than 4 years of the China incident. To those who doubted that Japan could prevail against the American colossus, Tojo replied that a reasonable prospect of victory is enough, even if there is apprehension that we may be defeated. The nation should trust the military and move ahead. On November 27th, the Pearl Harbor Strike Force sailed from its secret anchorage in the southern Kuriil Islands. It left with the Emperor's blessing, and he himself worked closely on the war rescript, which stated, "Our empire has been brought to cross swords with America and Britain, in a war that he, the Emperor, said he had resisted but now considered unavoidable. And so His Royal Majesty sent his country into a war that would come close to destroying it, claiming incredibly that it was peace he really wanted. Unaware of the location of the Japanese Navy, but expecting an attack somewhere, most likely in Southeast Asia, Washington sent out a war warning to all American commanders in the Pacific. One of them was Admiral Husband E. Kimmel, commander of the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor. On Sunday, December 7th, the two Japanese emissaries appeared at Hull's office with their government's final reply to his ultimatum. Minutes before the meeting, Roosevelt had telephoned Hull with the news that the Japanese were at that very moment bombing Pearl Harbor. The secretary was told to receive the diplomat's reply and curtly dismiss them. After pretending to examine the document, Hull glared at the two men with undisguised disdain and declared, "In all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. Infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them." He then waved the two diplomats to the door. Later that day, Nomura, who had not been informed of his government's plans to attack Pearl Harbor, wrote in his diary, "The report of our surprise attack against Hawaii reached my ears when I returned home from the State Department. This might have reached Hull's ears during our conversation." The Hawaii attack was carried out with almost flawless resolve by Air Admiral Chuichi Nagumo. It was a daring move. A major base had never been assaulted in daylight by a carrier force, and many high-ranking American planners considered Pearl Harbor the greatest concentration of American military might in the world, impregnable. But Japan had greater carrier strength than any other nation in the world, and the world's best trained carrier flyers. And its assault planes, armed with the most lethal torpedoes ever developed, were vastly superior to anything America could put in the air at the time. Even so, success depended on the strictest secrecy. Yamamoto put to sea a massive task force composed of the Imperial Navy's 6 newest and largest carriers, accompanied by battleships, light cruisers, destroyers, fleet submarines, supply ships, and tankers. At sunrise, December 7th, 230 miles north of the Hawaiian island of Oahu, the air was alive with the roar of enemy planes. At 7:02, 2 Army privates manning an experimental radar system reported a large flight of incoming planes, but their superior officer assured them that these were B-17 bombers due in from California on their way to the Philippines. Just minutes earlier, the destroyer Ward had attacked a tiny 2-man Japanese submarine trying to slip into Pearl Harbor. These were the opening shots of World War II for the United States. The Ward's skipper, Lieutenant William W. Outerbridge, reported the attack, but senior commanders were skeptical. There had been false submarine sightings in the same area. Even whales had been depth-charged, so they would wait for verification. While they waited, 183 Japanese attack planes homed in on the radio beam of station KGMB in Honolulu, which guided them straight to their target. The attack was a total surprise. American cryptanalysts who had broken Japan's diplomatic code, but not all its military codes, had warned Washington of an imminent attack, but most indications were that the strike would occur in Southeast Asia, not at Pearl Harbor. The Japanese carrier force had moved from the remote Kuriil Islands north of Japan across the nearly empty North Pacific, under absolute radio silence, confounding American naval intercept units. As historian David Kahn has written, code-breaking intelligence did not prevent and could not have prevented Pearl Harbor, because Japan never sent any message to anybody saying anything like, "We shall attack Pearl Harbor." Japan's ambassadors in Washington had not even been told of the plan. The real reason for the success of the Pearl Harbor attack lies in the island empire's hermetic security. Despite the American codebreakers, Japan kept her secret. Lieutenant Commander Mitsuo Fuchida led the attack from the flagship carrier Akagi. He was 39 years old and a devoted admirer of Adolf Hitler, even to the point, with his trim black mustache, of trying to look like him. When he received orders to launch the strike at dawn, he thought to himself, "Who could be luckier than I?" At 5:30 a.m., the flying crews of the first wave of fighters, bombers, and torpedo planes took off from 6 carriers that were pitching and rolling in the wind-whipped sea. The strike force climbed into heavy clouds, but the sky cleared as we moved in on the target, and Pearl Harbor was plainly visible from the northwest valley of the island. Fuchida later described the attack. "I studied our objective through binoculars. They were there all right, all 8 battleships." To the disappointment of the attackers, the 3 aircraft carriers of the Pacific Fleet were at sea, one on the west coast, the other 2 delivering squadrons of planes to Wake and Midway Islands. But the 7 war wagons lined up along Battleship Row, all but one of the battleships in port, presented Fuchida with a satisfying target. "Notify all planes to launch attacks," he ordered his radio man. The time was 7:49 a.m. Knowing the Admirals Nagumo and Yamamoto and the General Staff were anxious about the attack, I decided that they should be informed, Fuchida recalled. "I ordered that the following message be sent to the fleet. We have succeeded in making a surprise attack. Request you relay this report to Tokyo." The code for a successful surprise attack was Tora Tora Tora. There is a Japanese saying, "A tiger, Tora, goes out 1,000 ri, 2,000 miles, and returns without fail." Within minutes, Fuchida saw towering waterspouts rising alongside the battleships, each of them a small city with upward of 1,500 crew. Suddenly, a colossal explosion occurred in Battleship Row. A huge column of dark red smoke rose to 1,000 feet, and a stiff shock wave reached our plane. Studying Battleship Row through binoculars, I saw that the big explosion had been on the Arizona. The USS Solace was the only hospital ship at anchor at Pearl Harbor that morning. On board was Corpsman James F. Anderson of Fort Worth, Texas. "I remember very clearly what looked like a dive bomber coming in over the Arizona and dropping a bomb. I saw that bomb go down through what looked like a stack, and almost instantly it cracked the bottom of the Arizona, blowing the whole bow loose. It rose out of the water and settled. I could see flames, fire, and smoke coming out of that ship, and I saw 2 men flying through the air in the fire, screaming as they went. Where they ended up, I'll never know. Almost immediately, we started getting casualties, and from that point on, I was very busy in our surgical ward. I remember only one of the men we got was able to tell us his name. The others were all in such critical condition they couldn't talk at all. They were all very badly burned from the oil and flash burns. The one who gave us his name did not have a single stitch of clothing on. The only thing left was a web belt with his chief's buckle, his chief master-at-arms badge, and the letters USS Nevada. He survived, but he had a very long cut down the top of his head, and every time he breathed, his scalp would open up and I could see his skull. We were using tannic acid for the burns. Every sheet we had in the ward was immediately brown. Many of the men who came in had their ears burned completely off, their noses badly burned, and their fingers bent like candles from the intense heat they had been in. Their bodies were just like hot dogs that had fallen in the fire and burned. All we could do for those poor fellas was give them morphine and pour the tannic acid over them. For 48 hours after the assault, launches from the Solace combed the harbor, picking up the remains of the bodies that had floated to the surface. Our corpsmen tried very hard to salvage any part of a human body that could be identified, Anderson recalls. We brought these parts back and tried to identify fingerprints or teeth or anything of this kind. The parts were brought to the morgue where we would clean them of oil and try to identify them. While Anderson and his fellow corpsmen went about their gruesome business, rescue crews worked frantically to reach sailors trapped in the battleship Oklahoma, which was hit by 5 aerial torpedoes and overturned. One of the 32 surviving seamen caught in the doomed ship, which rested upside down at the bottom of the shallow harbor, a part of its massive hull exposed above the water, was 19-year-old Stephen Bauer Young, a native of Massachusetts. At 9 a.m., Monday, December 8th, Young and his fellow survivors were pulled from the overturned battle wagon by a Navy Yard rescue team. They had been entombed for 24 hours. Oil-soaked and almost naked, they were picked by a motor launch from the Solace. As our launch moved across the harbor, past the sunken West Virginia, and the still smoking wreckage of the Arizona, we were too shocked to speak, Young said later. It would take time to realize the enormity of that attack on Pearl Harbor, but we all knew that nothing would ever be the same for us. The world had changed. We knew that at the time. We really did. The Oklahoma lost 415 men at Pearl Harbor, more men than any other ship except the Arizona. That great battle wagon was hit by 8 bombs. One of them penetrated the deck and exploded in the black powder magazine, setting off a tremendous explosion and fires that burned for 2 days. Together, the crews of the 2 stricken battleships accounted for over 2/3 of the dead at Pearl Harbor, including on the Arizona 30 sets of brothers. These were the only battleships that were not repaired and returned to duty. Today, the Arizona remains where it sank, with 1,177 sailors and Marines entombed in the wreckage, men who died before they knew who or why they were fighting. The volcanic explosion that sank the Arizona killed more human beings than any single explosion in recorded history, a record broken less than 4 years later by the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. Using heavy electric winches, Navy workers righted Oklahoma, and divers removed the remains of over 400 men who had gone down with her. The old battle wagon, however, was too badly damaged to be repaired. After the war, she was sold for scrap. While being towed to the West Coast, she took on a list, the same heavy port list she'd taken on December 7, 1941, and sank. Better an honorable ocean grave, her former crew rejoiced, than to be cut up to make razor blades. 8 battleships, 3 light cruisers, 3 destroyers, and 4 auxiliary ships were either sunk or damaged in the shattering attack that lasted less than 2 hours. Arizona and Oklahoma were wrecked beyond repair, and 3 battleships, West Virginia, California, and Nevada, were put out of action temporarily. The Army and Navy lost 165 aircraft, most of them on the ground. The Navy lost 2,008 men killed and 710 wounded, over twice as many casualties as it sustained in the Spanish-American War and World War I combined. The Army and Marine Corps together lost 327 killed and 433 wounded. 68 civilians were killed. By comparison, Japan lost 5 midget submarines and only 29 of the 354 planes launched from its carrier task force, although many others were badly shot up. Pearl Harbor was one of warfare's most one-sided victories. It was also America's greatest military disaster, but not, as the Japanese had hoped, an irretrievable one. The 3 carriers in the Pacific Fleet, Enterprise, Saratoga, and Lexington, the fleet's main striking force in the new age of naval aerial warfare that Pearl Harbor helped to inaugurate, were intact and battle-ready. And the Japanese failed to launch an additional attack on Pearl Harbor's enormous fuel dump, its submarine base, and its naval repair shops. After returning to the Akagi with the first wave of assault planes, while the second wave was still over Pearl Harbor, Mitsuo Fuchida had urged a third strike. But Admiral Nagumo feared that another attack might expose his fleet to the American carriers, whose whereabouts were unknown. It was a major mistake. All the oil supplies for the fleet were in tanks that were vulnerable to .50 caliber bullets, said Admiral Chester Nimitz, who took command of the Pacific Fleet after the attack. Had the Japanese destroyed the oil, it would have prolonged the war another 2 years. And without fueling or repair facilities, the entire American Pacific Fleet would have had to return to San Diego. Except Arizona and Oklahoma, all of the warships that were sunk or damaged were back in active service within a year. The waters of Pearl Harbor were so shallow that ships were salvaged that would have been lost forever had they been sunk in open seas. It was the first attack by a foreign power on American territory since the War of 1812, and the nation reacted with a deep desire for revenge. The attack on Pearl Harbor shook the United States as nothing had since the firing on Fort Sumter, wrote Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison, the Navy's semi-official historian. Republicans and Democrats, interventionists and isolationists, labor and capital, closed ranks in a solid phalanx, and a nation of nearly 140 million people moved from peace to war with a unity it had never known before in time of crisis. Shortly after noon on December 8th, President Roosevelt appeared before a joint session of the Congress to ask for a declaration of war against Japan. Congress responded with only a single dissenting vote. Yamamoto's surprise attack had backfired. It committed and aroused America to a fight to the finish with Japan, ending in the war's opening hour all hope that Japan's leaders might have had for a short, sharp conflict and a negotiated peace. On hearing of the sinking of the American battle fleet at Pearl Harbor, the former president of Tokyo Imperial University, whispered to a colleague in the dining hall, "This means that Japan is sunk too." But that was not the mood at the Imperial Palace. When told that the Hawaii attack was a complete success, the emperor put on his military uniform and all that day was in a splendid mood, one of his aides noted in his diary. At the White House, the atmosphere was not as somber as one would have expected. The president, said his chief aide Harry Hopkins, was both shocked and relieved by the attack on Pearl Harbor. For well over a year, Roosevelt's secret fear was that the Japanese would avoid a war with America, that they would not attack Hawaii or the Philippines, American possessions, but would move on Thailand, French Indochina, make further inroads on China itself, and possibly attack the Malay Straits. This, said Hopkins, would have left the president with the very difficult problem of protecting our national interests. To stop the Japanese, he would have had to ask Congress for a declaration of war, but the members would have been unlikely to give him this, short of an attack on American soil. Hence his great relief, Hopkins recalled, that Japan had struck directly at the United States. In spite of the disaster of Pearl Harbor, it completely solidified the American people and made the war upon Japan inevitable. On December 11th, Nazi Germany declared war on the United States, a decision that might have been more calamitous for its cause than its invasion of Russia the previous June. "Now it is impossible for us to lose the war," Adolf Hitler told his skeptical generals. "We now have an ally who has never been vanquished in 3,000 years." Hitler had long considered war with the United States inevitable and had been pressing Japan to come into the fight on the Axis side. He even proposed a surprise U-boat attack on the American Navy in port, a plan his admirals considered preposterous. One reason Hitler had not taken on the Americans earlier was because he lacked the large surface navy he thought essential to achieve total victory. But with Japan in the fight, he would have its aircraft carriers and battleships, along with his own U-boats, to deal with the United States, a combatant forced to rely on the seas to get both its ground and air forces into the fight. Fascist Italy declared war on the United States hours after Hitler's announcement. The wars in Europe and Asia became one gigantic world war, an unprecedented global conflagration. The French correspondent, Robert Guillen, was under internment in Tokyo when the newspapers hit the streets announcing the attack on Pearl Harbor. He watched people's reactions as they read the papers they hurriedly bought from bell-ringing vendors. They took a few steps, then suddenly stopped to read more carefully. The heads lowered, then recoiled. When they looked up, their faces were again inscrutable, transformed into masks of seeming indifference. Not a word to the vendor, nor to each other. I knew them well enough to understand their reaction. They had instigated the war, and yet they did not want it. Out of bravado and to imitate their leaders, they had talked constantly about it, but they had not believed it would happen. What? A new war? For it was now added, superimposed, on the China War that had dragged on for 3.5 years. And this time, what an enemy! America! The America which the Japanese for a quarter of a century had thought of as the champion of modern civilization, the ever-admired, ever-imitated model. Japan was at war with terrifying America. On the afternoon of December 7th, Private James Jones, later the author of the novel from here to eternity, was being transported with his unit from Schofield Barracks to Pearl City. As the line of trucks passed Pearl Harbor, with smoke columns rising as far as the eye could see, he recalls thinking that none of our lives would ever be the same, that a social, even a cultural watershed had been crossed, which we could never go back over, and I wondered how many of us would survive to see the end results. I wondered if I would. I had just turned 20 the month before. Bataan. To win the war that Pearl Harbor had begun, the United States would send over 2 million men to the Pacific and launch over 100 amphibious invasions, D.Days in the Pacific, against the widely scattered island garrisons of Japan's oceanic empire. But far into 1942, it was the Imperial Japanese forces that were the masters of amphibious conquest. In an ocean expanse dominated by their fast-striking navy, they reeled off a shocking succession of territorial conquests, all of them sea-to-land invasions. To students of Japanese history, this Pacific blitzkrieg should not have been surprising. For 2,600 years, Japan had no war on its own soil, the Japanese ambassador to Berlin told Hitler after the attack on Pearl Harbor. All wars that Japan was forced to fight were conducted outside the Japanese islands, each time in conjunction with amphibious operations. Japan's victories in the Sino-Japanese War, 1894-95, and the Russo-Japanese War, 1904-1905, were achieved by a lethal combination of land and sea assault. And in the succeeding decades, Army and Navy units conducted extensive amphibious training operations, developed new landing boats with ramps and exit rails for assault troops, and fashioned an impressive body of doctrine on modern amphibious warfare. Japan first tested this new method of warfare on a massive scale in the months after Pearl Harbor. Landing at night whenever possible, and at lightly defended points with heavy naval and air support, Japanese troops, many of them carrying bicycles on their backs, swept across scores of Pacific beaches, moved inland with dramatic suddenness, and began to fight independently before later and larger waves of troops arrived at the anchorage. By the time the United States could mount a counterattack, Japan held a string of island fortresses and economic colonies that stretched across the Pacific east to west, from the Gilbert Islands to the Philippines, and north to south, from the ice-bound Aleutians to the mountainous jungles of New Guinea. It was a stunning assault that paralyzed the American and British fleets, overpowered the Allies' ground forces, and placed Japan's sea, air, and ground forces on Australia's doorstep, all within 5 months. On the morning that Pearl Harbor was attacked, the Japanese bombed Singapore and sent troops from Siam, now Thailand, toward Malaya, in preparation for a full-scale assault on the fortress city. Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, commander of the British Far Eastern Fleet, put to sea with the battlecruiser Repulse and the battleship Prince of Wales to prevent an amphibious landing in northern Malaya. As the two ships steamed northward, Japanese warplanes sank them on December 10th. Even as the Repulse and the Prince of Wales went down, a Japanese task force was approaching the Philippines, determined to smash, in one sudden blow, the only enemy of consequence in its arc of aggression. Senior Commander General Douglas MacArthur anticipated an attack. work on new airfields was going forward, and troop and aircraft reinforcements, mostly B-17 heavy bombers, were on their way from the United States, but all this was too late. After reading an incoming report on Pearl Harbor, Lieutenant Edwin Ramsey went to the Officers' Club for a drink with the Army Chief of Intelligence for the island. "Lieutenant, are you religious?" he asked me. "No, sir, not particularly," I answered. Then he said, "I think you better give your soul to God because your ass belongs to the Japanese." 9 hours after the Hawaiian assault, an air armada descended on Clark and Iba fields near Manila and destroyed most of the American planes on the ground. At 12:35 in the afternoon, we heard the airplanes, recalled Lester I. Tenney, a Jewish kid from Chicago whose tank battalion was in position around Clark Airfield, expecting the landing of Japanese paratroopers. As we looked up into the sky, we saw bombers flying very high over Clark Field. Just as I was about to say, "They're not ours," the ground beneath us shook. The war we feared was upon us. MacArthur's failure in this emergency is bewildering, writes biographer William Manchester. We will probably never know why he allowed his Air Force to be slaughtered like sitting ducks because, as Manchester notes, we know little about his actions and nothing of his thoughts that terrible morning. Arrogant, iron-willed, 61-year-old Douglas MacArthur, whose father had won the Congressional Medal of Honor in the Civil War and whose own Army career was a succession of stunning achievements, was never forthright about this humiliating disaster, one of the greatest in American military history. Nor was there ever an official inquiry, although Pearl Harbor was the subject of 8 investigations. After hitting Pearl Harbor, the Japanese expected MacArthur's Air Force to attack their vulnerable air base in Formosa. "We put on our gas masks," a Japanese officer recalled, "and prepared for an attack." But orders for the Formosa mission were inexplicably stalled, and when the Japanese struck Clark Field, the B-17 Flying Fortresses, along with the rest of the air fleet, were sitting wingtip to wingtip with no fighter cover, while their pilots and crews were having lunch. With the American Air Force all but destroyed, and the Navy's small force of warships retreating southward, the Japanese landed 43,000 troops at Lingayen, just north of Manila, on December 22nd, in the largest amphibious operation of its Pacific assault. After his poorly planned strategy to stop the enemy on the beaches collapsed, MacArthur declared Manila an open city in a futile attempt to save it, and fled to the rock fortress of Corregidor, an island at the entrance of Manila Bay. From there, by radio, he commanded a fighting retreat to the wilderness peninsula of Bataan. The mountain jungles of Bataan are ideal for defensive fighting. But MacArthur's Filipino-American army of 80,000 men was poorly armed and desperately low on food. Before long, the troops were eating horses, mules, and monkeys. 20,000 had come down with malaria, and thousands more were stricken with dysentery, scurvy, hookworm, and beriberi. General Masaharu Homa, with his formidable 14th Army, had expected to make quick work of Bataan. But in weeks of miserable jungle fighting, American and Filipino troops held him off. After pushing back the initial Japanese offensive, Major General Jonathan Wainwright, the skinny, hard-drinking leader of the jungle defense, reported to MacArthur that barely 1/4 of his army was still fit to fight. Men were so sick and hungry they could barely crawl out of their foxholes. The cautious Homa, with a supply line extending back to Japan, settled in for a siege against the advice of his superiors in Tokyo, who wanted him to launch suicidal attacks. A gaunt and weary MacArthur, his wife and 3-year-old son by his side, directed the Battle of Bataan from the 1,400-foot-long Malinta Tunnel, his huge underground command post and hospital on Corregidor, where the stench of gangrene permeated the stale, uncirculated air. Those around him never questioned his bravery. To the alarm of his family and aides, he would stand out in the open without a helmet, coolly puffing on a Lucky Strike cigarette as Japanese bombers pounded Corregidor. Yet the brave commander paid only one visit in a Ford staff car to his trapped and demoralized army on the Bataan Peninsula, only 3 miles away by water. Perhaps he was ashamed to face his men, for the relief force that Roosevelt had promised to send never arrived. Some troops called him Dugout Doug and composed poems that described their own desperate plight, abandoned by Washington because, by agreement with Churchill, priority was to be given to the defeat of Germany. Frank Hewlett, an American correspondent at the front, wrote what was to become the war's most famous piece of doggerel. "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No rifles, no planes, or artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." After Roosevelt and Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson privately informed Churchill that they considered MacArthur's army doomed, Stimson wrote in his diary, "There are times when men have to die." But not Douglas MacArthur. He had become an American hero, commander of the only Allied army still holding out against Japan. A master of public relations, MacArthur's official dispatches gave all the credit to himself for the defense of the Philippines. Roosevelt abhorred MacArthur, both the man and his conservative politics, but was counting on him to lead the upcoming counteroffensive in the Pacific. Others, including MacArthur's former aide, Brigadier General Dwight D. Eisenhower, admonished him severely from his staff position in Washington, mostly in private, for being caught unprepared by the enemy and losing most of the B-17 fleet in the Far East. Roosevelt obviously needed MacArthur more than he did the men unjustly blamed for the Pearl Harbor attack, Admiral Husband Kimmel, commander of the Pacific Fleet, and Lieutenant General Walter Short, the Army commander at Hawaii, both of whom were relieved and subsequently retired from the service. General George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, begged MacArthur to leave the Philippines, but MacArthur wired back that he and his family, the wife and son of a soldier, would share the fate of his men. Finally, on February 22nd, MacArthur received direct orders from Roosevelt to escape to Australia. He stalled until March 11th and then left with his family and staff in a PT boat, captained by Lieutenant John D. Bulkeley. After a harrowing 600-mile run through the Japanese blockade, MacArthur and his party arrived on the Philippine island of Mindanao and were flown to Australia. On his arrival in Melbourne, he made one of the most famous statements of the war. "The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines and proceed from Corregidor to Australia for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing the American offensive against Japan. A primary purpose of this is the relief of the Philippines. I came through, and I shall return." The American government asked him to change this to "we shall return," MacArthur refused. Was it megalomania? Perhaps. But the original author of the phrase, the Filipino journalist Carlos Romulo, informed a MacArthur aide that this pledge was intended for Filipinos, not Americans. America has let us down and won't be trusted, but the people still have confidence in MacArthur. If he says he is coming back, it will be believed. The aide told this to MacArthur, and he naturally agreed. Back on Bataan, one of his staff, Brigadier General William E. Brower, spoke for many of those MacArthur had left behind. A foul trick of deception has been played on a large group of Americans by a commander-in-chief and small staff who are now eating steak and eggs in Australia. God damn them! Hunger and disease wore down the battling bastards of Bataan to the point where further resistance was suicidal. Our stamina was gone, recalls Lester Tenney. Our food was gone. Our health was deteriorating, and our ammunition and gas had just about run out. We were helpless. We troops felt let down, even betrayed. If we had been supplied with enough ammunition and guns, troops and equipment, and food and medical supplies, we believed that we would have been able to repel the Japanese. On April 8th, the Japanese launched a massive attack on the American lines. General Wainwright, who succeeded MacArthur at Corregidor, ordered a counterattack. It was the last flicker of the flame of defiance. The next day, 76,000 American and Filipino troops, under Major General Edward P. King, who had replaced Wainwright as commander on Bataan, surrendered to the Japanese. It was the largest surrender by the United States Army in its history. A handful of the troops and nurses on Bataan managed to make their way to Corregidor to join the 13,000 defenders of that tunneled island rock. For almost a month, the Japanese blasted it from air, sea, and land, and on May 6th, they crossed the narrow channel and fought their way to the mouth of the tunnel. Concerned that the enemy would sweep through the tunnel, guns blazing, killing his soldiers as well as the courageous American nurses who were caring for them, Wainwright ordered his men to lay down their arms. In Western civilization, capture has always been viewed as being better than death, Lester Tenney wrote later. Our bad luck was that we were being captured by a people from a civilization that believed death was preferable to surrender. The ancient Japanese code of Bushido admonished warriors not to survive the dishonor of capture, but to fight to the last man. It did not, however, call for the mistreatment of enemy prisoners. The warlords who took over the Japanese government in the 1930s added that to it. Even though the Japanese military had treated prisoners humanely in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905 and in World War I, soldiers of the new regime were fed the idea that they were members of a super race, that all other people would eventually have to serve, and that prisoners of war, especially whites, were a species of cowards who deserved to be treated like animals for the dishonorable act of surrender. The prisoners of Bataan and Corregidor were not completely aware of this, but they had heard frightening reports of the atrocities committed by the Japanese in Nanking, of Chinese women raped and burned alive, and of tortured men left for dead with their penises sewed to their lips. "I was scared spitless," said Inez MacDonald, one of the 54 army nurses captured on Corregidor. When his Japanese captors approached him, Lester Tenney's knees began shaking. My hands felt cold and clammy, and sweat broke out on my neck and forehead. We were all scared beyond anything imaginable. After caring for their patients in the Malinta Tunnel for 2 months, The nurses were sent to Santo Tomas internment camp in Manila, where they suffered hardships and hunger, but were not physically molested. The American and Filipino troops on Corregidor were loaded onto freighters, taken to Manila, where they were marched through the streets and then packed into oven-like boxcars and shipped to a desolate POW camp. There, 2,000 Americans died in the first 2 months of captivity. The men captured on Bataan went through an unimaginable nightmare, the Bataan Death March. When the defenders of Bataan surrendered, the Japanese expected to receive about 40,000 prisoners. They were to be marched 19 miles to a dispatch station and then taken by truck and train 66 miles north to Camp O'Donnell, a former training facility for the Philippine Army in central Luzon. But General Homa found himself saddled with nearly twice that number of prisoners, almost all of them sick and starving. Some of them were taken by truck to Camp O'Donnell, but most were forced to walk much of the way, under the withering April sun. April is the hottest month in the Philippines, and over sand-covered roads lined with filthy drainage ditches. The men were in such terrible condition from malnutrition and disease, and pure physical weakness from long days of incessant combat, that they didn't have a chance, said Nurse Hattie Brantley, who had served with them in Bataan. Before they were ordered into line, the men were stripped of canteens, food, and personal items. Japanese guards cut off the fingers of officers to get their West Point rings, and prisoners found with Japanese money were shot on the assumption that it had been taken from a fallen soldier of the Empire. 5 prisoners who were too sick to make the march were bayoneted in their beds. General Homa had instructed his officers to treat the prisoners well, but the Japanese guards were in an ugly mood. They were exhausted, sick, and hungry, and they had lost comrades on Bataan. They also came from a culture of cruelty. The officer class had the status and authority of feudal lords, writes Japanese historian Saburo Ayanaga. The privates had no rights. They were non-persons, and were subjected to an unending stream of humiliation and rough treatment. Japanese military training was filled with beatings, recalls Sakata Tsuyoshi, a retired World War II soldier. Senior officers would regularly inflict physical punishment on the men under them, slapping them, punching them, kicking them, and beating them with the leather straps of their swords, often while other officers stood by laughing. This method of inflicting brutal punishment without any cause and destroying our power to think was a way of transforming us into men who would carry out our superiors' orders as a reflex action. With such training, Japanese soldiers on Bataan did not need orders to inflict violence on prisoners they already regarded with complete disdain. The American and Filipino prisoners marched 4 abreast, in long columns, and were given only enough food and water to survive the march. They felt like walking corpses. Lester Tenney was one of them. One day, our tongues were thick with the dust kicked up from the constantly passing trucks, and our throats were parched. We saw water flowing from an artesian well, and a marching buddy, Frank, and I ran toward the well and started to swallow water as fast as we could. Within a few minutes, another 10 to 15 prisoners ran to the well. At just that time, a Japanese guard came over to the well and started to laugh at us. The first 5 of us drank our fill, and when the 6th man began drinking, the guard suddenly pushed his bayonet down into the man's neck and back. The American prisoner fell to his knees, gasped for breath, and then fell over on his face. Many of the men on the march were just too weak and had too many illnesses to continue. If they stopped on the side of the road to defecate, they would be beaten within an inch of their lives or killed. On the fourth day, as the prisoners entered the town of Balanga, Filipino civilians began throwing them food, rice cakes, small pieces of fried chicken, and chunks of sugar cane. When the guards spotted this, they opened fire, killing randomly. The Japanese seemed to take malicious delight in killing Filipinos who had fought with or supported the White Devils. Lieutenant Kermit Lay saw a Japanese soldier beat to death a Filipino man with a baseball bat, and at one point in the march, Japanese guards rounded up 300 or 400 Filipino soldiers, tied them together with telephone wire, and bayoneted or beheaded them from behind. The slaughter went on for 2 hours. Tenny picks up the story. We continued marching into the center of town, and when nighttime finally came, we were herded into a large warehouse. We were so tightly packed together that we sprawled on each other. When one of us had to urinate, he just did it in his pants, knowing that the following day the heat from the sun would dry them out. Those who had to defecate found their way back to one of the corners of the building and did it there. That night, the human waste covering the floor from those who had dysentery caused many others to contract this killing disease. The stench, the sounds of dying men, and the whines and groans of those too sick to move to the back of the building had become so unbearable that I put small pieces of cloth into my ears in a feeble attempt to drown out some of the noise. Nothing could be done about the smell. The Japanese guards, also unable to bear the horrible smell, closed the doors to the warehouse, put a padlock on them, and kept watch from outside. About 25 men died in the warehouse that night. In the morning, their bodies were tossed like garbage into a field behind the building. Tenny. On that 5th day of the march, I witnessed one of the most sadistic and inhumane incidents on the entire march. We had just stopped for a brief rest while waiting for another group to catch up with us. When the other group finally arrived, the guard ordered us to stand up and start walking. One of the men had a very bad case of malaria and had barely made it to the rest area. He was burning up with fever and severely disoriented. When ordered to stand up, he could not do it. Without a minute's hesitation, the guard hit him over the head with the butt of his gun, knocked him down to the ground, and then called for 2 nearby prisoners to start digging a hole to bury the fallen prisoner. The 2 men started digging, and when the hole was about a foot deep, the guard ordered the 2 men to place the sick man in the hole and bury him alive. The 2 men shook their heads. They could not do that. Without warning, the guard shot the bigger of the 2 prisoners. He then pulled 2 more men from the line and ordered them to dig another hole to bury the murdered man. The Japanese guard got his point across. They dug the second hole, placed the 2 bodies in the holes, and threw dirt over them. The first man, still alive, started screaming as the dirt was thrown on him. As the men trudged on like zombies, 12 hours a day for several more days, they began to spot headless corpses in the roadside ditches. One American started counting heads. At 27, 1 head per mile, he stopped counting because what he was doing was making him crazy. Lester Tenney witnessed one of these beheadings. At one point on the march, we saw an American soldier kneeling in front of a Japanese officer. The officer had his samurai sword out of the scabbard. Up went the blade. Then, with a great artistry and a loud "Banzai!" the officer brought the blade down. We heard a dull thud, and the American was decapitated. The Japanese officer then kicked his body over into the field, and all of the Japanese soldiers laughed and walked away. As I witnessed this tragedy, and as the sword came down, my body twitched, and I clasped my hands in front of me, as if in prayer. I could hardly breathe. Later, Tenney said, "What made the beheading especially sickening was that the man's body shook and twitched well after he was dead." Tenney and his fellow prisoners struggled on for several more days until, barely able to stand, they were ordered to make a double-time march to the little city of San Fernando. There they were crammed into small railway boxcars used for hauling animals and taken on a 5-hour ride to Capas, near their final destination, the barbed wire compound of Camp O'Donnell. In the steaming boxcars, some men couldn't breathe and died standing up. There was no room to fall down. The exact numbers are lost to history, but about 500 Americans and as many as 2,500 Filipinos died on the march. Those that made it said an American doctor who survived did it on the marrow of their bones. "If I had to do it all over again, I would commit suicide," said Kermit Lay 50 years later. The dying did not stop at Camp O'Donnell. Over 16,000 prisoners, 1,600 of them Americans, would die in this loathsome compound in the next 2 months. As Tenney relates, the men were dying at a rate of 100 and 200 a day. Malaria was a big killer, and dysentery was horrible. It was so bad that men would go to sleep next to a slit trench, so that if they had to defecate, they would just roll over. And when they died, we had to bury these men, which meant we had to go in a field and dig a hole in marshy soil. If you dug a hole too deep, water would come up and make the dead man float. So you had to take pieces of bamboo and hold the man down with them while you threw dirt on the body. Let me tell you this, when a man said there's no use in going on any longer, he died. When he said there's no sense in waiting because the Americans are not coming, he died. The men who had positive attitudes, the men who said, "I know I'm going home," are the ones who came home. After the war, Lester Tenney began to have nightmares that never went away. They occurred with acute intensity when, as a college professor, he started writing his memoirs. He had thought he had put it behind him, but his deep hatred of the Japanese returned. In time, however, he came to consider hating as a sickness. Today, he says he cannot blame an entire people for what happened to him during the war. The only hatred he still harbors is for those who beat me. Kermit Lay felt differently. "I hate the Japanese. I won't talk to them, and I won't buy their products. It's just the way it is." Wake Island. Between Hawaii and the Philippines lay the 3 small but strategically important islands of Midway, Wake, and Guam. To control the Pacific west of Hawaii, Japan had to capture these outposts. At 8:45 a.m. on December 8th, the calendar is 1 day ahead west of the international dateline. 18 Japanese bombers smashed the military installations on Guam. The small garrison of Navy personnel and Marines had neither anti-aircraft batteries nor coastal defense guns. Their few planes were quickly put out of action. The first landing came before dawn on the 10th, and within a few hours all resistance had been overcome. The defense of Wake is one of the heroic chapters of American history. A strategically important airbase only 600 miles north of Japanese naval and air power in the Marshall Islands, Wake was lightly defended by a Marine fighter squadron equipped with a dozen new Grumman F-4F Wildcats, and by a Marine Defense Battalion of about 450 men under Major James P.S. Devereaux. But when the Japanese tried to land an abominably commanded invasion force on December 11th, they were repulsed by devastating close-range artillery fire and by the 4 Wildcat fighters that had not been knocked out of action in the initial bombing. Wake's defenders sank or severely damaged 6 Japanese ships, causing the humiliated Japanese commander to call off the landing. Back in the United States, headlines blared, "Marines hold Wake," and the Washington Post compared the desperate defense of the island to the last stand at the Alamo. The Japanese returned on December 23rd, this time with 6 heavy cruisers and 2 carriers from Nagumo's Pearl Harbor strike force. Carrier-based bombers knocked out the coastal gun emplacements that had chewed up the first invasion fleet, and land-based bombers from Kwajalein in the Marshalls pulverized the island. A naval relief force was assembled at Pearl Harbor and sent to sea, but it was recalled when word came in that the Japanese had already landed troops on Wake. One of the last radio messages from the island defenders was a grim piece of understatement. "Urgent! Enemy on island. The issue is in doubt." Without Navy support and with only one functional searchlight, the outnumbered Marines were helpless to stop a landing force of over 1,000 Japanese, which came in under the cover of night. After holding on for 30 hours in furious fighting, the garrison surrendered to avoid a senseless slaughter. Major Devereaux walked out to meet the enemy with a white flag tied to a mop pole. Prisoners were taken to Shanghai. 100 or so civilian construction workers were kept on Wake to rebuild it. All were later executed. Midway was also attacked the day Pearl Harbor was hit, but its shore installations were so effective that the small task force assigned to the job turned and ran. The big fight for Midway would occur later. Singapore. The attack on the American islands in the Pacific was part of a coordinated assault that targeted British and Dutch outposts in Southeast Asia. Hong Kong was the first to fall. This great naval base formed, with Singapore and Manila, a triangle of Anglo-American power in the Pacific. As early as 1940, however, Japanese occupation of nearby Canton had made it all but indefensible. The Japanese attacked on December 8, 1941, and for 2 weeks the fabled city was subjected to continuous bombardment from land and air. The British garrison might have stood up to this, but the Japanese cut off the water supply. Confronted with the responsibility for the suffering or death of thousands of civilian inhabitants, the British commander, Sir Mark Young, surrendered on Christmas Day. Next came Penang in Malaya, then Singapore. Wearing sneakers and moving by foot and bicycle, with small bags of rice wrapped around their necks, 70,000 Japanese troops under General Tomoyuki Yamashita, one of the great commanders of the war, swept through 580 miles of rice fields, swamps, and rubber forests, crossed the Straits of Johor, and laid siege to the island city, which was packed with fleeing refugees. Running dangerously low on supplies and water, and with panic spreading through the city, British commander Sir Arthur Percival surrendered over 130,000 soldiers and internees to an army about half the size of his force. Legend has it that Singapore's defenses faced the wrong way toward the sea. But that is not true. The guns faced the mainland, but were armed with the wrong ammunition, shells unsuited for battle against ground troops. The capture of Singapore opened the way to the Dutch East Indies and was as important a victory for the Japanese Army as Pearl Harbor was for the Imperial Navy. The Dutch East Indies. The Dutch East Indies was a vast archipelago that stretched over 3,000 miles from Malaya to the Solomons and included Sumatra, Java, Dutch Borneo, Celebes, Dutch New Guinea, and thousands of smaller islands. Here was the storehouse of oil, rubber, timber, rice, and metal production that had driven Japan towards war, and from here it could threaten Australia only 300 miles to the south. From bases in Indochina, the Japanese swept down into the East Indies in December 1941. The outgunned Allies could put up almost no resistance to this inexorable land and sea blitz, speedier and on a scale vaster than anything Hitler had imagined. Two awesome Japanese attack forces slithered into the Netherlands' East Indies like the arms of two giant octopi, writes Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison, who served on 11 different ships during the war and wrote a 15-volume history of American naval operators in World War II. The Western octopus worked down the South China Sea to North Borneo and Sumatra, the Eastern to East Borneo, the Celebes, Ambon, Timor, and Bali. Aircraft would pound down a beachhead, amphibious forces would then move in and activate another airfield and soften up the next objective for invasion. Here off the coast of Borneo, the U.S. Navy fought its first surface engagement of the Pacific War, a battle for control of that island's tremendous petroleum wells and refineries. It took place on the night of January 23rd to the 24th, 1942, in magnificent Balikpapan Bay, one of the busiest oil ports of Asia. The Americans drew first blood. When the Japanese landed, an amphibious force on the south side of the bay, 4 blacked-out World War I destroyers, known as cans to their crews, slipped through the darkness and surprised a dozen enemy troop transports that were in the midst of unloading, sinking 4 of them, along with a patrol craft. Had they not had defective torpedoes, they would have sunk more. Shaking off their losses, the Japanese landed Marines and took the island, chasing into the jungle the workers of the Royal Dutch Shell Group, who had remained behind to set fire to the wells. Of the 75 workers, only 35 survived the malarial jungle, Japanese firing squads, and prison camps. The Battle of the Java Sea was the last desperate effort to save the sprawling archipelago. Admiral K.W.F. Dorman of the Dutch Navy was in command of an Allied force of 5 cruisers and about a dozen destroyers when, on February 27th, it ran into 2 enemy flotillas, far superior both in numbers and firepower to his fleet. In this, the biggest surface naval battle since the Battle of Jutland in 1916, the Japanese annihilated their opponent and established their supremacy in the South Pacific. Now there was nothing to stop the Japanese conquest of Java. From Sumatra and Borneo, 100,000 troops invaded the all but defenseless island. On March 9th, the Dutch East Indies surrendered. A day earlier, the Japanese had landed troops on the north and east coast of New Guinea, at the desolate but strategically valuable jungle outposts of Lae and Salamaua. Moving southward from bases in the Mariana and Caroline Islands, Imperial forces occupied the Admiralty Islands, the Northern Solomons, and the Bismarck Archipelago, where they smashed a small but fiercely courageous Australian garrison and built their most formidable military base in the South Pacific at Rabaul, at the northern end of the island of New Britain. Blessed with a magnificent natural harbor, Rabaul is within easy reach by sea or air of New Guinea and the entire Solomon chain, stretching southward to a god-forsaken disease pit called Guadalcanal. From Fortress Rabaul, all major Japanese operations in the area would be launched and supported. These easy conquests confirmed Japan's view of the capitalist West as decadent and hopelessly weakened by materialism, and spawned a dangerous spirit of overconfidence. For a time, it looked like Australia would be the next target, and it was vulnerable, for some of its best combat forces were fighting with the British in North Africa. Unknown to the Allies, however, the Japanese had no intention of invading Australia. Their aim was to establish bases off Australia's northern coast in order to cut the American supply line to the island continent. The Japanese correctly saw Australia for what it became, a Pacific England, the staging area and initiating point for an immense Allied counteroffensive. Accordingly, aside from bombing the northern port of Darwin, their major military effort against the island continent was to build air bases in the South Pacific to sever its supply lines to Hawaii and the west coast of the United States. Allied leaders feared that the victory-drunk Japanese would drive westward into the Indian Ocean, conquer India at a time when anti-colonial sentiment there was running high, and link up with Axis forces fighting in the Mideast and the Mediterranean. But Hitler and Mussolini thought they could handle the British in that theater without Japanese help, and the Japanese army wanted to keep the burden of its forces in China and Manchuria to subdue the Chinese and prepare for a possible war with Russia. This would be a fight to take new territory and consolidate old land grabs on Russia's mineral-rich northeastern border. The Japanese were counting on the Germans to crush Soviet resistance in their Great Summer Offensive of 1942, opening up Russia for an invasion from the east. But the Red Army held fast, and the Chinese proved impossible to subdue, so a great part of the Japanese army remained in China for the duration of the war. This made the retaking of the Pacific, horrible though it was, a less bloody affair than it might have been. If Japan and Germany had cooperated as closely as the United States and Britain, the war would have been indefinitely prolonged. But the two Axis allies fervently mistrusted each other and failed to launch a single joint offensive. The Doolittle Raid. At this low point in the war, with Allied forces in the Pacific either defeated or on the defensive everywhere, American naval and air power delivered several critical counterpunches. In January 1942, Vice Admiral William F. Bull Halsey, one of the first American heroes of the war, had sent his carriers against Japanese positions in the Marshall Islands, sinking 17 ships and destroying 40 or 50 planes. 3 weeks later, the carrier Enterprise led a force that bombarded Wake Island, and Halsey's carrier planes hit enemy bases on the north coast of New Guinea. Then, on April 18, 1942, Halsey's task force of Enterprise and Hornet stunned the Japanese by launching a bombing strike on Tokyo. The attack had been planned by President Roosevelt and his top naval advisors and was intended to revive sinking home front morale. It was one of the great gambles of the war. Since American aircraft carriers were unable to get close enough to Japan to send out their short-range bombers, Navy planners decided to load the deck of a carrier with mid-range Army bombers, even though planes this large had never flown from a carrier in warfare. In complete secrecy, volunteer pilots were trained at a Florida base to take off at precariously short distances. The flight decks of carriers were too short for retrieval. The bombers would have to fly 1,100 additional miles beyond Japan to friendly bases in China. Command of the mission was given to Lieutenant Colonel James H. Doolittle, King of the Sky, a racing pilot known for his daredevil aerial stunts, but also for his deep knowledge of aviation. He held a doctorate from MIT in aeronautical engineering. In April, the carrier Hornet steamed toward Japan with 16 twin-engine B-25s on its deck, each carrying 3 500-pound bombs and 1 incendiary bomb. None of the pilots had ever taken off from the deck of a carrier, and the men did not learn their target was Tokyo until they were far out to sea. When it was announced over the ship's bullhorn, "Now hear this! Now hear this! This force is bound for Tokyo!" the sailors and airmen cheered wildly. This would be payback for Pearl Harbor. Halsey hoped to get within 500 miles of the target before launching Doolittle's bombers, but when Hornet and its powerful escort force reached a point 650 miles from the Japanese coast, they ran into enemy picket boats. The task force destroyed them, but there was the possibility that the Japanese had already radioed the presence of the Americans. Doolittle doubted that his planes could fly from this point, hit Tokyo, and still make the Chinese mainland. It was abort or go. Halsey said to go. The wind and sea were so strong that morning that green water was breaking over the carrier's ramps, Halsey wrote later. Jimmy led his squadron. When his plane buzzed down the Hornet's deck, there wasn't a man topside who didn't sweat him into the air. Doolittle's raiders achieved total surprise. Swooping in at rooftop level, they hit Tokyo and 5 other Japanese cities, killing about 50 civilians without the loss of a single plane. Although the raid did little damage, it lifted American morale. Asked from what base the planes had flown, President Roosevelt whimsically replied, "Shangri-La." Aided by a strong tailwind, 15 of the 16 planes made it to China, but ran out of fuel and crashed before they could reach their bases. One made it safely to Siberia. 64 of the flyers, including Doolittle, escaped, spirited to safety by the Chinese underground. The Japanese forces in China captured 8 airmen. 3 were later executed, in violation of international law and with the emperor's approval, and 1 died in prison after being tortured. But it was the Chinese who suffered the most grievous consequences. In a 4-month reign of terror, 250,000 Chinese were slaughtered by the Japanese in reprisal for a few brave peasants lending assistance to the downward Doolittle cruise. A scale of murder, historian Walter Boyne has written, equal to that of the rape of Nanking. The raid caused the Japanese to keep hundreds of planes in the home islands that otherwise would have gone to the South Pacific. More importantly, it was a deep psychological blow to the Japanese, one that led, in retaliation, to the grandiose expansion of Japanese military ambitions that brought on the Battle of Midway. Coral Sea. America's first attempt to stop Japanese expansion southward to secure bases to protect its newly won empire came in the waters of the magnificent sea that washes the shores of New Guinea, the Solomons, and New Caledonia. In early May, a Japanese invasion fleet steamed into the Coral Sea from Rabaul, headed for Port Moresby, a tiny but strategically important outpost that faces Australia on the southeastern tip of New Guinea's P.1 Peninsula. American intelligence had decrypted the Japanese naval code, and the Pacific Command sent a task force of 2 carriers, Lexington and Yorktown, under Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, to surprise the enemy. This was the first major engagement in naval history in which surface ships did not exchange a single shot. Separated by 175 miles of water, the 2 fleets never got close enough to see each other. Carrier-based planes did all the fighting, and there was so much confusion in this swirling aerial battle that several Japanese planes, in darkness and bad weather, tried to land on the deck of Yorktown. American planes sank 1 small Japanese carrier and heavily damaged a larger one, but Lexington was lost, and Yorktown was badly mauled and had to limp back to Pearl Harbor. This historic battle, which took place in the days following General Wainwright's surrender of Corregidor, was not a clear-cut American victory, but it prevented the enemy from landing at Port Moresby and taking all of New Guinea. Undeterred, the Japanese seized the mission outpost of Buna on the north coast of New Guinea and prepared to use it as a base from which to begin an overland assault on Port Moresby. The fate of Port Moresby would be decided in a bitter land engagement in some of the most difficult terrain in the world. To support the coming fight for Port Moresby, the Japanese began secretly building an airbase on a tiny island called Guadalcanal. The Battle of the Coral Sea convinced the crews and commanders of the Pacific Fleet that they could fight on at least equal terms with the powerful and more experienced Japanese Navy. At the end of May, Yorktown, repaired in the miracle time of 68 hours, joined Enterprise and Hornet to fight another carrier-to-carrier battle in the waters off Midway Island. Midway. On the morning of June 3, 1942, a Catalina flying boat sighted a Japanese flotilla some 700 miles west of Midway Island. It was part of Admiral Yamamoto's armada of 165 ships heading toward Hawaii to deal a knockout blow to the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Yamamoto was in personal command of the Midway operation on his flagship Yamato, the world's largest battleship, bearing the sacred name of the Japanese race. Infuriated by the Doolittle raid, he had convinced Imperial headquarters to bring on the decisive naval battle of the war. Before Pearl Harbor, he had predicted he could run wild for a year or 6 months, but that the future would be gravely uncertain for Japan once prodigious America gathered its military strength. Now he was about to test America's naval power in hope of a swift, smashing victory that would convince America that it could defeat Japan only at an intolerable cost. Yamamoto's carrier commander was Admiral Nagumo. Sailing under strict radio silence, he expected to surprise and slaughter the American fleet, as he had at Pearl Harbor. A diversionary force was sent toward the American base at Dutch Harbor in the Aleutians, near the Arctic Circle. It was to draw the American fleet northward, opening the way for Yamamoto to take Midway, a strategically important atoll that guarded the western approaches to the main Hawaiian Islands. When the Pacific Fleet learned it had been fooled and raced back to Midway, it would be annihilated, Yamamoto vowed, by the greatest assemblage of Japanese naval power ever sent to sea. Every man was convinced that he was about to participate in yet another brilliant victory, said Mitsuo Fuchida, who had led the Pearl Harbor air attack. This time, the Americans were not caught napping. Patrol planes had been sent out from Pearl Harbor to locate the incoming Japanese fleet, thanks to the heady action of a naval intelligence team under Lieutenant Commander Joseph J. Rochefort, the unsung hero of the upcoming battle. Rochefort and other military cryptanalysts had broken part of the Japanese message code, and as the first reports of a tremendous concentration of enemy naval forces in the Central Pacific came into headquarters at Pearl Harbor, cool-headed Admiral Chester Nimitz, the new Commander-in-Chief Pacific, CINC-PAC, had taken immediate action to verify them. The Japanese code designation for the main target they intended to hit was AF, but was AF Midway or the Aleutians or somewhere else in the Pacific? Rochefort and one of his assistants, Lieutenant Commander Jasper Holmes, tricked the enemy into revealing the answer. There was a secret and completely secure undersea telephone cable link between Pearl Harbor and Midway, and CINC-PAC sent a message over it to Midway, ordering the local commander to send back by radio, in plain English, a spurious report that the garrison's water filtration plant had broken down, leaving Midway without fresh water. A Japanese listening post intercepted the transmission and radioed Tokyo that AF was having water problems, a message that Rochefort's eavesdropping team picked up and decoded. The ruse had worked. The target was Midway. A few days later, Rochefort broke the Japanese Navy's date cipher and gave Nimitz the exact day of the impending attack, June 4th. Nimitz then ordered Admirals Fletcher and Raymond A. Spruance. Halsey would have been in charge but was hospitalized with a skin infection, to ignore the Japanese feint north and concentrate all available warships in the waters around Midway. Yorktown sailed from Pearl Harbor with repairmen still on board. B-17 flying fortresses were flown in from the west coast, and the defenses of Midway were reinforced. Nimitz had guessed correctly that the Japanese wanted to use captured Midway as a base to launch a final and decisive offensive against the Hawaiian Islands, only 1,100 miles east of Midway, invading and occupying them and forcing the Americans to the peace table. Nimitz's greatest gamble of the war was putting quiet, self-effacing Raymond Ames Spruance, a commander with no carrier experience but with an amazing strategic mind, his men called him Electric Brain, in charge of one of the 2 carrier task forces sent out to stop the enemy. Spruance's Task Force 17, comprised of Enterprise and Hornet, along with 6 cruisers and 10 destroyers, sailed out of Pearl Harbor first, followed 2 days later by Fletcher's Yorktown, the carrier the Japanese were confident they had destroyed in the Battle of the Coral Sea. Nimitz's plan was elegantly simple. He would hide his 3 carriers until Nagumo's planes hit Midway. Then he would launch his planes and destroy the unprotected Japanese flat tops. It was the Japanese, not the Americans, who would sail into an ambush. As Nimitz expected, the great battle was fought entirely by planes and submarines in what was to become a new and decisive form of naval warfare. As in the Battle of the Coral Sea, the opposing carrier fleets never saw each other. The Americans struck first. On the afternoon of June 3rd, flying fortresses from Midway attacked, but missed a squadron of enemy landing ships. The Japanese knew at once that surprise was lost, and Nagumo reacted sharply with a heavy bombing of Midway the following day. An attack that severely damaged shore installations but failed to knock out the island's airfields. When the flight leader of the raiding force urged a second strike, Nagumo rearmed the torpedo planes he had intended to use against the American fleet, if it showed up, with fragmentation bombs for another attack on Midway. But by this time, the carriers Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown had come within striking distance, 150 miles, of his own carriers, and swarms of planes led by Torpedo Squadron 8 from Hornet and dive bombers from Enterprise commanded by Lieutenant Commander Clarence Wade McCluskey set out to find their prey. Gilbert Cant, the New York Post's Pacific correspondent, describes the opening hours of this attack. Torpedo 8, flying obsolete Douglas Devastators, was led by Lieutenant Commander John C. Waldron. It became separated from the other formations in the long search for the Japanese ships. A group of bombers and fighters, which failed to find the enemy at the assigned position, had to be ordered to land on Midway as they were running out of gasoline. But Waldron reasoned that if the Jap ships were not where they were supposed to be, it was probably because they had found the welcome too warm for their comfort and had decided to retire some distance, if not entirely. He therefore backtracked along their previously known course. McCluskey arrived at the same conclusion, but not until after he had overshot the enemy's reported position by 75 miles or more. Then he too set out to intercept them to the northwest. The effect of these identical decisions, made at different times, was to bring Waldron's squadron within sight of the enemy. Waldron found the main enemy force with few fighter planes in the air, but his squadron had been out a long time and was running short of gas. It had accomplished part of its mission merely by locating the retiring Japanese and reporting their position. Waldron radioed his information and added, "Request permission to withdraw from actions to refuel." The admiral to whom the request was passed had an awful decision to make. To permit these planes to withdraw might make all the difference between sinking or crippling 3 carriers. Waldron had not sighted the 4th, and giving them a chance once more to slip out of sight under a squall. 3 carriers could determine the balance of power in this 1942 sea war in which the carrier was a capital ship, of greater importance than the battleship. Hypothetical scores of ships and hypothetical thousands of lives were on one side of the scale. On the other side were 15 planes and the lives of their 3-man crews. The admiral ordered, "Attack at once." Before taking off, Waldron had met with his pilots. "I want each of us to do his utmost to destroy our enemies. If there is only one plane left to make a final run in, I want that man to go in and get a hit. May God be with us all." Flying directly into the enemy's gun barrels, all 15 of Torpedo 8's low-flying Devastators were blown into the sea by whirling Zeros and murderous sheets of anti-aircraft fire. And for about 100 seconds, the Japanese were certain they had won the Battle of Midway and the war, writes Samuel Eliot Morrison. Ensign George Gay, the only flyer in Torpedo 8 to survive this American-style kamikaze attack, was shot down and wounded, and watched the rest of the air battle from his floating seat cushion. 2 other torpedo squadrons attacked the carriers. The Zeros, flying at deck level, cut them up too. out of the 82 airmen who attacked the carriers in their slow two-seater torpedo planes, little more than flying coffins, only 13 survived. Jack Waldron was last seen diving toward an enemy carrier, standing straight up in his cockpit, which had been turned into a blazing furnace by exploding gasoline. Not a single Japanese ship was hit in this massacre. The torpedo planes, however, had been unintended sacrificial lambs. With Nagumo's protective cover of fighter planes preoccupied with them at sea level, Clarence McCluskey's dive bombers appeared suddenly overhead. They too had initially failed to find Nagumo's fleet, but had accidentally located an enemy destroyer which had been pursuing the American submarine Nautilus. Abandoning the search, it had headed back to the fleet, creating a foaming white wake which the fast-thinking McCluskey had followed. The Japanese destroyer had led the American squadron straight to its prey. Ensign Gay watched as McCluskey's dive bombers came pouring out of the sun like a beautiful silver waterfall. They were about to catch Nagumo's carriers in their most vulnerable position. Without their protective fighter cap and with their decks crowded with planes refueling and rearming, this time with torpedoes, for an expected wipe-up attack on the American carriers. Akagi was the first to be hit. At 10:20, Admiral Nagumo gave the order to launch when ready, Matsuo Fuchida recalled. The big ship began turning in the wind. Within 5 minutes, all her planes would be launched. 5 minutes! Who would have dreamed that the tide of battle would shift completely in that brief interval of time? At 10:25 a.m., McCluskey's dive bomber group was about to deliver what historian John Keegan has called the most stunning and decisive blow in the history of naval warfare. Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson was in McCluskey's Enterprise group. As I put my nose down, I picked up our carrier target in front of me. I was making the best dive I have ever made. We were coming down in all directions on the port side of the carrier, beautifully spaced. I recognized her as the Kaga, and she was enormous. The target was utterly satisfying. I saw a bomb hit just behind where I was aiming. I saw the deck rippling and curling back in all directions, exposing a great section of the hangar below. I dropped a few seconds after the previous bomb explosion. I saw the 500-pound bomb hit right abreast of the carrier's island. The two 100-pound bombs struck in the forward area of the parked planes. Then I began thinking it was time to get myself away from there and try to get back alive. When McCluskey's dive bombers bore down on the Japanese carriers, Matsuo Fuchida learned what it was like to be on the other end of a surprise airstrike. He was on the Akagi, but was not flying that day, having come down with a case of appendicitis. At 10:34, the order to start launching came from the bridge by voice tube. The air officer flapped a white flag, and the first Zero fighter gathered speed and whizzed off the deck. At that instant, a lookout screamed, "Hell divers!" I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting towards our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late. Within less than a minute, the ship was turned into an inferno. Nagumo, with tears in his eyes, had to be forced by his officers to abandon the doomed Akagi. Fuchida stayed behind to try to hold off the inevitable, but broke both his ankles jumping from one deck to another to avoid the explosions and raging fires. He was strapped to a bamboo stretcher and lowered to a boat, which carried him to a rescue ship. The Japanese carriers resembled a very large oil field, Ensign Gay reported later. The fire coming out of the forward and after end looked like a blowtorch, just roaring white flame and the oil burning. Billowing, big red flames belched out of this black smoke, and I was sitting in the water hollering, "Hooray! Hooray!" That night, Akagi and Kaga both sank. A third carrier, Soryu, received 3 direct hits and was horribly damaged. When its commanding officer, Captain Ryusaku Yanagimoto, refused to abandon ship, Chief Petty Officer Abe, a Japanese wrestling champion, was sent aboard to bring him to safety by force if necessary. But Abe respected the will of the greatly loved commander and left him on the bridge, his samurai sword in hand, calmly singing Kimigayo, the Japanese national anthem. The crippled Soryu was scuttled by the Japanese destroyer Isokaze. The attack had taken less than 6 minutes. After it was over, Ensign George Gay was pulled from the sea. He had participated in and witnessed one of history's greatest naval engagements. The Japanese were battered, but still capable of fight. Dive bombers from the carrier Hiryu, which had become separated from the other carriers during the American air attack, struck back, fatally damaging the Yorktown, after flying through a hornet's nest of American fighters in an act of Oriental desperation. But then, around 4 o'clock, American planes reached the Hiryu, bombing and burning it from stem to stern. When it was ascertained that the ship was in a sinking condition, Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi and Captain Tomeo Kaku decided that they would go down with the ship, one of their fellow officers recalled. They all shared some naval biscuits and drank a glass of water in a last ceremony. Admiral Yamaguchi gave his hat to one of his staff officers and asked him to give it to his family. Then there was some joking among them, the captain and the admiral, that their duties were finished when the ship sank. When told that there was still money in the ship's safe, Yamaguchi, one of the greatest of the Japanese naval commanders, ordered it to be left alone. "We'll need money for a square meal in hell," he said. Not wanting to fight a night battle with Yamamoto's battleships and unknown numbers of carriers that might be in the area, Rear Admiral Spruance steamed east, away from the enemy he had hurt far more than he realized at the time. After reassembling his damaged but still dangerous battle fleet, 2 light carriers, 11 battleships, 8 cruisers, and dozens of destroyers, Yamamoto, still hoping for a last-minute victory, waited for the Americans to re-engage. Only when he determined that Spruance and Fletcher wanted no part of him did he turn west and sail for home. It was the 8th of June, one of the blackest days in Japanese history. The Japanese lost 4 fleet carriers in the Battle of Midway, and the Americans only 1, Yorktown. Abandoned by her crew, she was sunk 2 days later by a Japanese submarine as the Navy tried to tow her home. Midway was the Imperial Japanese Navy's first major defeat since 1592. When Yamamoto ordered a withdrawal, he turned to his worried officers on the Yamato. "I'll apologize to the Emperor myself." The Japanese people were not told of the shattering defeat at Midway. Even the army was not informed of the extent of the losses. When Mitsuo Fuchida returned to Japan on a hospital ship, he was not taken ashore until dark. When the streets were deserted, I was taken to the hospital on a covered stretcher and carried through the rear entrance. My room was in complete isolation. No nurses or corpsmen were allowed in, and I could not communicate with the outside. It was like being a prisoner of war among your own people. Military intelligence as well as military might won the Battle of Midway. 2 letters, AF, changed the direction of the Pacific War. Had we lacked early information of the Japanese movements, and had we been caught with carrier forces dispersed, the Battle of Midway would have ended differently, said Admiral Nimitz. Working a 20-hour day in a windowless basement at Pearl Harbor, dressed in a red smoking jacket and slippers, Commander Joseph Rochefort had given Nimitz the key to victory. It was the most important intelligence coup of the Pacific War. The Battle of Midway changed the course of the war in the Pacific. The Japanese First Air Fleet, the most modern in the world, lost not only 4 of its most powerful carriers, but, just as critically, fully a third of its crack pilots. From this point on in the war, just 6 months after Pearl Harbor, the Imperial Navy was thrown back on the defensive by America's newest weapon, the Carrier Task Force. After Midway, recalled Japanese Navy Minister Mitsumasa Yonai, I was certain there was no chance of success. Later that summer, back at Honolulu, James Jones, now a corporal, watched the victorious carrier pilots of Midway drunk and having fistfights on the lawns of the Royal Hawaiian. None of them expected to come back, and they wanted everything they could get of living on the way out, and that included fist-fighting. New Guinea. While American carrier power was altering the direction of the Pacific War, General Douglas MacArthur was planning a major offensive against Japanese strongholds in the dense mountainous jungles of New Guinea. Most of the forces available to him were Australian infantry. Americans had not yet arrived in this theater in any numbers. This was to be the starting point for his march of revenge to retake the Philippines and liberate the men he had left behind. MacArthur had arrived in Melbourne on March 17, 1942, to take charge of the pathetically weak Allied force in Australia. With enthusiastic bravado, he decided to defend Australia by going on the offensive. He would begin at Port Moresby, with a force that was a corporal's guard compared to the Japanese arrayed against him. But by late July, his engineers had built airfields and bomber strips. Then they moved 150 miles down the coast to Milne Bay at the extreme southwestern tip of New Guinea. And in this green hell, they cut an airbase out of the jungle, a starting point for a drive on Japanese concentrations at Buna and Gona on the island's northeast coast. MacArthur hoped to move troops there by air. He did not believe it possible to mount an offensive over the towering jungle-clothed Owen Stanley Mountains that divide New Guinea as the breastbone divides a chicken, for only a single narrow trail leading through the village of Kokoda crossed this forbidding range. The Japanese thought otherwise. In July, they ascended the Kokoda Trail from the Buna area and, on reaching the reverse slope, began to drive MacArthur's Australian outposts before them. The fighting was prolonged and vicious. On August 25th, Australians, reinforced by elements of the American Army, repulsed an attempted Japanese landing at Milne Bay in what was the first Allied land victory in the Pacific War and the first time a major Japanese amphibious landing had been stopped ashore. But it was not until mid-September that starvation, bombing, and stiff resistance on the ground halted the Japanese advance against Port Moresby, and the Australians began chasing them north, back across the forbidding Kokoda Trail. Retreat in Burma. If the outlook in the Pacific was somewhat brighter late that summer, it was positively gloomy in Burma, where the Japanese had routed the undermanned Allies. Burma, a British colony, was one of the vital points in the Far East. From Lashio in the northeast ran the Burma Road, connecting at one end with Mandalay and Rangoon, at the other with Chongqing in China. After the Japanese occupied the main Chinese seaports in 1937 to 1938, this road was China's lifeline to the outside world. Burma was also the key to India. By December 1941, Japan had massed some 200,000 troops in Siam, Thailand, and Indochina, and had powerful air forces operating from bases in Siam. The invasion was launched in December, but the main attack was made late in January by Siamese puppet troops. The British fell back on Rangoon, Burma's largest port. Pounded by air, they called upon the Flying Tigers, the volunteer American pilots commanded by Claire Chennault. The Flying Tigers had been hired by Chiang Kai-shek in the summer of 1941 to defend the Burma Road. Flying obsolete P-40s, they had destroyed over 300 Japanese planes. When the Japanese invaded Burma, they shot down another 46 planes, but there was no stopping the enemy onslaught. Late in February, the Japanese drove British Indian troops back toward Rangoon, which was evacuated in March, severing all supply routes for Allied troops in the interior. Chinese forces under American General Vinegar Joe Stilwell came down from the north to help hold the line, but the Japanese brought another army in from Siam, cut the Burma Road north of Lashio, and forced Stilwell to retreat through an almost impenetrable jungle filled with king cobras and other vipers. The retreat from Burma, wrote correspondent Jack Belden, who was with Stilwell, was one of the bitterest retreats in modern times. Remnants of the Allied armies, 6 months after the finish of the Burma campaign, were still lost in the jungles, wandering at the base of the Tibet fastness, fed by airplane drops, but slowly dying of malaria, exhaustion, starvation, still unable to escape. By the end of May, the Japanese conquest of Burma was complete, and so too the isolation of China. With the Burma Road gone, the only supply route to China was by air over the hump, the Himalayas, one of the most hazardous air routes in the world. With Great Britain's energies concentrated in Europe, North Africa, and the Atlantic, where it was fighting for both its Mediterranean empire and its very survival, it was never able to sufficiently supply its beleaguered forces on the Asian mainland, or lend more than token assistance to the American naval effort in the Pacific. The Pacific War, not the war in China or Burma, became increasingly an American war, run by American commanders and fought mostly by American men, with invaluable assistance in the South Pacific from the Australians, and in the late summer of 1942, it was a war the Japanese were still winning. Chapter 2. The Hard Way Back. Guadalcanal. The first phase of the battle for the Pacific ended at Midway. The second began with Guadalcanal, a remote island in the Solomons chain, 10 degrees below the equator. An epic land, air, and naval struggle, the Guadalcanal campaign stopped Japan's triumphant expansion and put America on the offensive for the first time in the war. Guadalcanal was also the only Pacific campaign that American forces came perilously close to losing. From the sunny deck of his incoming troopship, Corporal James Jones looked out at what he thought was a piece of paradise. The delicious, sparkling tropical sea, the long, beautiful beach, the minute palms of the copra plantation waving in the sea breeze, the dark band of jungle, and the dun mass and power of the mountains rising behind it to rocky peaks. But when he landed, Jones found himself in a pestilential hellhole. It was oppressively hot and humid, with torrential downpours that soaked the men's clothing and bedding and led to appalling outbreaks of skin infection and fungal diseases. The vine-choked rainforest blocked out the sun and was filled with slimy mud and rotting vegetation. This damp undergrowth gave off a vile, unforgettable smell and was a breeding farm for voracious insects and dozens of debilitating jungle diseases. And everywhere there were snakes and scorpions and spiders as big as a man's fist. A massive wall of blue-green mountains cut the island lengthwise, and in places coral ridges reached down from them to sweeping white beaches. Kunai grass grew on these ridges and looked splendid blowing in the tropical breeze, but the blades of the grass cut like a knife, and the grass grew so high it sawed at men's throats, and bordering the magnificent beaches were swamps infested with malaria-bearing mosquitoes. If God ever created a hell on earth contest, the island would have made it to the finals, said one Marine. Guadalcanal was thinly populated by about 25,000 Melanesians and had no economic value, but recently and unexpectedly it had become the most important strategic spot in the Pacific. The Japanese had occupied the Solomons in the spring of 1942, and during that summer their army had begun constructing an airfield on Guadalcanal. Thanks to the intelligence of Commander Rochefort, the Americans learned of the airstrip even before the Japanese Navy did. If the Japanese completed the airfield by August, as expected, their land-based bombers would control American shipping lanes to Australia, over which great amounts of men and supplies were moving weekly to reinforce Australian units that were being called back from North Africa. Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Navy, was determined that this 6,500-mile-long lifeline not be severed, and it was he who pressed for and prosecuted the first major American offensive in the Pacific theater, using every ship and marine at his disposal. In the gray morning light of August 7th, exactly 8 months after Pearl Harbor, the 1st Marine Division, commanded by Major General Alexander A. Archie Vandegrift, a veteran of jungle warfare in Central America, landed 19,000 troops on Guadalcanal and the tiny neighboring islands of Tulagi, Gavutu, and Tanambogo. It was the first American D-Day of World War II and America's first large-scale amphibious landing since the Spanish-American War. Opposition was unexpectedly tough on Tulagi, where, with the exception of a mere 23 men captured, the garrison of nearly 900 combat troops and laborers fought to the last in bunkers, caves, and tunnels, showing what General Vandegrift called an astonishing willingness to die defending a small seaplane base. But the Guadalcanal landing was unopposed, and the Marines moved inland to seize the airfield that was abandoned that morning by the badly outnumbered Japanese. The Marines named it Henderson Field in honor of a Marine pilot killed at Midway, and from this day it became the focus of the campaign. When the Marines landed, the Japanese had only about 2,300 men on an island not much larger than the state of Delaware, most of them construction workers, at the crushed coral airfield. But in the coming months, both sides poured in reinforcements. the Americans to hold the airfield, the Japanese to retake it. At first, things went badly for the Marines. A carrier force commanded by Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, a veteran of the battles of the Coral Sea and Midway, covered the initial landing operations by a task force headed by Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, the tactician who would plan and direct most of the great Marine amphibious assaults in the Pacific. Fletcher feared his 3 carriers were sitting targets for Japanese aircraft in the area and abruptly left a day earlier than planned. This necessitated the withdrawal as well of Turner's transports, which at the time were bringing in supplies and almost 2,000 additional men. It was a cowardly decision, and it left the abandoned Marines short of artillery, ammunition, and food, and without air cover and those extra 2,000 fighting men. After the Navy left, "There was a lot of talk about Bataan," said one Marine. It was a siege now, and not even Washington was confident the Marines could be saved. Enemy reaction to the American landing was swift and devastating, for the American invasion was seen as a threat to Rabaul on New Britain and to Japanese plans for further expansion in the South Pacific. The next evening, a naval strike force came racing through the slot, the Americans' name for the deep channels through the Central Solomons, and pounced on the unsuspecting fleet that was in Savo Sound, screening the American beachhead. Marine combat photographer Thayer Soule was nearby in a troop ship, waiting orders to head into the beach. Most of the men had gone to bed. At 0200, we were awakened by general quarters. The Japanese had arrived early. The sky near Savo Island was ablaze with orange and white flashes. Tremendous explosions shook our ship. After only a few minutes, the firing stopped. We could hear only the rain falling on the canvas overhead. Except for the glow of a burning ship, the night was black once more. Without losing a single ship, Vice Admiral Gunichi Mikawa's expert night-fighting force, equipped with long-lance torpedoes, the most devastating underwater weapons in the world, sank 4 heavy cruisers and inflicted nearly 1,800 casualties. Predatory sharks tore into the men as they hit the water. Sailors pulled out of the sea were so badly burned that corpsmen could find no place to stick hypodermic needles. It was the most devastating defeat suffered on the high seas by the U.S. Navy. Yet it could have been worse. They could have crushed our landing, marooned our troops, destroyed our supplies, and crippled our navy for months to come. But they sailed away, Soule wrote later. Mikawa had not dealt the mortal blow because he feared American carrier planes would hit him at first light. It was one of the great mistakes of the war, for Fletcher was fleeing south out of range of Mikawa. That was thin consolation for the Marines who watched the last of the transports leave the next evening. Bastogne was considered an epic in the ETO, European Theater of Operations, writes historian William Manchester, a Marine veteran of the Pacific Theater. The 101st Airborne was surrounded there for 8 days, but the Marines on Guadalcanal were to be isolated for over 4 months. There have been few such stands in history. The correspondent Hanson Baldwin summed up the Marines' predicament after the Battle of Savo Sound. It is as if the Marines held Jones Beach and the rest of the Long Island were loosely dominated by the enemy. Back in Washington, when Admiral King was awakened by a duty officer and handed a dispatch describing the disaster at Savo Sound, he couldn't believe it. "They must have decoded the dispatch wrong. Tell them to decode it again," he told the duty officer. As King said later, "That, as far as I am concerned, was the blackest day of the war. The whole future then became unpredictable." Douglas MacArthur wired Chester Nimitz recommending that the Marines be evacuated. Nimitz disagreed. Thereafter, the battle for Guadalcanal was a seesaw affair, a series of ferociously fought sea and air engagements, and a long, punishing land campaign. Except in the mountains and jungles of New Guinea, Americans had never waged war under harder conditions than those that the Marines and later Army infantry reinforcements encountered on Guadalcanal. The Marines had to hold the airstrip until they had enough men to drive the Japanese off the island. The Navy had to resupply and reinforce Guadalcanal and stop the Tokyo Express, the swift-running destroyer convoys that brought troops and supplies down the slot from Rabaul. The Marines helped out with their own small air arm, the Cactus Air Force, commanded by Major General Roy S. Geiger. The pilots at Henderson Field lived on meager rations, battled malaria and dysentery, and were pounded day and night from both sea and air. Led by their ace, Captain Joseph J. Foss, who downed 26 enemy aircraft and won the Congressional Medal of Honor, they covered the naval supply effort and did excellent work against Japanese bombers and Zeros. They were helpless, however, to prevent the Tokyo Express from building up Japanese troop strength on the island. The Tokyo Express brought in reinforcements at night. The Marine and Navy pilots could fly effectively only in daylight. They flew every day, and the pace and ferocity of the action began to wear them down. When the medics used to tell us about pilot fatigue, a haggard pilot told a war reporter, "I used to think they were old fuds, but now I know what they meant. There's a point when you just get to be no good. You're shot to the devil, and there's nothing you can do about it." Some airmen broke under the strain, but most continued to fly, and their efforts helped the Marines to hold on. As two historians of the battle write, "During the time when adjacent waters were in dispute, which was also the critical period of the fighting ashore, it was Marine airmen, assisted by Navy and Army pilots, who were instrumental in saving Guadalcanal by making it difficult for the Japanese to land reinforcements, forcing them to rely on the Tokyo Express, which came under steady attack by American naval vessels as they gained proficiency in night fighting. When American carriers were sunk or knocked out of action in the waters of the Solomons, their orphaned fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo planes flew to Henderson Field and operated from there. As one American Army officer cynically put it, "What saved Guadalcanal was the loss of so many carriers." It became a war of attrition. In a succession of tremendous naval struggles, the tide swung back and forth, with both sides suffering alarming losses, including for the United States, the Hornet, the carrier that had ferried Jimmy Doolittle's planes to the waters off Japan. The Americans won some victories, but until October, when aggressive, hard-drinking Bull Halsey took over command in the South Pacific from the super-cautious Vice Admiral Robert Lee Gormley and began pressing his commanders to challenge the enemy in night fighting, the Japanese controlled the waters around Guadalcanal. The turning point was what became known to history as the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. On the night of November 13th, two Japanese battle wagons with a screen of destroyers came barreling through the slot, headed for Guadalcanal. Yamamoto had sent them to bomb Henderson Field into submission, and provide cover for a landing force of 10,000 fresh troops arriving on fast transports and destroyers. American intelligence had once again broken the Japanese code, giving Halsey time to prepare. First to meet the Japanese fleet was a badly outnumbered destroyer-cruiser force under Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan, a close personal friend of President Roosevelt's. Defying the odds, Callahan attacked, fighting at dangerously close range in what was the seagoing equivalent of hand-to-hand combat. It was a moonlit night, and the American correspondent Ira Wolfert was on shore with the Marines to witness what Admiral Ernest King called one of the most furious sea battles ever fought. The land forces had girded themselves for a heavy bombardment. Men huddled in foxholes and asked each other silently with their embittered faces, "Where's our Navy?" and wondered what would be left to stop the Jap transports. Those 7 hours of darkness, with each moment as silent as held breath, were the blackest our troops have faced since Bataan. But at the end of them, our Navy was there, incredibly, like a Tom Mix of old, like the hero of some antique melodrama. It turned the tide of the whole battle by throwing its steel and flesh into the breach against what may be the heaviest Jap force yet engaged by surface ships in this war. The beach had a front-row seat for the devastating action. Admiral Callahan's force, steaming in line, drove headlong into a vastly more powerful Jap fleet, which was swinging around tiny Savo Island with guns set for point-blank blasting of Guadalcanal. Matching cruisers and destroyers against battleships is like putting a good bantamweight against a good heavyweight. But the Japs unquestionably were caught with their kimonos down around their ankles. They could have stayed out of range and knocked out our ships with impunity, and then finished us on the ground at their leisure. We opened fire first. The Jap ships, steaming full speed, were on us, over us, and all around us in the first minute. The range was so close that the Japs could not depress their guns enough to fire at the waterline, which is why so many hits landed on the bridge and 2 of our admirals were killed. The action was illuminated in brief, blinding flashes by Jap searchlights, which were shot out as soon as they were turned on, by muzzle flashes from big guns, by fantastic streams of tracers, and by huge orange-colored explosions as 2 Jap destroyers and 1 of our destroyers blew up within seconds of one another. The sands of the beach were shuddering so much from gunfire that they made the men standing there quiver and tingle from head to foot. From the beach, it resembled a door to hell opening and closing, opening and closing. It was over in 24 minutes. A barroom brawl after the lights had been shot out. An American officer described it. Watching the naval gunfire from a distant foxhole, the tall, 26-year-old combat correspondent Richard Tregaskis, author of the now classic Guadalcanal Diary, realized that the fate of the Marines hung on these tremendous naval collisions in the waters of the Solomon Islands. One had the feeling of being at the mercy of great accumulated forces far more powerful than anything human. We were only pawns in a battle of the gods then, and we knew it. The Japanese lost a battleship and were prevented from bombing Henderson Field and landing troops. But the American flotilla had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force. Callahan and another admiral, Norman Scott, were killed on the bridges of their ships, and a cruiser and 4 destroyers were lost. The next day, the light cruiser Juno, with a crew of nearly 700 men, was blown to pieces by a torpedo from a Japanese submarine. On board were the 5 Sullivan brothers from Waterloo, Iowa. They had enlisted together after Pearl Harbor, convincing the Navy to break its policy of splitting families in wartime. The Navy claimed that all 5 Sullivans went down with the ship, and it launched a publicity campaign featuring their parents to boost war production. But one of the brothers, George Sullivan, along with 140 other men on Juneau, had actually survived the spectacular blast that took the ship under, only to die later in a shark attack, a fact not revealed for 40 years. The men had lived hour to hour without food or water under an unforgiving sun and were assaulted by sharks as they clung to rafts and life nets. The last of the survivors, only 10 men, were not found for over a week because of a botched search and rescue mission by the Navy. The damaged but still lethal Japanese fleet steamed on toward Guadalcanal. Vice Admiral Willis A. Lee, with a force of 4 destroyers and 2 battleships, Washington and South Dakota, met the enemy head-on in Savo Sound. It was another night fight, and one of the only full-scale battleship engagements of the entire war. Almost the instant the 2 fleets collided, the Japanese sank 2 destroyers and damaged the other 2. At this critical moment, South Dakota, nicknamed the Big Bastard by its crew, experienced a power failure that put out its radar. Without its night eyes, it became an easy target for Japanese night fighters. They put 42 hits into it, smashing the ship's superstructure, knocking out its communications, and killing and mangling crewmen. Robert L. Schwartz, a reporter for Yank, the GI paper, interviewed men on the South Dakota and pieced together what went on inside the ship after it was hit. His story is one of the most powerful accounts of naval combat in print. Hodgen Othello Patrick, talker on the Big Bastard's Sky Patrol, highest lookout post where the ship took its first hit during the Battle of Savo Island, came as reasonably close to being killed as can be expected of any man. Patrick remembers squaring for battle, and from his high perch seeing the Jap ships come up. He saw the first salvo leave the flagship up ahead. His next recollection is of being thrown against a bulkhead and finding somebody's arm, without a body, across his face. A dead weight lay across his chest, pinning him. "I'm dead," he thought, and the remembrance of it is still clear in his mind. "Here I am dead. This is what it's like to be dead." But the earthly touch of shrapnel in his knee and his hip convinced him that he was still alive. He looked around. The 2 officers lay dead. 7 enlisted men were still. 4 wounded looked at Patrick, not knowing what to do next. Patrick pressed the button on his headset. "Sick bay," he called. "Send help." But no help came. Patrick ordered 2 wounded to go below and then put tourniquets on the other 2, using their own belts. He applied the same treatment to his own leg above the bleeding knee. He hunted a long time for morphine before he found it and divided it with the others. As he was about to take his share of the sedative, he noticed that several of the men he had thought dead were stirring. Without a moment's hesitation, he divided his share among them. Despite his injuries, Patrick found that he could get to his feet. He saw that he could report better while standing, and remained that way until the end of the battle. Afterward, he fell again to the deck, but never stopped his regular reports until he was relieved the next morning. Patrick was the only enlisted man of the crew who was recommended for the Navy Cross. When General Quarters sounded on the Big Bastard, Rufus Mathewson took his post as a talker in the conning tower. "It'll be a pushover," he heard someone say. "Just a bunch of armed transports. We'll knock 'em off like sitting ducks." Mathewson said to himself, "I wish I was home." Hours ticked by. Shortly after midnight, the loudspeaker carried a cold, steady voice from the plot room. Target 20,000 yards, bearing 240 degrees. Target 19,800 yards, bearing 241 degrees. Slowly, the target drew closer. There was a terrific explosion up ahead. Mathewson dashed to one of the slits and felt his stomach drop as he saw a battleship ahead, silhouetted by flame. "Lord, let me out, and I'll change my ways," he said aloud. A direct hit had dissolved one of the American destroyers. Over the lookout's phone came a voice. "Destroyer sinking on our starboard bow." The captain ordered left rudder, and the helmsman swung the wheel. They skirted the destroyer, then came back on their course. From over the phone came the admiral's voice. "Fire when ready." 30 seconds later, shells screamed out. The captain and the navigator were jarred away from their positions at the scopes, but voices came in over the phone. "Right on! The damn thing is dissolved! Looked like a cruiser! That was a battleship!" In rapid succession, Mathewson heard a loud crash, a rolling explosion, and then the searing rattle of metal fragments as they crashed into cables, guns, and superstructure. The ship shrugged, leaned back into a valley of 6- and 8-inch shells that raked through the sky control tower, topmost position on the ship. Quickly, Mathewson called Sky Control on the battle phone. "Patrick, you there?" "Here, but our officers are dead, and all of us are wounded." Mathewson asked for permission to go relieve Patrick, but his request was denied. Mathewson and Patrick were close friends, and now the thought of Patrick lying wounded on Sky Control, beyond the help of anyone, because of fires burning below him, almost brought tears to his eyes. Methodically, Big B went on firing. 6- and 8-inch shell fire peppered the bridge with steel fragments. It was almost impossible for shrapnel to penetrate the armor of the bridge, but the men inside heard one shell smack through the gun director, just aft of the bridge, and then explode against the chart house. Directions for course and bearing stopped coming in. Over the amplifier from the chart house came a voice. "My God, this man's bleeding to death! Send help! Hurry! Please hurry!" Melvin McSpadden, the engine control talker, was first to answer. "Sick bay is on this circuit, and they'll send a doctor. Give us some bearings." "This poor guy's bleeding to death. Have you got any bandages? I can't leave him like this." McSpadden tore down a blackout curtain hanging over one of the slots, stuffed it through the aperture, and shouted to a seaman on the catwalk outside. "Take this to the chart house, quick!" Bat 2, which is the auxiliary control room situated inside the superstructure below the sky control tower, was the hardest hit portion of the ship. One of the talkers in Bat 2 was Tom Page. Page remembers it was a beautiful night. There was a big moon, and it was very warm and quiet. The smell of gardenias was strong off Florida Island. The association of the gardenias with the action that followed caused Page to lose all desire to smell a gardenia again. Over the amplifier came a voice. "Guadalcanal on our starboard hand." Big, vivid flashes lit the sky, some of it gunfire in the distance, some of it lightning. Page sat in a corner on an overturned bucket, feeling comfortable now that the big guns were booming. He noticed that the commander, usually a very nervous man, was very calm. Then he was knocked off his bucket by a shell hit. The molten metal from the shell ran across the floor like lava, and he stepped out of the way. Steam pipes were broken, electrical fires sputtered. Noise and heat from the steam were unbearable. He screamed over the phone to engine control to shut off the auxiliary steam line. During the entire action, one of the lookouts standing by a slot kept repeating in a low voice, "Lord, I'm scared. Nobody has any idea how scared I am. How could anyone be this scared? My God, I'm scared." He said that over and over for about 10 minutes. Nobody thought it was strange. Men began crawling to their feet. Only the noise of the steam escaping could be heard above the gunfire below. Then the gunfire ceased, and within a minute the steam went off. A new noise could be heard now, the moans of the injured and the dying. Pharmacist mates went among them, injecting shots of morphine. At that moment, John P. Buck, the ship's after battery lookout, could see the big 16-inch barrels poked out over the starboard rail. He was lazily watching them when they suddenly fired a salvo with a deafening roar. Buck was picked up bodily and thrown several feet through the air. He heard his helmet fly off and strike a bulkhead 30 feet away, then roll around the floor. The explosion blinded him for about 15 minutes, during which time he groped on the floor and found his helmet. Over 5 miles away, a 14-inch shell came screaming out of the muzzle of a gun on a Jap battleship. Buck first saw it when it was about 2 miles away from him, looming larger and larger as a red dot in the sky. He knew it was going to hit and knelt down. The shell came through at exactly deck level. There was a blinding flash and roar, and shrapnel rained down like cinders. Buck mentally marked turret number 3 off his list, but when he went out to look, he found that the turret was still there, but beside it was a yawning hole in the deck. Looking over the starboard rail, he saw a Jap ship racing up. He reported it, but worriedly wondered how they were ever going to hit it with the after turret almost certainly out of action. Then he heard the secondaries open fire with a staccato bang, 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 finally reaching the ear-splitting regularity of machine gun firing. The after turret, meanwhile, turned slowly toward the approaching ship, now so close that the elevation on the barrels was almost nil. Nobody was more amazed than Buck when the after turret fired. He had no idea it was still in action. Then he saw that the Jap ship had been hit almost point blank by all 3 shells. There was a big flash where the ship had been, and then smoking, bubbling water. The firing stopped, and Buck left to help in the care of the wounded. At sickbay, he found men stretched out on every available table, with doctors and pharmacist mates working over them, while standing in 4 inches of blood and water on the deck. He was sent with a doctor to the top of the superstructure to help the wounded men who had been cut off there. Only Patrick was still there. The doctor stayed with Patrick, giving Buck syrettes of morphine to administer inside the superstructure on the way down. Descending on the inside of the tower, Buck found a man lying on one of the upper levels with one leg shot off. He took out his knife and walked over to a dangling electrical wire, cut it loose, and wrapped it around the injured man's leg. He wrenched loose the shattered rung of a ladder and used it to twist through the wire, making a tourniquet. On the next level down, he felt his feet get tangled in something in the water on the deck. An officer came along with a flashlight, and they discovered that his legs were entwined by someone's insides floating on the water. He kicked himself loose and went down to the main deck, where he saw a man sitting wearily against a bulkhead. "Hey, Mac, are you okay?" asked Buck. No answer came, so Buck asked him again. When he got no answer this time, Buck reached down to feel his pulse. The man was already cold. Buck left and went back to his post. Up above the deck, the wounded Patrick was giving out morphine. Paige was trying hard to keep breathing above the escaping steam, and Buck was trying to recover his sight after being dazed by shell fire. Below decks, in the engine control room, was Chief Yeoman Cheek, reading an old issue of the Reader's Digest. The huge panel of gauges in front of him was functioning perfectly. The engine was at top speed, the boilers were maintaining a magnificent head of steam, and the blowers were keeping the room quite cool and comfortable. When a command came through, Cheek carried it out, then returned to his reading. There was nothing else to do. The noise of the battle was distant and removed, so Cheek kept on reading the Reader's Digest. It was morning when Cheek walked up onto the deck and saw the destruction. Then he realized for the first time how many shells had ripped into the ship during the night. After he saw the damage, he couldn't sleep for 3 days. The Japanese couldn't put the big bastard out of action, and its powerful batteries helped the Washington sink the battleship Kirishima. When that happened, the superior Japanese force withdrew. On the morning of November 15th, American planes, ships, and artillery pounced on the abandoned troop carriers. In this bloodbath, the Japanese were able to land only about 2,000 men. Running in transports under Japanese guns, the Navy, meanwhile, had built up the fighting force on Guadalcanal to over 35,000 men, and many of the steadily outnumbered Japanese were beginning to starve and run short of medicine and ammunition. After the naval battle of Guadalcanal, victory in the Solomons was no longer in doubt. There was plenty of hard fighting ahead. Not until February were the last Japanese cleared out of Guadalcanal, and the fight for New Georgia, Choiseul, and Bougainville in the northern Solomons continued through most of 1943. But the naval losses the enemy suffered in this prolonged campaign constituted a disaster second only to that of Midway. 2 battleships, 23 other warships, 600 aircraft, and almost 2,300 irreplaceable aviators. The United States lost 2 carriers and about as many other combat ships as the Japanese, many of them in the waters between Guadalcanal and Savo Island, called Iron Bottom Sound, for the number of ships sunk there. What went unreported to the American public was the loss of almost 5,000 sailors in some of the most savage naval fighting in history. With the war beginning to go well for the Allies, not only in the South Pacific, but also in French North Africa, where American troops landed in November 1942, and at Stalingrad on the Volga River, where the Red Army was beginning to win one of the most ferociously fought battles of history, the Navy thought it prudent to suppress these grim figures. While mourning the death of his friend Daniel Callahan, Roosevelt announced that the turning point in this war has at last been reached. But before American seamen and airmen gained the upper hand in November, Marines and infantry on Guadalcanal fought a series of survival battles in the malarial jungle and around the grassy perimeter of Henderson Field. Most of General Vandegrift's Marines were fresh-faced, hastily trained recruits who had enlisted right after Pearl Harbor. One of them was Paul Moore, Jr., just out of Yale College. Years later, in an interview, Moore described the making of a Marine on Guadalcanal. "Somebody told me about the Marine Corps. I knew so little about the Marine Corps that I thought it was just like the Navy except you had a prettier uniform. There was a young Marine Corps officer at Yale who drove around the campus with his blues on, in a convertible car with white wall tires, and I thought he was the best thing I'd seen in a long time. I wanted to be just like him, so I enlisted in the Marine Corps." Moore was sent to Quantico for basic training, where, in his words, He made a damn fool of himself. I remember wrestling with the machine gun, trying to take it apart. It suddenly came apart and I hit myself in the forehead and blood streamed out of my head all over the classroom. The lieutenant turned around and said, "There's an example of a man who cannot follow orders." No sympathy. In any case, the first marking period I was 10th from the bottom of the class of 400 and way below qualification level for an officer. I went in to the lieutenant and asked him what I could do about it. He just put his head in his hands and then shook his head and said, "Moore, you just don't look like a Marine, and you never will." Luckily, we went out on the rifle range shortly after, and I did very well at rifle shooting. I'd had a little bit of experience. We used to do it in the Adirondacks, so I did pass and qualify to get my commission. After qualifying as a rifle platoon leader, Moore was sent to the Pacific with 5,000 other Marines in July 1942. They embarked on a converted ocean liner that Moore had recently sailed on first class on a European vacation. When they arrived in Wellington, New Zealand, the locals were happy to see them, but they had some concerns. All of their young men were away fighting in the North African desert, and to have 20,000 Marines piling into a rather old-fashioned Victorian English city with all the young women there, I think made them a little nervous, understandably. So we were given this very elaborate cultural lecture to deliver to our platoons about how conservative English society was. They said, "You never speak to a young woman in New Zealand, whoever she is, without being properly introduced. You don't go out without a chaperone." Well, we landed in New Zealand. I had duty, so I didn't get off for about an hour. By the time I walked up the main street of Wellington, every Marine had a girl on his arm. After a short training stint in New Zealand, Moore's company went to the Fiji Islands for maneuvers. All we had was 1 or 2 days in the Fiji Islands. Then we got back on board, and as we were steaming toward our next destination, they told us our battalion was to join a raider battalion, a battalion of Marines trained for difficult landings in the Pacific, and attack Tulagi, which was a small island across the Gulf from Guadalcanal. The rest of the division disembarked on Guadalcanal. As we went on our way, we were protected by a few destroyers and a couple of cruisers, but each morning as we got up and looked across the sea, we'd see more and more naval vessels. It was the most incredible experience to look out at these battleships, aircraft carriers, destroyers, cruisers, this enormous fleet of, I suppose, 100 ships. It seemed like 1,000. It felt like the Greeks going to Troy. You felt totally invincible. There had been no attack by United States troops before this time. This was the first. The night before the landing, we were anxious and excited and tense. Dawn broke. We got up in the darkness and got ready to go over the side. In those days, before landing craft were equipped with metal ramps on their bows, you went down a sort of landing net, a webbing made out of stout rope which they would otherwise use to load cargo. They'd put these nets over the side, and we'd use them as a rope ladder to go down into the Higgins boats, shallow, draft wooden power boats manufactured by a New Orleans boat builder named Andrew Jackson Higgins. Even with a fairly medium-sized sea, the Higgins boat would go up and down, and the ship would go up and down, and to try to get down that swaying cargo net with about 80 pounds of equipment on your back without killing yourself or getting jammed between the Higgins boat and the ship was quite a stunt. When the signal was given, the Navy ensign in command of the Higgins boat would take off, and the boats would go in a preordained pattern toward the beach. All during this time, from dawn on, The cruisers and destroyers had been shelling the shore. We'd never seen a shot fired in anger before, and we didn't see how any animal, much less any human being, could live under this enormous barrage. Although resistance was strong on Tulagi, Moore did not see any combat. After 2 weeks, his company was sent across Iron Bottom Sound to Guadalcanal. On landing, he was told his best friend from college was one of the first Marines killed on the island. Our outfit was on the move all the time. First, we were moved over to Henderson Field, and then within a few days, there was a counterattack by those Japanese who were still there on so-called Bloody Ridge, where a raider battalion, led by Lieutenant Colonel Merritt Red Mike Edson, was dug in. It was the first big battle of Guadalcanal itself, and our troops resisted it, but the Japs almost broke through to Henderson Field, and so our battalion was rushed up the second night to support this unit. One thing I noticed was the relationship between being in one place and emotional stability. We were always on the move. We never had a chance to really make our foxhole our home. If a Marine can dig his foxhole and dig out a little shelf for his canteen and another little shelf to put a photograph of his girlfriend on, have a little shelter of palm trees to keep the sun off, and make a little home for himself, it makes a tremendous difference to his emotional stability. The second night, the Japanese attacked again, and we were thrown into combat, which merely amounted to holding the line against some fairly light Japanese fire. The strange thing was that after the battle was over, one of my men flipped and went into total hysterics, screaming and yelling in the middle of the night. I didn't know whether a Japanese had snuck through the wire and knifed him to death or what. It turned out this guy went absolutely out of his mind. This kind of thing happened all the time. I had 3 or 4 men who went crazy in my platoon, which was 15%, and this was true of the other platoons in my company. And though it was not a scientific experiment, it seemed to me there was a direct relationship between this and the fact that we were moving all the time. After Bloody Ridge, we were put into another emplacement at the other end of the line. I was in one of the battles at the Matanico River. It was a jungle river about 200 yards wide where it emptied into the bay. The Matanico was outside of our lines, and for a long time there was sort of a seesaw between the Japanese troops and our own. Sometimes the Matanico was ours, sometimes it was theirs. So from time to time, troops would be sent out to try to secure the river. I went out there on patrol, coming at it from inland with our company. I was responsible for leading 700 men single file through this impenetrable jungle with machetes and a compass. When we got within maybe 1/10 of a mile of the coast, we heard this battle going on. Another unit had gone up the beach, tried to cross the Matanico, and was being thrown back by the Japanese. Lieutenant Colonel Louis Chesty Puller, perhaps the most renowned Marine combat leader of the war, was in charge of this operation, and his tactics were to send one platoon after another across a totally exposed sand spit which closed off one end of the river. The order given to each of these platoons was to run across the sand spit until they were opposite the bank, wade across the river, and attack the Japanese battalion, which was dug in with automatic weapons and hand grenades and mortars in the bank. Well, one platoon went over and got annihilated. Another platoon went over and got annihilated. Then another. We were lined up just behind the shore, ready to go. Ours was the 5th platoon to go over, and we all realized it was insane. We heard what had happened to the other platoons. But if you're a Marine, you're ordered across the goddamn beach and you go. So we went, zigzagging and running as best we could so that we couldn't be exposed. and finally we lined up along the ocean side of the sand spit, just peeking over the top, with our weapons trained on the embankment across this little river. The intelligence was that we could wade across. Well, our 2 scouts went out and found the water over their heads. Art Barris, one of my corporals, got to the opposite bank. I remember him holding on to a root, with the bank about a foot over him, and when he turned around, I saw his whole face had been shot away. 2 other guys had been killed at that particular moment, and I went across to get Art. He was swimming, but by that time, I'd called for us to attack. Even though we were swimming, we were told to attack, so we attacked. First of all, I retrieved Art and got him back so that he could get behind the sand spit and be protected until he could be taken to the aid station. Then I turned around to continue swimming across the river with the rest of my platoon. And I remember, this sounds absolutely impossible, but it actually happened, looking up and seeing mortars and hand grenades going over my head, and the water as if it were raining with bullets striking all around us. I guess we got almost to the opposite bank, and at that point realized 2 or 3 people had been killed, 2 or 3 others wounded, and there was just no way we could do it, so I called for retreat. We swam back, and when we got to the bank, I found 2 men who were unconscious on the beach. I and another fellow looked to see how they were, and found out both of them were dead. So we just left them there and ran back to the protection of the sand spit. I remember when I was leaning over trying to bring one of my men to safety, seeing bullet marks in the sand around my feet and thinking, you know, if I get out of this, maybe it means I should do something special. I don't know whether it's superstition or what, but certainly I felt that I had been extremely fortunate and that I was, in a sense, living on borrowed time, and that this was another good reason to give my life to the Lord, and it seemed that being a priest was that way. 4 years after the war, Moore was ordained a priest in the Episcopal Church. In 1972, he was installed as the 13th Bishop of New York. When I got back, I asked if I could see Colonel Puller to report to him what had happened. I wasn't particularly proud of the fact that we had retreated, but it seemed to be the necessary thing to do. Otherwise, we would all have been killed, and the emplacement still would not have been taken. I can still see him. He had a fat belly. He was sitting under a coconut tree. I saluted and told him what had happened, what I saw of the Japanese emplacement. He not only didn't answer me, he didn't even turn his head to speak to me. It's as if I hadn't been there. After a while, I just left. We did not get across the Matanico River at that point. We fell back to our lines on the perimeter of the airfield. We took off the next morning and went up again to the Matanico River, but this time we went across way up in the headwaters where there wasn't any resistance. Morale was very bad, but there was something about Marines. Once we were ordered to attack, we decided we damn well were going to do it. You're very nervous before you go in, of course, like before a football game. But once you get in it, your psyche gets sort of numbed, and therefore you can do acts of bravery, so-called, without necessarily having to be very brave. You just do them because in the excitement of combat, you see this is the thing you're supposed to do, and you do it. It isn't making a decision that requires an enormous amount of courage. Also, once you get into the excitement of the action, you tend to forget about being vulnerable. When the machine gun nest needed to have a hand grenade, I got up and threw the hand grenade, without timidity, though obviously it made me very vulnerable. I'm fairly tall even on my knees, and I got up and threw it, and as I threw it, got shot. I received the Navy Cross for that. but it really wasn't any great act of bravery. Some of the more extraordinary heroic actions that take place in combat, I think, are understandable. You read about them and say, "Oh my God, I would never do that." But when you get in combat, you do it without thinking too much about it. You do it automatically. And the flip side of the coin is brutality, the imperviousness to killing other people, even brutally. Some of the people, I think, become sort of sadistic. Also, the act of being fairly impervious to the death of your colleagues. Not that you don't regret it, and not that you aren't trying to prevent it and care for them, but you don't burst into tears when you see this guy you've worked with for a few months lying there dead. So he's dead. I wonder who I'll get to replace him, to take his place on the line. To get back to the Matanico, although I was shot, I was not unconscious. The bullet came through my chest between two ribs, slightly shattering them, went past my heart, as the doctors later told me, when it must have been on an inbeat instead of an outbeat, and then missed my backbone as it went through the other side of my body about an inch. So it was a very close shave. The air was going in and out of a hole in my lungs. That didn't mean I was finished, but I thought I was dead, going to die right then. I wasn't breathing through my mouth, but through this hole. I felt like a balloon going in and out, going shh. I was thinking to myself, now I'm going to die. At first of all, it's rather absurd for me, considering where I come from, my early expectations of a comfortable life and all the rest. For me to be dying on a jungle island in combat as a Marine, that's not me. Shortly, a wonderful corpsman crawled up and gave me a shot of morphine, and then a couple of other people got a stretcher and started evacuating me. At Henderson Field, they had deep dugouts for the wounded. I spent the night in a dugout. Then the next day I was flown out. That night I'll never forget, because in this dugout, which I remember was about 10 feet deep and about 20 feet square, the wounded were packed just like sardines, and it was terribly hot. There was bad ventilation, terrible smells, and these poor guys were yelling and screaming all night. That was a real horror story. The next morning a plane was able to get in, and they put us aboard and flew us back to Espiritu Santo, a Navy medical hospital. From there, Moore was taken on the hospital ship Solace to Auckland, New Zealand. One problem that historians have in recreating the past is that their readers know how it will turn out, so events often seem inevitable. But they are not. An Allied victory in World War II was not preordained, nor was an American victory at Guadalcanal. If our ships and planes had been routed in the naval battle of Guadalcanal, if we had lost it, our troops on Guadalcanal would have been trapped as were our troops on Bataan. Admiral Bull Halsey wrote later. We could not have reinforced them or relieved them. Archie Vandegrift would have been our skinny Wainwright, and the infamous Death March would have been repeated. We later captured a document which designated the spot where the Japanese commander had planned to accept Archie's surrender. Unobstructed, the enemy would have driven south, cut our supply lines to New Zealand and Australia, and enveloped them. Halsey and the Navy deserve much of the credit for driving the Japanese from Guadalcanal. But in the end, it came down to the men in the mud. They fought two enemies, the jungle and the Japanese. In that unfathomable jungle, a friend of Paul Moore's was shot by one of his own men when his part of the line got lost and doubled back without realizing it. In total darkness, the men would hear strange jungle noises for the first time, Moore recalls. Whether these were birds squawking in the middle of the night or some strange reptiles or frogs, I don't know, but we were terrified by any noise whatsoever, because we'd been told that the Japanese signaled each other in the jungle by imitating bird calls. So we knew we were being surrounded by them, and once in a while our men would fire. We lost 2 or 3 men in the company by that kind of tragic mistake. Other companies suffered losses under similar circumstances. "We were not fully prepared for the mysteries of those jungles," says Guadalcanal veteran Major Carl W. Hoffman. The enemy was the other surprise. Before the war, our instructors used to joke about the fact that the nearsighted Japanese couldn't hit anything on the rifle range, Hoffman remembers. When we got to Guadalcanal, we realized that we'd been too quick to write off these little men. They were courageous, bright, and tenacious, and they could fire their weapons pretty well. The New York Times reporter Hanson Baldwin, who arrived late in the campaign, wrote with grudging respect for the enemy. "The Japanese are full of tricks, deceit, and cunning. The unorthodox is their rule. Hard, ruthless, brave, well-equipped, they are the best jungle fighters in the world. They are good at bird calls and animal cries, which they use at times to cover their rustling progress through the jungle or to distract the Marines' attention. When they want to be, the Japanese jungle fighters can be almost completely noiseless and invisible. Carefully camouflaged, they inch their way through the tall grass or wait motionless and supremely patient for hours, lashed to treetops or almost neck-deep in swamps. And they fought with fanatical courage, tearing out of jungle hideaways in the black of night on screaming bonsai charges. They never stop trying until they are killed or crushed," Baldwin wrote. "The Marines have stopped trying to help the Japanese wounded since the early days of the Guadalcanal fighting, when badly wounded Japanese, playing dead, suddenly flung hand grenades in the faces of hospital corpsmen who were trying to help them. The war in the Pacific is therefore a cold, hard, brutal war. The foe is supremely tough and supremely confident. In order to beat them in jungle fighting, General Vandegrift told Baldwin, 'We shall have to throw away the rule books of war and go back to the French and Indian wars again.' The suicidal bravery of the enemy was incomprehensible to American troops, and their adeptness at jungle warfare was positively terrifying. 'They take to the jungle as if they had been bred there,' wrote reporter John Hersey. This led some American troops to believe that the enemy isn't truly human, but a furtive jungle animal," a Marine remembered. "I wish we were fighting against Germans," said another Marine. "They are human beings like us. But the Japanese are like animals." Most frightening of all was the way the Japanese treated their prisoners. Early in the fighting, a report swept through the American camp of the beheading of several Marine captives. In his novel The Thin Red Line, James Jones probes the reaction of raw recruits to such enemy atrocities. A cold knifing terror in the belly was followed immediately by a rage of anger. There was a storm of promises never to take a prisoner. Many swore they would henceforth coolly and in cold blood shoot down every Japanese who came their way, and preferably in the guts. Beginning at Guadalcanal, the war in the Pacific would be a war without quarter. Prisoners were rarely taken, and atrocities were answered in kind. Marine Donald Fall tells of the moral reversal that began to occur. "On the second day, on Guadalcanal, we captured a big Jap bivouac and found a lot of pictures of Marines that had been cut up and mutilated on Wake Island. The next thing you know, there are Marines walking around with Jap ears stuck on their belts with safety pins. We began to get down to their level." Or as Guadalcanal veteran Orr Marion put it, We learned about savagery from the Japanese. Those bastards had years of on-the-job training. But those 16 to 19-year-old kids we had on the canal were fast learners. Example, on the Matanico riverbank, after a day and night of vicious hand-to-hand attacks, a number of Japs and our guys were killed and wounded. At daybreak, a couple of our kids, bearded, dirty, skinny from hunger, slightly wounded by bayonets, clothes worn and torn, whack off 3 Jap heads and jam them on poles facing the Jap side of the river. Shortly after, the regimental commander comes on the scene. The colonel sees the Jap heads on the poles and says, "Jesus, men, what are you doing? You're acting like animals." A dirty, stinking young kid says, "That's right, Colonel. We are animals. We live like animals. We eat and are treated like animals. What the fuck do you expect?" Marines were told that mutilation was a court-martial offense, but it was hard to take that order seriously when Admiral Halsey was constructing billboards all over the Solomons with this unambiguous message: "Kill Japs, kill Japs, kill more Japs." When we first started out, I held one of our men equal to 3 Japanese. Halsey publicly declared his contempt for the enemy. I now increase this to 20. They are not supermen, although they try to make us believe they are. They are just low monkeys. I say monkeys because I cannot say what I would like to call them. In his deeply personal history of World War II, novelist James Jones writes that the great question of 1942 was, did we have the kind of men who could stand up eyeball to eyeball and whip the Japs? America was a peace-loving nation, had been anti-soldiering and soldiers since the end of World War I, and we were taking on not only the Japs in the Far East, but the Germans in Europe as well. The Japanese, with their warrior code of the Bushi, had been in active combat warfare for 10 years. The Germans almost as long. Could we evolve a soldier, a civilian soldier, who could meet them man to man in the field? Not everyone was sure. As the novelist James A. Michener recalled years later, many observers considered us a lost generation and feared we might collapse if summoned to some crucial battlefield. This was the significance of Guadalcanal. In its green vastness, American boys evolved into the gritty island fighters who were needed to turn back the equally tough Japanese. In 2 night attacks on Henderson Field, one in September, the other in October, the Japanese were thrown back in hellish fighting at bayonet range. In the first attack, Red Mike Edson and 700 Marines, including Paul Moore, held off 3,000 Japanese troops for 2 nights on a small ridge in front of the airport. The enemy made excellent use of the terrain and charged entrenched positions as if impervious to death. 4 of the attackers reached Vandegrift's command tent and killed a Marine sergeant with a sword before they were gunned down. When pinned down by heavy mortar and machine gun fire, Japanese soldiers shouted insults to the Marines to get them to expose themselves. When dawn broke on the 14th of September, over 1,000 Japanese dead and wounded lay in heaps on the blasted slopes that ran up what the Marines would call Edson's Ridge or Bloody Ridge. I hope the Japs will have some respect for American fighting men after this campaign, Edson told John Hersey. I certainly have learned respect for the Japs. What they have done is to take Indian warfare and apply it to the 20th century. They use all the Indian tricks to demoralize their enemy. They're good, all right, but I think we're better. Bloody Ridge caused both sides to bolster reinforcements, and on October 25th, Chesty Puller and a force of Marines and Army infantry made an equally epic stand on the ridge, in darkness and driving rain. In this all-out attack, the Japanese lost over 3,000 seasoned troops and any chance of taking Henderson Field and Guadalcanal. After the September raid, reporter Richard Tregaskis hurried to Red Mike Edson's headquarters to get his story of the battle. He told us about the individual exploits of his men and their collective bravery, but did not mention the fact that he himself had spent the night on the very front line of the knoll, under the heaviest fire. He did not mention it, but the fact was that 2 bullets had actually ripped through his blouse without touching him. Edson and his officers told us some good stories of valor, Tregaskis wrote. The outstanding one was Lewis E. Johnson's. He was hit 3 times in the leg and, at daybreak, placed in the rear of a truck with about a dozen other wounded for evacuation. But as the truck moved down the ridge road, a Jap machine gunner opened up and wounded the driver severely. The truck stopped. Johnson dragged himself into the cab and tried to start the engine. When it wouldn't start, he pulled the truck a distance of about 300 yards over the crest of the ridge. Then he got the engine going and drove to the hospital. Feeling revived, he drove back to the ridge and picked up another load of wounded Marines. Days later, over breakfast, Major Kenneth Bailey, one of the heroes of the ridge, said something to Tregaskis about taking chances in combat. You get to know these kids so well when you're working with them. And they're such swell kids that when it comes to a job that's pretty rugged, you'd rather go yourself than send them. Bailey was killed 3 days later. At Guadalcanal, Bailey's boys fought bravely and better than the enemy, wrote John Hersey. They had shown themselves to be men with the strength and weaknesses of men. That had given me, an unprofessional onlooker, a new faith in our chances of winning the war in the visible future. What turned kids like Paul Moore and James Jones into ruthlessly focused jungle fighters? For Jones, it was the acceptance that you were going to die, that you were written down in the rolls of the already dead. Only when a soldier makes a compact with himself or with fate that he is lost, can he fully function under fire. Then he has nothing further to worry about. Yet strangely, the giving up of hope creates a compensatory kind of hope, Jones adds. Little things become significant. The next meal, the next bottle of booze, the next kiss, the next sunrise, the next full moon, the next bath. When you know you're going to die, every day has a special, bright, delicious, poignant taste to it that normal days in normal times do not have. Another perversity of the human mechanism? At Guadalcanal, both sides fought with desperate determination. Every day I was there, wrote reporter Ira Wolfert, the Jap gave new evidence of his intense willingness to go to any lengths to win, or, if unable to win, to go on fighting until his breath stopped. Wolfert did not see a single Japanese officer taken alive on the island. And the great majority of the few soldier prisoners we have taken have been wounded and in a condition where their minds have not been up to par. There is one thing nobody in the world can be better at than the Japs, he wrote admiringly, and that's in the guts department. And yet the Americans, on land, at sea, and in the air, were licking them. We've shown that we have more military brains than they have, are better at war, all kinds of war, from strangling and knife fighting and head trampling, on up into the complicated mechanized operations of modern battle. Guadalcanal would not be a battle won by heroes. Heroes don't win wars, Wolfert wrote. They help, but the heroes are the exception, and it's the ordinary run-of-the-mill guy who doesn't feel tempted to do more than his share, who has to be relied on to win for our side. Our fellows don't look like actors being brave. They look mostly like fellows working. Nobody looks young in a fight. I've seen lots of 20-year-olds out there in the middle of all that stuff flying around, and some 18-year-olds, but I never saw anybody who looked much under 40 while the fight was going on. That's one way our fellows show what they're up against. The blood in their young faces gets watered with a kind of liquid of fear and takes on that blued-over color of watery milk. Their skin looks cloth-like, with the texture of a rough, wrinkled cloth. Then, when things get really thick, like when fellows start getting hit and dropping and crying out with pain all around you, sometimes the flesh around their mouths starts to shake as if they were whimpering, and their eyes, you can see their eyes coated over with a hot shine as if they were crying. But they go right on doing what they have to do, doing the work of war. It was important that these young fighting men were learning to be tough, because even greater battles lay ahead, Wolfert cautioned. But the people back home would have to be tough as well, able to stand the losses, stand all the terrible sorrow and misery that the dead leave in their wake. Our losses have been very small thus far. That is because we have been on the defensive in the Solomons since the day we took the place. The Japs have had to come after us. Soon we'll have to start north and go in after them. Then our losses are very likely to increase. There are a lot of people better able than I am to guess how the people back home are going to stand up under that. What I can say is how our fighting fellows are going to stand up under it, because I've seen them do it. In December, the 1st Marine Division was pulled out of Guadalcanal. Although the division had been reinforced earlier by Army units, it had done most of the fighting up to then, and the men were tired, sick, and emotionally drained. Almost all of them had malaria, and great numbers of them also had dysentery and dengue breakbone fever, the doctors called. But they had been told that no one would be pulled off the line unless he was a litter case. By the time General Vandegrift turned over command at Guadalcanal to Army Major General Alexander M. Patch, the Japanese High Command had decided that Guadalcanal was a lost cause. Many of his soldiers on the place they called Starvation Island were so undernourished and racked by jungle diseases that their hair and nails had ceased to grow. In the next 2 months, infantry soldiers and remaining Marines, using trained war dogs to seek out the enemy, began a great push westward from Henderson Field that ended when about 11,000 Japanese troops were evacuated by destroyer convoys at Cape Esperance, a Pacific Dunkirk. On February 9, 1943, General Patch sent a radio message to Admiral Halsey. Tokyo Express no longer has terminus on Guadalcanal. Approximately 60,000 Army and Marine Corps ground forces fought on Guadalcanal. Almost 1,600 were killed in combat. Over 4,700 were wounded, and twice that number were evacuated after being struck down by jungle diseases or battle psychosis. The Japanese lost close to 21,000 ground troops, about 2/3 of those who fought on the island. It was the first defeat suffered by the modern Japanese army. Samuel Stavisky, a reporter for the Washington Post, was there for the mop-up, when worn-down American troops went into jungle hellholes to hunt down the Japanese who had not been able to get off the island and refused to surrender. "Killed all the yellow slant-eyed bastards," a Marine announced to no one in particular as he emerged with his death squad from a growth-covered gorge. He said it matter-of-factly, almost wearily, for he and his fellow Marines were too tired and sick to feel any elation in victory. Just then, Stavisky saw 4 skinny, starved, wounded, and unconscious Japs dragged out. The rest were dead, shot, bayoneted, blasted by grenades, rooted out, grubbed out, rubbed out. "It's over, guys," the lieutenant told his men. It was for them, that day, in that place, on that island. But in stopping the Japanese juggernaut at Guadalcanal, these never-to-be-the-same boys had committed themselves and their country to the greatest reconquest effort in all of history. "Great battles," said Winston Churchill, "are those that, won or lost, change the entire course of events, create new standards of values, new moods, new atmospheres in armies and in nations." That was Guadalcanal. Anonymity. 2 weeks after a vicious firefight on Guadalcanal, James Jones was assigned to Graves Registration Detail. His unit was ordered to go up into the hills and dig up the bodies of dead comrades. The dead were from another regiment, so men from my outfit were picked to dig them up. That was how awful the detail was, and they did not want to make it worse by having men dig up the dead of their own. Unfortunately, a man in my outfit on the detail had a brother in the other outfit, and we dug up the man's brother that day. As they dug up the bodies, the officer in charge told them to take 1 dog tag off each man before putting him into a body bag. It was awful work anyway, but these men had been dead for 2 weeks. When we began to dig, each time we opened a hole, a little explosion of smell would burst up out of it, until finally the whole saddle where we were working was covered with it up to about knee-deep. Above the knees it wasn't so bad, but when you had to bend down to search for the dog tag, we took turns doing this. It was like diving down into another element, like water or glue. We found about 4 bodies without dog tags that day. "What will happen to those, sir?" I asked the lieutenant. "They will remain anonymous," he said. "What about the ones with dog tags?" I asked. "Well," he said, "they will be recorded." As Jones wrote later, to accept anonymity, along with all the rest he has to accept, is perhaps the toughest step of all for the combat soldier. It is one of the hardest things about a soldier's life. New Guinea. While the Battle of Guadalcanal still raged, General Douglas MacArthur's forces were fighting an equally ugly war of attrition in the tangled jungles of New Guinea, where the army, not the Marines, ran the campaign and did most of the suffering and dying. In September 1942, after the Japanese failed to take Port Moresby in their forced march over the Owen Stanley Range, MacArthur's troops chased them back over these forbidding mountain jungles toward their bases at Buna and Gona on the north coast of New Guinea. The Australian correspondent George H. Johnston describes the road back over the treacherous Kokoda Trail at the height of the rainy season. The Australians, with American support, led the advance. I may be wrong, for I am no soothsayer, But I have an idea that the name of the Kokoda Trail is going to live in the minds of Australians for generations, just as another name, Gallipoli, lives on as freshly today, 27 years after it first gained significance in Australian minds. The weather is bad, the terrain unbelievably terrible, and the enemy is resisting with stubborn fury that is costing us many men and much time. Against the machine gun nests and mortar pits established on the ragged spurs and steep limestone ridges, our advance each day now is measured in years. Our troops are fighting in the cold mists of an altitude of 6,700 feet, fighting viciously because they have only a mile or two to go before they reach the peak of the pass and will be able to attack downhill, down the north flank of the Owen Stanleys. That means a lot to troops who have climbed every inch of that agonizing track, who have buried so many of their cobbers, mates, and who have seen so many more going back, weak with sickness or mauled by the mortar bombs and the bullets and grenades of the enemy. Men gone from their ranks simply to win back a few hundred yards of this wild, unfriendly, and utterly untamed mountain. Fresh troops are going up the track. The men are bearded to the eyes. Their uniforms are hodgepodges of anything that fits or is warm or affords some protection from the insects. In the green half-light, amid the stink of rotten mud and rotting corpses, with the long line of green-clad Australians climbing wearily along the tunnel of the track, you have a noisome, unforgettable picture of the awful horror of this jungle war. The Japs have made their stand in the toughest area of the pass through the Owen Stanleys, a terrible terrain of thick mountain timber, great rocks drenched in rain, terrifying precipices and chasms. Often the troops have to make painfully slow progress by clawing with hands and feet at slippery rock faces overlooking sheer drops into the jungle. The almost constant rain or mist adds to the perils of sharp limestone ridges, narrow ledges flanked by chasms, slimy rocks, and masses of slow-moving mud. In this territory, the Japanese are fighting with a stubborn tenacity that is almost unbelievable, from an elaborate system of prepared positions along every ridge and spur. Churned up by the troops of both armies, the track itself is now knee-deep in thick black mud. For the last 10 days, no man's clothing has been dry, and they've slept, when sleep was possible, in pouring rain, under sodden blankets. Each man carries all his personal equipment, firearms, ammunition supply, and 5 days' rations. Every hour is a nightmare. The Australians have reconquered the Owen Stanley Range. Today, on November 2nd, 1942, they marched into Kokoda unopposed through lines of excited natives who brought them great baskets of fruit and decked them with flowers. Kokoda, key to the Owen Stanleys, has been abandoned by the Japanese without a fight. The Allies trapped the Japanese at the coastal villages of Buna, Gona, and Sanananda. The Americans under Major General Edwin F. Harding concentrated on Buna, while the Australians moved against Gona and Sanananda. At Buna, the Japanese dug in behind massive camouflaged bunkers, fronted by nearly impassable swamps. Under orders from MacArthur at Port Moresby, Harding's green, poorly equipped infantry regiments, lacking heavy artillery, flamethrowers, or tanks, attacked repeatedly and recklessly and were massacred. With the remaining troops of Harding's 32nd Division near collapse from hunger, fever, and energy-sapping heat, a frustrated MacArthur replaced Harding with Lieutenant General Robert L. Eichelberger. "Bob, I want you to take Buna, or not come back alive," MacArthur told him. When Eichelberger landed near Buna on December 1st, The horrible stink of the coastal swamp told him that he and his army were prisoners of geography. We would never get out unless we fought our way out. The troops were riddled with malaria, dengue fever, tropical dysentery, and were covered with jungle ulcers. But Eichelberger quickly found out that sick men can fight. Eichelberger was an inspirational leader, but his men could never have held on without supplies flown in over the Owen Stanley Range by MacArthur's new Air Force chief, Major General George C. Kenney, one of the greatest air commanders of the war. On December 9th, the Australians broke through and took Gona. Then Eichelberger, with Australian reinforcements, reopened the assault on Buna. It was a sly and sneaky kind of combat, Eichelberger wrote in his memoirs, which never resembled the massive and thunderous operations in Europe, where tank battalions were pitted against tank battalions and armies the size of city populations ponderously moved and maneuvered. The Pacific was a different war. In New Guinea, when the rains came, wounded men might drown before the litter-bearers found them. Many did. No war is a good war, and death ignores geography. But out here I was convinced, as were my soldiers, that death was pleasanter in the temperate zone. In jungle fighting, troops didn't bother to build elaborate trenches. The daily rains would have filled them up, and the fighting was informal, reported Yank correspondent Sergeant Dave Richardson. When Americans, Australians, and Japs clash, no more than a few dozen men on either side are involved. There's none of that dramatic, over-the-top stuff here. Patrols go out every day to feel out the Jap pillboxes and strongpoints. Then stronger forces come in to knock them out, supported by mortar and light artillery. When the pillboxes and machine gun nests are gone, more Yanks and Aussies come in to mop up the snipers and occupy the area. The Yanks, most of them from Wisconsin's thickly wooded country, are beating the Japs with tactics borrowed from America's original fighting men, the Indians. These tactics involved swift, silent movement, sudden thrusts out of jungles. The rifle is the basic weapon. The last fighting around Buna took place in torrential rains that prevented the Japanese from burying their dead. The stench of decomposing bodies stacked in heaps just outside the Japanese lines was overwhelming. "We wondered," said a combat reporter, "how the live Japs had borne it until we discovered they were wearing gas masks as protection against their own dead." On January 2nd, 1943, Buna fell, and 3 weeks later, Sanananda was overrun. The cost of the campaign was high for both sides. The Americans suffered 3,000 casualties, and almost 3 times as many men were treated for serious diseases. Japanese and Australian losses were horrifying. 21,000 Australian troops killed, wounded, or treated for diseases. 13,000 Japanese killed. Eichelberger attributed the victory to sheer stubbornness. "The Japanese morale cracked before ours did." But it cracked only because the besieged enemy ran out of food. The diaries of Japanese soldiers found in the enemy's bunkers and dugouts record the grinding attrition of the battle and slowly changing Japanese perceptions of the American combat soldier. These excerpts, taken from several diaries, follow chronologically the progress of the siege. The enemy has received almost no training. Even though we fire a shot, they present a large portion of their body and look around. Their movements are very slow. The enemy has been repulsed by our keen-eyed snipers. In the jungle, it seems they fire at any sound due to illusion. From sundown until 10 p.m., They fire light machine guns and throw hand grenades recklessly. The enemy has become considerably more accurate in firing. The nature of the enemy is superior, and they excel in firing techniques. Artillery raking the area. We cannot hold out much longer. Our nerves are strained. There is a lack of sleep due to the continuous shelling. Mess gear is gone because of the terrific mortar fire. Everyone is depressed. Nothing we can do. It is only fate that I am alive today. This may be the place where I shall find my death. I will fight to the last. Now we are waiting only for death. Can't anything be done? Please, God. In the final stages of the siege, the hemmed-in Japanese ate the flesh of dead enemy soldiers. When hope ran out, they attacked and died rather than surrender. As an Australian reporter wrote, the battle had to be fought until there was not one Japanese left who was capable of lifting a rifle. Eichelberger had done the impossible, but MacArthur took complete credit for the victory, even though he had never left his headquarters in Port Moresby, 40 minutes away by air. After Buna was taken, Eichelberger wrote with unconcealed wrath, "The great hero went home to Australia without seeing Buna before, during, or after the fight, while permitting press articles from his GHQ to say he was leading his troops in battle." Not long after the war, MacArthur approached Eichelberger and said, "Bob, those were great days when you and I were fighting at Buna, weren't they?" Eichelberger took this as a warning not to disclose that he never went to Buna. Coming just a month before the Japanese evacuation of Guadalcanal, Buna was the first great victory by American ground forces in the Pacific. It gave Kenny air bases from which to attack Japanese strongholds in the region, in preparation for a great push toward Rabaul, the center of Japanese power in the South Pacific. Guadalcanal would be a defensive victory. This was an offensive strike, the beginning of what the troops called the hard way back. For MacArthur, the victory had personal meaning. "The dead of Bataan will rest easier tonight," he told reporters after Buna fell. Africa and the Atlantic. On November 8, 1942, a week before its great naval victory at Guadalcanal, the United States launched its first great land offensive against the German Army. An Anglo-American force, headed by Lieutenant General Dwight D. Eisenhower, landed at Casablanca, on the Atlantic coast of French Morocco, and two other task forces made up of British and American troops landed at Oran and Algiers on the Mediterranean coast of Algeria. Altogether, 65,000 troops were put ashore in a beautifully synchronized amphibious operation. In a gigantic pincer movement, they would pressure Axis troops from the west, while General Bernard Law Montgomery's British Eighth Army, which had just broken through General Erwin Rommel's Africa Corps at El Alamein, barely 60 miles west of Alexandria, Egypt, the gateway to the Suez Canal, came at them from the east. While the converging Allied forces battled the German army in brutal desert warfare, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, together with high-ranking officers of the Anglo-American coalition, met for 10 days at Casablanca to plan future military operations. Roosevelt's chief military advisor, General George Marshall, pushed hard for a 1943 invasion of Northwest Europe, the Second Front that Russian Premier Joseph Stalin claimed he needed to turn back the Nazi invaders. Churchill thought an invasion of northern France was premature. With thousands of landing boats diverted to the Pacific, an adequate invasion fleet had not yet been built. German U-boats were inflicting catastrophic damage on Atlantic convoys headed from America to England and Russia, and the Luftwaffe had air mastery of the skies over Northern Europe. Marshall was persistent, but Britain was then the stronger of the two partners, and Churchill had immense persuasive powers over Roosevelt. The next offensive, it was decided, would be in the Mediterranean the following summer, probably against Sicily and then Italy. As a concession to the Americans and to Admiral King, a larger percentage of the war effort was to be allocated to the Pacific theater. Churchill and Roosevelt also agreed to continue the bombing campaign the Royal Air Force had begun against the cities and industries of the Third Reich, launching a stepped-up, around-the-clock offensive from England by the RAF and the American 8th Air Force, the British bombing at night and the Americans in daylight. At a press conference at the conclusion of the Casablanca Conference, Roosevelt sprang a surprise, announcing that the Allies would demand nothing less from the Axis powers than unconditional surrender. It was apparently a spontaneous statement, but Churchill immediately endorsed it, for the two leaders had recently discussed the idea. This meant nothing at the time, as it was made from a position of military weakness, but it was to have huge consequences later in the war when a fully mobilized America had the unrivaled power in both the Pacific and European theaters to back up its bellicose language. After the disorganized Americans barely stopped an audacious offensive by Rommel near Kasserine Pass, command of the American II Corps was given to General George S. Patton, with General Omar N. Bradley as his deputy. Patton performed a minor miracle, turning the Corps into a crack desert fighting force. Now Montgomery from the south and Patton from the north closed in for the kill, beginning the great push that ended in the annihilation of the Axis forces in North Africa and their surrender on May 3, 1943. All Africa was now cleansed of the Axis stain and restored to Allied control. That May, the Allies won another huge victory, the Battle of the Atlantic, the life-or-death struggle to prevent German U-boats from severing the ocean lifeline between Britain and her allies, as well her fighting forces around the world, including those in Burma, India, and the South Pacific. In 1942, it had looked like the Allies might lose the battle for control of the sea lanes. That year, the U-boats sank over 1,000 Allied ships in the Atlantic at a cost of only 86 submarines. Later that year, however, a brilliant intelligence coup helped change the course of this desperate sea battle and of the war itself. U-boat captains used sophisticated little Enigma machines, each with a complex system of 3 rotors and a typewriter-like keyboard, to encode and decode messages. The Germans were confident this message system could not be compromised. But beginning in 1940, British cryptographers operating out of Bletchley Park, a top-secret facility near Oxford, began using computer-like machines called bombs and Enigma machines and codebooks seized from captured U-boats to break the supposedly unbreakable German naval codes, allowing the British Naval Office to deflect convoys from prowling U-boat wolf packs. The Germans never learned their code was broken, but they kept changing it to ensure its security, making it necessary to continue raiding U-boats to capture Enigma machines and codebooks. All the while, the carnage continued at an alarming rate. Then came the most sudden and dramatic turnaround of World War II. In May 1943, the Allies gained supremacy in the Atlantic, sinking 41 U-boats, more than they had sunk in the first 3 years of the war. Using small escort carriers, fast destroyers, and long-range bombers, and other planes equipped with sophisticated radar and homing torpedoes, Allied hunter-killer teams forced Admiral Karl Dönitz, commander of the German submarine service, to pull his boats from the North Atlantic and put them in safer waters. "We had lost the Battle of the Atlantic," Dönitz privately admitted in May 1943. Black May, the German would call it. From this point on, the Allies would apply ever-growing American industrial might with crushing impact on land, on sea, and in the air. That May, after initial successes unlike any in modern warfare, both Germany and Japan had been stopped. Now the Allies, building up for the kill, would begin the great drives toward Tokyo and Berlin. The age of managerial organizational war was in full flex, James Jones recalls of that May 1943, almost without having realized it had been born. In a dispatch he filed just after Tunisia was won in the spring of 1943, war correspondent Ernie Pyle wrote that there were days in 1942 when he sat alone in his tent and gloomed with the desperate belief that it was actually possible for us to lose this war. The home front didn't seem to be contributing with full energy, and the raw GIs he loved seemed no match for the battle-toughened Germans. But then American production went into high gear. The world's greatest automobile society stopped making cars and transformed its auto plants into production machines for the making of every imaginable instrument of mobile warfare, tanks, planes, ships, landing gear, and mobile artillery that Eisenhower, Patton, MacArthur, Halsey, and Nimitz began using with devastating effect. And after going through the hell of combat initiation, GIs and Marines became calloused, hard-cursing warriors whom their folks back home would hardly have recognized. Apparently, it takes a country like America about 2 years to become wholly at war, Pyle wrote. We had to go through that transition period of letting loose of life as it was, and then live the new war life so long that it finally became the normal life to us. America had finally become a war nation. While Pyle was not sure how it would happen or how long it would take, no longer do I have any doubts at all that we shall win. On Guadalcanal, John Hersey had come to the same conclusion months before this, but neither reporter, embedded with the fighting men he was covering, could give his readers the big picture. Along with Guadalcanal and Buna, El Alamein and Stalingrad, Midway and the Battle of the Atlantic, Tunisia clearly signified to friend and foe alike, Eisenhower wrote later, that the Allied nations were at last upon the march. Chapter 3. Amphibious Advance. The Aleutians. With Guadalcanal secured, the United States sent an Army amphibious force in May 1943 to retake 2 barren islands far to the north, in the Bering Sea sealing grounds off Alaska. During the Battle of Midway, a Japanese diversionary fleet had attacked and occupied Attu and Kiska in the Aleutians, the long string of islands between Asia and the American continent on the roof of the Pacific. This occupation, by which the enemy hoped to block any American assault against the Kuriles and northern Japan, caused a surge of concern in the United States. Alaska and the Pacific Northwest now seemed vulnerable to an enemy invasion. These fears were unfounded, but America wanted to finish the business the Japanese had started, expelling them from U.S. territory. On May 11th, the Army's 7th Infantry Division, which had recently undergone amphibious training, began landing on the forbidding Arctic landscape of Attu. 17 days later, the cornered and starving Japanese, outnumbered 5-1, staged a desperate banzai charge, screaming that they would drink American blood. The few hundred who survived the slaughter pressed hand grenades to their chests and pulled the pins. The Americans buried some 2,400 Japanese and took only 29 prisoners, but they suffered an appalling 1,700 casualties. Attu turned out to be one of the bloodiest island battles of the Pacific War in proportion to the number of men engaged. Time Life correspondent Robert Sherrod was there and saw this primitive man-against-man fighting as an ominous harbinger of the approaching island warfare in the Central Pacific. 3 months later, American and Canadian forces invaded Kiska, but discovered that the entire Japanese garrison had evacuated under the cover of night and heavy fog. A report said they had left only a few dogs and some hot coffee. "What does this mean?" Navy Secretary Frank Knox asked the irascible Admiral Ernest King, who was with him when this report reached Washington. "The Japanese are very clever," replied King. "Their dogs can brew coffee." Rabaul. While this campaign of fog and ice was being fought, General Douglas MacArthur was advancing across the long north coast of New Guinea, an island twice the size of France. At the same time, Bull Halsey's South Pacific Fleet, with Marine and Army amphibious troops, was moving up the long ladder of the Solomons, through New Georgia, Rendova, Munda, and Vella La Vella, toward the northernmost island, Bougainville. The objective of this coordinated offensive, codenamed Cartwheel, was the Japanese air and naval bastion at Rabaul, at the northeastern tip of New Britain, just northwest of Bougainville. In early March 1943, the Japanese had tried to stop MacArthur by landing 7,000 troops from Rabaul on New Guinea's northeastern coast. Land-based American and Australian bombers from George Kenney's 5th Air Force swooped in at mast-high level and in the 3-day Battle of the Bismarck Sea sank 4 Japanese destroyers and all the transports. 3,000 troops drowned or were machine-gunned in the water by PT boats and fighter planes, a reprisal, the men said, for similar atrocities by the enemy. MacArthur would later call this the decisive aerial engagement in his theater of operations. Even the air war was an escalating battle of attrition, one that Japan, with its smaller economy, could not possibly win. In the first 21 months of the war in the South Pacific, the Japanese Navy lost 26,000 warplanes, almost a third of its total force, along with thousands of exquisitely trained pilots. American losses were also heavy, but the U.S. was replacing its flyers and planes at a far quicker rate and doubling and tripling its forces in the region. With the Allies enjoying air superiority, Japanese hopes of holding Papua, the southeastern part of New Guinea, ended. The following month, Admiral Yamamoto launched a last-ditch air attack on American shipping and air bases in the area, but his planes did little damage. In an effort to rally his pilots, the admiral flew to inspect air bases in the Solomons. the Americans broke the Japanese code and, under orders straight from Nimitz, ambushed the plane from the sky, sending it spinning and burning into the jungle. Admiral Minachi Koga, a vastly inferior military strategist, replaced Yamamoto as commander-in-chief of the combined fleet. By mid-September, MacArthur's troops had retaken the small ports of Lae and Salamaua just north of Buna, battling boiling heat, jungle leeches, tropical ulcers, and starving and desperate enemy troops. MacArthur was now nearly halfway up the long northern coast of New Guinea, with the Philippines as his supreme objective. He then swung north and west, landing the 1st Marine Division, veterans of Guadalcanal, in the rain-soaked jungles of Cape Gloucester, at the western tip of New Britain, on the day after Christmas. 1 month later, the Marines seized the airfield there. With that, and Halsey's establishment of airfields in the contested swamps of Bougainville the previous November, Rabaul was caught in the deadly American pincer. Bombers from Bougainville and Cape Gloucester pounded Rabaul relentlessly, destroying most of the planes the Japanese had sent to hold on to its South Pacific Gibraltar. With 100,000 of the Emperor's infantrymen, Rabaul prepared for an invasion, the troops vowing to die in a final fight. They waited for the Americans, but the Americans never came, and this proud and embittered Imperial Guard was forced to live out the entire war in humiliation on the bypassed island fortress. The American High Command decided there was no need to try to take Rabaul in a costly offensive. It had been outflanked and neutralized. As Samuel Eliot Morison noted, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa would have faded to pale pink in comparison with the blood which would have flowed if the Allies had attempted an assault on Fortress Rabaul. At first, MacArthur angrily protested the decision to avoid Rabaul, but this tactic, first employed by Halsey in the Solomons, would become his signature strategy in the South Pacific, a strategy he later claimed to have invented. Instead of hitting Japanese strongholds, he flew over them, letting them die on the vine, saving lives and time. Beginning in the spring of 1944, his forces started that series of leaps along the New Guinea coast, Wewak, Hollandia, Biak, that eventually brought them within striking distance of the Philippines. This leapfrogging movement was one of the most brilliantly conceived offenses of the war, conducted without a major carrier force, with a small air arm and only a minimal number of divisions. "If you force the Japs into a corner," MacArthur explained his thinking to a reporter, "they'll fight viciously to the death. They can live a long time on a little rice and few supplies. Flank them, give them a line of retreat, even though it may lead nowhere, and you have them." After the war, a high Japanese military official declared that MacArthur's offensive was the type of strategy we hated most. MacArthur, he said, with minimum losses, attacked and seized a relatively weak area, constructed airfields, and then proceeded to cut the supply lines to our troops in that area. Our strongholds were gradually starved out. The Japanese army preferred direct frontal assault, after the German fashion, but the Americans flowed into our weaker points and submerged us, just as water seeks the weakest entry to sink a ship. We respected this type of strategy because it gained the most while losing the least. For every one of his men that was killed, MacArthur killed 10 Japanese. 2 roads to Tokyo. New Guinea opened one road to Tokyo, Another was through the vast Central Pacific, the Gilbert, Marshall, Caroline, and Mariana Islands. Clearing this tremendous blue water highway would be the job of the United States Navy, with Marine and Army ground forces. MacArthur pleaded for supreme command of the Pacific Theater and a single offensive led by the Army along the line he had been pursuing. But the Navy was unwilling to risk its big carriers in the treacherous shoals of New Guinea, where they would be exposed to land-based bombers, and Admirals King and Nimitz wanted the war in the Central Pacific to be an entirely Navy affair. Roosevelt, in consultation with his Joint Chiefs of Staff, made the final decision. The offensive against Japan would be twin-pronged and simultaneous, with two separate commanders. MacArthur would continue his drive toward the Philippines, while Nimitz cut across the Central Pacific, capturing strategically important islands all the way to the innermost reaches of the enemy's defensive system. There, airstrips would be built to bomb Japan, and submarine bases would be carved out of coral to house the underwater fleets that would be sent out to decimate enemy shipping, with the aim of cutting off Japan from its resource-rich colonies in the South Pacific. It was a cumbersome command structure and strategy, a compromise between two insistent prima donnas, King and MacArthur, but it turned out to be surprisingly effective. It forced the overextended Japanese to repulse two concurrent though independent offensives, both of them pressed without cease by two of the most aggressive commanders of the war, MacArthur and Nimitz. The Japanese were rendered more vulnerable to this two-pronged strategy by the very scope and magnitude of their stunning opening offensive. In 1942, the Empire's defensive perimeter extended 14,200 miles, a distance equal to over one-half the Earth's circumference. This made it virtually impossible for the fuel-starved Imperial Navy to sufficiently reinforce or supply the nation's distant garrisons or prevent American submarines and planes from disrupting and eventually severing the Empire's far-flung supply lines, along with its economic lifeline to the oil, rubber, rice, and metals of the South Pacific. Both offensives, each conducted in an area larger than the European and Mediterranean theaters combined, would employ amphibious warfare, but with a difference. Distances between neighboring islands were not nearly as great in the Southwest Pacific as they were in the Central Pacific. Employing excellent intelligence, MacArthur's 7th Amphibious Force, commanded by Rear Admiral Daniel Uncle Dan Barbie, the most accomplished amphibious naval commander of the war, preferred surprise landings, usually at night, using newly developed landing craft to ferry troops and heavy armor from shore to shore, with a small fleet of PT boats and destroyers covering the sea lanes and Kenny's land-based planes providing air support. It was a march of the airfields. Once MacArthur and Halsey captured positions in the Solomons or New Guinea, their engineers would cut an airstrip out of tangled jungle and the troops would move under an umbrella of air cover to the next objective. This was trifibious warfare, ground, air, and sea, and it revolutionized the way wars were fought. MacArthur would make headlines in the American press by invidiously comparing the island-hopping strategy of Navy and Marine commanders in the Central Pacific, the application of direct frontal pressure with the consequent heavy casualties, with his own hit 'em where they ain't, let 'em die on the vine strategy. But the geographic and strategic situation in the Central Pacific was vastly different than in MacArthur's theater. Nimitz and the Marines were also committed to trifibious warfare, but they would conduct it in their own way in the wide-open spaces of the Central Pacific, where distances between enemy strongholds were daunting. Great carrier fleets would make these giant leaps, landing troops at daybreak on D-Day on small, hotly defended islands where they expected to be met head-on at the water's edge. These would be high-risk storm landings, usually by Marines, who would apply maximum killing power on a concentrated objective, getting in and out as fast as possible. There would be none of the deliberateness of MacArthur's big unit jungle campaigns, which were conducted either against large land areas with long coastlines, like New Guinea and later the Philippines, or closely grouped islands, like the Solomons, where there was room for surprise and tactical feints, opportunities to hit 'em where they ain't. As a result, almost all of the Allied amphibious landings in the South Pacific were either unopposed or lightly contested. The bigger and unbelievably brutal battles occurred off the beaches in the dense miasmic jungles. The geography of the Central Pacific made amphibious assault almost inevitable. Most of the islands the Americans attacked were too small and isolated for the invading forces to use deception or maneuver, and the assault armadas were so enormous and had to travel such great distances that it was relatively easy for the enemy to track them and read their intent. The only chance of prevailing was to go in straight ahead behind overwhelming naval and air firepower. The small size of these Central Pacific islands was actually a source of enemy strength. Iwo Jima, as Admiral Nimitz pointed out, had no extensive coastline affording to the attackers a choice of numerous landing points where the invading troops would meet little opposition. In an attack against a large landmass such as New Guinea or Normandy, the defender, not knowing where the landing force will strike and not being strong enough to stoutly defend all likely landing beaches, has to leave the coast relatively lightly defended and concentrate most of his forces at a strategic location from which they can be moved against the invader once the main landing place has been located. The attacker can choose the place where he wants to land and achieve tactical surprise, or hit the enemy in a spot where he is weakest. It was different with assaults on small, heavily defended islands, the most difficult of all amphibious operations. As Marine General Vandegrift explained to a United States Senator who was concerned about the high casualties the Marines began to suffer in the Central Pacific in late 1943. The defender can readily diagnose the point of attack, and due to the small distances involved, can concentrate his forces against any landing attempt and pour concentrated fire against the attacker at the moment when, comparatively helpless and exposed, the attacking troops are approaching the beach in small craft. Small coral islands derived additional strength from their surrounding reefs. Until the Navy in 1944 was able to develop amphibious tractors in sufficient numbers and with sufficient firepower to surmount these reefs without taking heavy losses, Marines were forced to disembark from landing craft a good distance offshore and wade in against lethal fire. Losses in such operations were always high, Vandegrift explained, because there are no foxholes offshore. Many of these small, widely separated islands could not be avoided or leapfrogged. They had to be taken to provide air, naval, and supply bases to support the next island campaign, hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles away. Even before the fighting ended, the Seabees, naval construction battalions, would begin building airfields, submarine pens, port facilities, roads, and hospitals an entire island infrastructure garrisoned by support troops, including small numbers of African American Marines. After rest and recuperation, the reassembled strike force would head out for the next storm landing. In the Central Pacific, a Navy-run war, speed was everything. Every island assault bringing the Americans closer to Japanese cities to slaughter from the air and shipping lanes to strangle. These were more than amphibious invasions. They were amphibious assaults, operations in which the invasion was an assault from start to finish, and the Marine Corps was superbly qualified to carry them out. Beginning in the years immediately after World War I, Marine Corps planners had begun searching for a unique mission for the Corps to guarantee its continued existence at a time when Army commanders were claiming that their own troops could easily take over the redundant responsibilities of the Marines. This provoked the Marines, led by Major General Holland Howland Mad Smith, a former Alabama attorney and a combat veteran of World War I, to fashion a new doctrine of warfare, ship-to-shore assaults against heavily defended enemy islands. As early as the 1920s, the United States Navy had expected to fight the next war in the Central Pacific, following a surprise Japanese attack on one of America's island outposts, most likely the Philippines. The Navy's War Plan Orange envisioned the American fleet steaming across the Central Pacific toward the Japanese home islands and bringing on a decisive battle with the Imperial Navy. In this, the Marines saw an opportunity. To navigate the extreme distances of the Central Pacific, the Navy would need island bases currently held by the Japanese. The Marine Corps proposed to invade and secure these far-flung garrisons, using new amphibious tactics it had begun to develop in the 1930s. To the minds of many interwar military leaders, the Marines might as well have proposed to land on the moon, writes historian Ronald H. Spector. While daylight assaults from the sea against fortified beaches were as old as organized warfare, critics argued that modern land-based and air weapons made them unfeasible, almost suicidal. British and French forces had attempted such a landing in 1915 at Gallipoli, in the Dardanelles, to force Turkey out of the war, but the miserably trained, poorly led troops, most of them Australians, were defeated on the beachhead, a military fiasco that almost ended the career of the invasion's architect, Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty. But Marine Corps visionaries, beginning with Major Earl H. Pete Ellis, one of the first to study the operational necessities of a war against Japan, were confident that seaborne assaults against heavily defended beachheads were possible with careful logistical planning, aircraft and submarine reconnaissance, massive air and naval bombardment, close and continuous air support, and new landing craft to put men and arms on the beaches suddenly and in overmastering force. The Marines made pioneering contributions to the technology as well as the theory of amphibious warfare, encouraging the development and mass production of shallow-draft Higgins boats, LCVPs, landing craft vehicle personnel, as well as amphibian tractors, LVTs, landing vehicle tracked, capable of carrying assault troops over the treacherous coral reefs that rimmed the atolls of the Central Pacific. The Army introduced its own amphibian truck, the DUKW, nicknamed Duck. These ungainly-looking six-wheeled workhorses carried supplies, artillery, and ammunition from ship to shore to both Marines and Army infantry, beginning with the invasion of Kwajalein in early 1944. In most Central Pacific operations, amphibian tractors and DUKWs were carried to their launching sites in the bellies of huge shallow draft landing ship tanks, LSTs, where they entered the water through clam-like bow doors. The LVTs were also called Amphtrax or Amtrax, although most Marines called them alligators, the name their inventor, Donald Roebling, had given them. The first LVTs were modified versions of vehicles used by Roebling for hunting trips in the Florida swamplands. They were excruciatingly slow, with a maximum speed of 9 miles per hour on land and 4 in the water. Lightly armored, they were essentially seagoing light trucks. By 1944, improved versions were capable of speeds of 17 to 20 miles per hour on land and 5 to 6 in the surf, which made them still slower than the DUKWs. But unlike the DUKW, the tracked LVT could crawl over almost anything, including, most importantly, the fringing reef of a coral island. By 1944, the greatly improved LVT-A was virtually an amphibious light tank. It had a snub-nosed turret-mounted 75mm howitzer along with 4 machine guns, and its armor could withstand machine gun fire and exploding shell fragments, although not direct artillery hits. Although the Japanese began the war far ahead of the Americans in landing craft design, these and at least a dozen other assault vehicles helped make the U.S. Marine Corps, by 1944, the world's most feared amphibian warriors. By then, they were what Pete Ellis, writing in 1921, had hoped they would become. Not just skilled infantrymen and junglemen, but skilled watermen as well. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, the United States Marine Corps, hamstrung by budgetary restrictions, lacked both the manpower and the landing craft to conduct ambitious amphibious operations. Guadalcanal had been aptly named Operation Shoestring. By late 1943, however, with as many American fighting men, Army, Navy, and Marines deployed against Japan as against Germany, the Marine Corps had the men, equipment, and experience to begin an epic island offensive against history's greatest oceanic empire. And thanks to prescient planners at its Quantico, Virginia training and strategic planning facility, it knew how to do the job. After the war, General Alexander Vandegrift, then the Marine Corps Commandant, claimed that the Marine Corps' greatest contribution to victory was doctrinal. The basic amphibious doctrines which carried Allied troops over every beachhead of World War II had been, he said, largely shaped, often in the face of uninterested or doubting military orthodoxy, by U.S. Marines. Storm landings in the Central Pacific were operations of vast distances, great speed, and terrible striking power. The Navy would spearhead 7 of them, beginning with Tarawa, and the battles would be short, violent, and decisive, battles of a magnitude and ferocity that may never again be seen in this world, writes historian Joseph H. Alexander. For the Japanese Army, these would be fights to the last. There would be nowhere to retreat to and no prospect, as at Guadalcanal, of evacuation. The American armadas covering the invasions would make sure of that. The prodigious expansion of the Pacific Fleet made these lightning landings possible. By late 1943, the United States Navy had grown to the point where it was not only the largest and most powerful in the world, but larger than the combined navies of all other warring powers. 7 new battleships had joined the fleet, mostly to provide ship-to-shore fire. Even more significant was the astonishing growth of the Navy's air arm. The Pacific Fleet added 7 enormous Essex-class carriers and 11 lighter carriers, augmented by numerous escort carriers. The new Essex-class carriers were fast and heavily armed, and each of them was capable of carrying from 80 to 100 aircraft. The most formidable of them, the new F-6F Hellcat, which could outfight the feared Japanese Zero. The ships formed carrier task forces made up of troop transports and amphibious vessels protected by battleships, cruisers, destroyers, submarines, and minesweepers. And each task force had a sea train of fuel, cargo, repair, and hospital vessels that allowed it to operate out of port for as long as 70 days. Carrier groups were refueled every 4 days by oilers, which also brought the mail and the latest movies. Vice Admiral Mark A. Pete Mitcher's Task Force 58, controlling a large part of the fast carriers, each of them carrying 2,600 men, the size of a small town, was alone more powerful than the entire Japanese Navy. Task Force 58 is really something new under the sun, wrote 2 reporters who covered the war in the Pacific. It is so big that one captured Jap pilot said he knew they'd lost the war when he got his first bird's-eye view of its hundreds of ships, from destroyers to huge carriers and 45,000-ton battle wagons spread over 40 square miles of ocean. It is so fast that no pre-Pearl Harbor battleship could keep pace with it, and it is relentless because it never has to go home. Tarawa. Now, this remorselessly modern Navy was ready to strike a series of hard blows in the Central Pacific. The first was aimed at Tarawa in the Gilbert Islands, 2,400 miles west of Hawaii, and at the far end of the defensive perimeter Japan had established to protect its island empire. The landing here was significant both strategically and tactically. Strategically, because it inaugurated America's great ocean-borne amphibious offensive and was the first real test of American amphibious doctrine. Tactically, because it taught valuable and painful lessons in island landing. Tarawa is an atoll, a ring of tiny coral islands that nearly encloses a picture-pretty lagoon. The target on Tarawa was Baishio, its largest island, but only a tiny speck in the vast Pacific, about the size of New York's Central Park. It is less than 2 miles long and little more than 700 yards wide at its center, and it is pancake flat, with no point rising more than a few feet above the surf line. While Marines reduced it and seized its nearly completed airfield, the 27th Army Division would storm lightly defended Makin Atoll, 100 miles to the north. Nimitz placed Raymond Spruance, a hero at Midway and the newly appointed commander of the 5th Fleet, in charge of Operation Galvanic, the invasion of the Gilbert Islands. 35,000 troops and 6,000 vehicles were carried by fast transports protected by the 5th Fleet's 19 carriers, 12 battleships, and a supporting flotilla of cruisers, destroyers, and minesweepers. The entire armada covered 50 square miles of ocean, and a good part of it was committed to Baishio. Baishio was garrisoned by 4,600 men, over half of them Japanese Imperial Marines, volunteers known for their fighting spirit and stoic discipline. These elite troops would be positioned behind the most formidable system of defenses Americans had yet to encounter in the Pacific. The assault force was Major General Julian C. Smith's 2nd Marine Division, half of them veterans of Guadalcanal who had been recuperating from malaria in New Zealand. They were under the overall command of salty-tongued Major General Holland Howland Mad Smith, one of the Marines' chief architects of amphibious warfare, and the commander who would direct almost every major island assault in the Central Pacific. U.S. Marine Corps correspondents described the island garrison their comrades were sent against. The Japanese, over a period of 15 months, did a very sound job in perfecting their defenses for Baishio. They transformed its flat insignificance into one solid islet fortress, which they felt, with considerable justification, would prove impregnable. For its beaches and the reef were lined with obstacles, concrete pyramid-shaped obstructions designed to stop landing boats, tactical wire in long fences, coconut log barricades, mines, and large piles of coral rocks. And for its beach defense, there were numerous weapons: grenades, mortars, rifles, light and heavy machine guns, anti-boat guns, and coast defense guns. The emplacement for these weapons were often 7 feet thick of solid concrete, reinforced by steel, coral sand, and coconut logs. The pillboxes for the automatic weapons, and even the riflemen's pits, were scientifically constructed to withstand heavy bombardment. Around a concrete floor in a 3 to 5 foot excavation was built a 12-inch reinforced concrete wall. Over this were alternate layers of coral sand, coconut logs, and sandbags. The roof was made in the same way, with coral sand covering the entire outside, then tapering off gradually to prevent the casting of shadows, which would show in aerial photographs. In places, the blockhouses were of concrete, with a roof thickness of 5 feet, on top of which were palm tree trunks with a diameter of 18 inches and a final layer of angle irons made of railroad steel. Guarded by these defenses was a landing field, the long, dusty airstrip that gave the Japanese a position of strategic importance in the Central Pacific because it was their nearest point to our travel routes from San Francisco to Hawaii to Australia, and because it was our first major obstruction on the road to Tokyo. In addition to these Japanese-made defenses, there were the barriers and hazards of nature. There was the reef. There were the tides. The Japanese who manned this islet fortress of Baishio were not of the ordinary run. They were all volunteers. They possessed a finer physique and training than any other group in the Emperor's forces. Their rear admiral in command at the atoll, Keiji Shibasaki, is known to have stated that the invading Americans faced certain annihilation for 1,000,000 men could not take Tarawa. The admiral's confidence was based on realism. We were not under-equipped for Tarawa. Offshore stood the mightiest fleet ever assembled up to that time in the Pacific. In the 2 years since Guadalcanal, an amazing variety of special landing craft had been developed to meet the needs of transporting men and material for massive seaborne invasions. Yet Tarawa was a gamble. For the first time in martial history, a seaborne assault upon a heavily defended coral atoll was to be launched. As General Julian Smith told his troops on the eve of D-Day, "We are the first American troops to attack a defended atoll. What we do here will set a standard for all future operations in the Central Pacific area." As Major General Holland Smith said later, after inspecting Shibasaki's fortifications, "The Germans never built anything like this in France. No wonder those bastards were sitting back here laughing at us. They never dreamed the Marines could take this island, and they were laughing at what would happen to us when we tried." On the morning of November 20th, 3 hours before the Marines climbed down the cargo nets and boarded their landing craft, the Navy unleashed a spectacular bombardment, the largest yet of the war. "We will not neutralize, we will not destroy, we will obliterate the defenses of Baishio," declared Rear Admiral Harry W. Hill. "We thought that most of the Japanese would be dead by the time we got on the island," reporter Robert Sherrod recalled. "There was even a debate on the troop transport I was on as to whether or not the Japanese had evacuated the island as they did at Kiska. B-17 pilots who bombed the island the day before reported seeing no signs of life, no return fire, nothing. What we hadn't figured out, of course, was that this was the most heavily defended beach in the world, yard by yard, and that there were an awful lot of Japanese waiting for us." Unknown to the Marines, the naval bombardment failed to destroy the enemy's craftily disguised blockhouses and pillboxes, almost 500 of them. The fleet assaulted the island from its lagoon side, where the defenders least expected it, but the Navy stopped the bombardment 20 minutes before the troops landed because of visibility problems. This gave the Japanese time to switch their mobile defenses from the south or sea beach to the north side of narrow Baishio, turning the dreamy lagoon into a murderous fire zone for their machine guns and mortars. But the most forbidding defense the enemy possessed was the jutting coral reef that extends 300 to 900 yards into the placid blue-green lagoon formed by the atoll. On the morning of the invasion, the tide was unusually low, and the defenders did not believe the invaders could get over it with their heavily loaded Higgins boats. But the Americans had a new weapon that could climb over reefs and operate as an assault vehicle on land. The Americans did not, however, have enough of them, only 125. The first wave of Marines went in on amphibious tractors, LVTs, whose caterpillar tracks could move them through water and over land. They had been used at Guadalcanal, but only to carry supplies, not troops, for they were slow, difficult to steer, and lightly armored. Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, head of the Amphibious Task Force, the force responsible for getting the troops to the target, was against using them, but hot-tempered Howlin' Mad Smith, commander of all American ground troops in the Gilbert's campaign, had insisted, "No LVTs, no operation." The alligators crawled over the wide reef and churned onto the beach, machine guns blazing. The sight of these strange metal monsters that could move across both water and land struck fear into some defenders, but the Japanese quickly recovered and hit the invaders with a crushing crossfire, forcing them to take protection behind a low seawall of coconut logs that ran along the beach. Still, the LVTs delivered 1,500 men to the beaches in the first 15 minutes, with only minor casualties. America's first storm landing was off to a good start. The problem would be maintaining momentum. Almost everyone else coming ashore on D-Day rode in Higgins boats, which were larger and had a deeper draft than the Amtrak's. They needed 4 feet of water to get over the reef, but the tide that day was not accommodating. It was an exceptionally unusual dodging tide that stayed low for the next 30 hours, confounding the predictions of marine intelligence experts that there would be at least 5 feet of water covering the reef. The diesel-powered Higgins boats slammed into the reef and grounded, forcing the Marines to wade into shore in chest-deep water under searing fire. "I couldn't even see the beach because of the tremendous smoke," said Major Michael Ryan. His battalion, like others landing after the first wave, was cut to shreds. It was now 09:20. "Back home," wrote Hanson Baldwin, "the football crowds were gathering. Chickens and turkeys, dressed and ready for Thanksgiving, crowded the markets. On Broadway, Life with Father was in its 5th year, and Oklahoma took the mind off war. But in the bullet-swept lagoon at Basio, young Americans were dying. Marines and the slow-moving alligators returned to the reef to try to ferry in stranded comrades and were blown out of the water, men leaping from them with their clothes aflame. In the distance, I could see the beach, recalled Marine Carl Albrecht. It was lined with Amtrak, all of which appeared to be burning and smoking. The attack appeared to have dissolved in confusion. I was terror-stricken and amazed at the same time. We were Americans and invincible. We had a huge armada of warships and a division of Marines. How could this be happening? I discovered the row of Marines along the beach weren't lying there waiting for orders to move. They were dead. They were dead all over. They appeared to outnumber the living. The pilot of a Navy patrol plane described the scene. The water never seemed clear of tiny men, their rifles over their heads, slowly wading beachward. I wanted to cry. Only at the northwestern tip of Basio did the Marines have any success. There, Major Ryan led ashore survivors of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, after spotting a lone Marine landing through a gap in the Japanese defenses. Ryan took charge of these scattered Marine units and created the only organized fighting force on Basio for a day and a half. He had just 200 men and 2 tanks. Later that morning, Robert Sherrod started in with the 5th Wave. He was part of a small band of civilian and Marine Corps correspondents and cameramen, ranging in age from 17 to 54, who would cover the battle. World War I veteran Kerr Eby, one of America's greatest combat artists, was the oldest man to land on Basio. Harry Jackson, an aspiring sculptor, was the youngest. Sherrod would write a superb book on Tarawa. Kerr Eby would capture the battle's ferocity with his brooding charcoals of anonymous Marines, their helmets hiding their faces, and Staff Sergeant Norman Hatch and a team of Marine Corps photographers headed by Hollywood star Captain Lewis Hayward would produce a film documentary of the fighting that would win an Academy Award. On this morning, all the correspondents and cameramen put themselves in as much danger as any Marine in the assault force. 2 of them would die, and 3 would be wounded or injured. The pilot of Sherrod's landing boat dropped him off near the reef, in neck-deep water. No sooner had we hit the water than the Jap machine guns really opened up on us. It was painfully slow, wading in such deep water, and we had 700 yards to walk slowly into that machine gun fire, looming into larger targets as we rose onto higher ground. I was scared as I had never been scared before. The water was red, recalls Harry Jackson. It takes a lot of blood to make water red. Jackson waded through the lagoon with his buddy Whitey Cronin, a still photographer. A mortar hit and I looked around and said, "Whitey, Whitey, where are you?" There was a Gyrene, Marine, behind me, and he said, "Is this Whitey?" And I looked, and there's Whitey for sure. The whole front of his skull had been blown off, and I looked right into the cave, this incredibly red-black cave of his being. There is no way to describe what one feels in that instant. I was standing shoulder to shoulder with a Marine, and he said to me, "You've been hit." And I looked at him and said, "You are too." When enemy fire took down the Marine next to him, Associated Press photographer Frank Phelan dropped his cameras in the water to help him. Later, he would borrow a camera to take a famous shot of battered Batio. One coxswain went out of his mind. "This is as far as I go," he screamed after running into a hail of bullets. He then dropped the ramp of his Higgins boat, and 20 Marines, loaded down with gear, jumped out and drowned in 15 feet of water. Robert Sherrod's aiming point was a long pier that stretched from the beach to the reef. Its coconut log stanchions offered him some cover. From there he crawled 400 yards to the beach and jumped into a foxhole in the sand. I took my first close look at Batio. From the water's edge to the seawall, there was 20 feet of sand and brown-green coral. These 20 feet were our beachhead. The Japs controlled the rest of the island. He was in a sector of the beach commanded by a big, red-mustached major named Henry Jim Crow. After catching his breath, Sherrod walked over to Crow and asked if he had seen any other war correspondents or photographers. Crow said he hadn't, but unknown to him, sitting in a foxhole not 30 yards away, was Norman Hatch, the only motion picture cameraman on the beach. Hatch had gone into Batio with Crow and become separated from him on the reef. His film footage, along with Sherrod's reporting, would make Crow an American hero. Years later, Staff Sergeant Norman Hatch gave his story of the first day on Tarawa. Back in New Zealand, when I was put in charge of a group of motion picture photographers for the Tarawa engagement, I selected the one man that I wanted to go into the beach with. His name was Jim Crow, and he had been a hero on Guadalcanal. I wanted to go in with him because he was aggressive. Wherever he went, there was bound to be plenty of action to film. I went to see him and said, "Major, I'm a motion picture cameraman, and I'm assigned to go with you in the upcoming engagement." And he barked, "I don't want any goddamn Hollywood Marines with me." I said, "I'm not a Hollywood Marine, I'm a regular. I shot expert with the rifle." I also told him that the film that I would shoot would be as useful to the Marine Corps as the physical combat would be. He looked at me for a minute and said, "You can go, but stay the hell out of my way." When it came time to go in on the Higgins boat, I sat on the engine hatch with him, and he took one look at me and muttered, "Jesus, you're here." He was battalion commander and was not due in until the 5th or 6th wave. His executive officer had gone in with the first wave. As we approached the reef, all the boats were hung up, and Crow looked in toward the beach and saw that his men were packed together against the seawall, with enemy fire and shattered assault craft pinning them into a tiny square of sand and coral. And all of a sudden, Crow yells, "I've got no beachhead!" So he shouts to the coxswain, "Put this goddamn boat in right now. I've got to get in there and straighten out that beach." He was afraid he was losing his beachhead and wouldn't have room for the next companies that were scheduled to come in. There was no water on the reef, and we ran up on it fast and hit it hard, sending everyone flying. Then the coxswain tried to drop the metal ramp of the plywood boat, and it wouldn't go down. It was panic time, for all hell was breaking loose around us, and we were a sitting duck. Crow told everyone to go over the side, and that's not easy to do on an LCVP, especially under the fire with all your battle gear weighing about 60 to 70 pounds. The gunnels are almost shoulder high, and we had to climb over them and drop into water that was about chest level. My assistant, Bill Kelleher, and I had to be very careful. We couldn't get our cameras and film wet. So Kelleher went over the side first, and I loaded him with his cameras and gear, which he carried on his shoulders. Then I went over the side, and one of the boat handlers loaded me with my camera equipment. It was about 400 yards to the beach, and we followed the men who had gotten out of the boat ahead of us. But they were all low in the water. All that was sticking out was their helmets. They looked like a herd of turtles. Nobody was standing up and walking except Kelleher and me. This was my first time in combat, and I could see the bullets hitting in the water all around me, and there was a sniper firing at us from under the pier, and I kept saying to Kelleher, "We gotta stay upright. Don't go down. Don't go under the water." If you ever walk through water, you know what an effort it is, and we were weighted down and were wearing heavy boots. When we got to the beach, I fell into a shell hole and started shooting film. But before I did, I got a sense of what a mess we were in when I looked up and saw a Marine lying right in front of me with his left buttock shot off. All the flesh was exposed and bleeding. My face was about 2 feet away from his wound, and I thought, Jesus, that could be me. While I was lying in that hole, I got a graphic shot of Jim Crow standing up and leaning on an LVT, while everyone around him was sucking sand. He was an inspiration to some mighty scared boys who were hugging that seawall. He was walking around cradling a shotgun in his arm and clenching a cigar in his teeth and barking, "Look, the sons of bitches can't hit me. Why do you think they can hit you? Get moving! Go over that wall and kill some goddamn Japs!" This got people up and moving to establish a perimeter in front of us, some kind of toehold on that beach. But these guys soon got pushed back. There were too many of them and not enough of us, and we couldn't see the bastards. They were dug in like rodents. But Crow had the right idea. Unless we went over that wall, we were going to die. Here we were in this big mess, and all I could think about was getting it on film. It's like your camera is your gun. You have no sense of danger. You block it out. When you're looking through the viewfinder, you're divorced from what's going on around you. What you're doing is looking at a movie out there. That's right. The battle seems like a movie, and your entire intention is to get that movie. Subconsciously, you know guys are shooting at you, but you dismember yourself by looking through that viewfinder. Capturing the story of the battle becomes the most important thing in your life. And I had a big responsibility after all. This was the first time the Marines had made an assault on a fortified beachhead, and I was the only Marine cameraman to get onto the beach that day. The rest couldn't get in until the next day. I had a job to do. If I didn't capture this on film, no one would. A Marine killed on D-Day wrote in the last letter to his wife, "Marines have a way of making you afraid, not of dying, but of not doing your job." As the battle deteriorated, General Julian Smith, on the bridge of the flagship Maryland, radioed General Holland Smith on the battleship Pennsylvania near Macon. He wanted reinforcements, the 6th Marine Regiment, which was being held in reserve, and he ended with the ominous words, "Issue in doubt." The message had been sent after getting word of the situation on Batio from the commander of the assault forces, Colonel David M. Shoup, a bull-necked, profane man who wrote poetry at his private moments and later became Commandant of the Marine Corps. He was awfully nervous about whether we were going to lose the battle or not, Sherrod recalled. But his troops would never have known it. He's one of the reasons the battle was not lost. Directing the fight from an improvised command post right behind a Japanese blockhouse, with the enemy still in it, he was a rock. I can see why he got the Medal of Honor at Tarawa after being wounded and refusing to be evacuated. 5,000 Marines assaulted the beach on D-Day. By midnight, 1,500 of them were dead or badly wounded, making this the bloodiest day up to then in Marine Corps history. This was the crisis moment of the battle, when it could easily have been lost. That night, the Marines were packed so tight on the narrow beach that no one could move without stepping on somebody else. And hanging in the tropical air was the stench of their own dead, piled up behind them on the water's edge. Lots of guys thought they were trapped and doomed. It was like being in the middle of a pool table without any pockets, said one Marine. The men expected a bonsai attack, but Jim Crow told them, "I don't want a single shot fired on the beach tonight, unless the Japs hit us with everything they got." He said if any Japanese came crawling in over the seawall, "Get 'em with your knives." That was because there were so many troops on the beach that if they started firing at enemy infiltrators, they would kill their own comrades. "I remember drifting off to sleep," Hatch recalls, "and in the middle of the night, I heard somebody yelling, 'There's a Jap in here and he's killing people! He's killing the wounded!' I reached for my knife, but all of a sudden the guy yells, 'I've got him!' You know, we probably would have pulled out that night if we could have, because I'm convinced that if the Japanese had been able to mount a force, they would have pushed us right off the beach. I don't think there's anything we could have done about it because we didn't have enough people ashore. They really missed a big chance." For 50 years after the battle, historians surmise that the Japanese did not attack because Admiral Shibasaki's wire communications had been knocked out by the naval bombardment, making it impossible for him to orchestrate a coordinated counterstrike. But recently translated Japanese war records revealed that Shibasaki was killed by the initial naval bombardment, cut down out in the open, with most of his staff while they were moving from one bunker to another. This is why his Imperial Marines were in no position to mount a countercharge. The following morning, Norman Hatch and Robert Sherrod sat at separate spots against the seawall, looking out into the lagoon, one taking notes, the other scanning the action with a camera, recording a slaughter even worse than the one they had just survived. After spending the night in their boats, seasick, wet, and scared, a group of Marine reinforcements started coming in on Higgins' boats, only to smash into the reef and ground. "The Japanese were zeroed in on that reef edge," says Hatch. "It was almost uncanny to watch a ramp go down and a bunch of guys make a surge to come out and a shell explode right in their faces. Boats were blown completely out of the water and bodies were all over the place. If Hollywood tried to duplicate that, it would not be believed." Hundreds of Marines died in the water. It was worse than the first day. Seasick Marines caught on the reef began to be rescued by a Navy salvage boat officer named Edward Heimberger, whom some of them recognized as the movie star Eddie Albert. He was sent out to salvage broken boats, but all he did was salvage Marines. "As I looked around, I saw a lot of men in the water, wounded, so I tried to pick them up," Albert recalled years later. His boat was carrying drums of high-octane gasoline and was taking fire from at least 5 machine gun nests. The bullets were incendiary and armor-piercing, and they came right through the boat and skittered around the floor. Fortunately, somebody was watching over us, and the bullets didn't hit any of those tanks. A group of Marines who were not wounded but had lost their rifles refused Albert's offer to evacuate them. They said, "Take the wounded in." Then they asked Albert if he was coming back. And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Bring some rifles." So I dropped off the wounded on the hospital ship and came back. By that time, they had all been killed. "We were losing until we won," General Julian Smith would say years later. The Marines started winning on the afternoon of the second day, but even on that dismal morning, some things began to go right. It all started when Major Michael Ryan took a ragtag unit of orphans from other battalions and, with the help of 2 tanks and naval gunfire, fought his way down the west coast of the island and captured a large beach called Green Beach. Now, General Julian Smith could land reinforcements securely, along with heavy weapons. While Smith was assembling a landing force of the 6th Marines, the men on the main invasion beaches started to move out over the seawall and take enemy bunkers. As Hatch recalled, the inspiration was Major William Chamberlain. He was an old maid in training and aboard ship, a college professor who was always telling the guys to put on their T-shirts so they wouldn't get sunburned. But on the beach that second day, he was a goddamned wild man, a guy that anybody would follow in combat. Early in the morning, he came over to me and said, "We're going to take that command post," pointing to a monstrous bunker about 40 feet high and on a slope. "Are you interested in coming along and getting some good pictures?" Staff sergeants don't argue with majors, so I told him that sounded like a good idea. He got his junior officers around him in a foxhole and said, "All right, we're going to jump off at 0900 and we're going to go right over the top of that thing and blow them the hell out." Then he told everybody to synchronize their watches just as they do in the movies. "When I give the signal, we're off and running." We were in a foxhole together, and at 0900 sharp, the major gets up and looks at me and says, "Are you ready?" Then he charges out yelling, "Follow me!" We ran right up to the top of that blockhouse. When we got there, I looked around, and it was only the major and me. And there were about a dozen Japanese looking up and wondering what the hell we're doing on top of their command post. I said, "Major, where's your weapon?" And he said, "I gave my carbine to somebody else and I lost my pistol." All I had in my hands were my cameras, so I said, "We'd better get the hell out of here." So we turned and ran down back off the other side and jumped into a foxhole. Then there was a little ass chewing, and he got everybody together again, and they took that blockhouse by dropping charges down the air vents, shooting in fire from flamethrowers, and firing their weapons through the gun slits. After they did that, we waited, and several squads of troops came rushing out to engage us, figuring we were surrounding them. We annihilated them, and I was able to capture this on film. This is where my 45 seconds of fame started, which lasted me 60 years. In the Pacific War, one hardly ever saw the Japanese, and this was the only time we caught a shot of the enemy in some strength, fighting us at point-blank range. After this, the battle became an island-wide search and destroy mission. It was called Blind 'em, Blast 'em, and Burn 'em. That's how Tarawa would be taken, just the way Chamberlain took that big blockhouse. Withering rifle fire drove the Japanese defenders away from their firing slits, so that demolition men could heave TNT satchel charges into the bunkers. Then, Marines carrying napalm tanks on their backs poured fire and flame through the openings, burning up the oxygen inside and suffocating the defenders. The work was done in teams, but one Marine, Scout Sniper William Dean Hawkins, went on a one-man rampage, attacking pillbox after pillbox, crawling up to them in the sand, firing into the gun ports, and tossing grenades inside until he was ripped apart by mortar fire. He was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously, and the airfield at Basio was named Hawkins Field. Some bulldozers and additional light tanks were landed on the afternoon of the second day, when the tide finally rose, and they were used to break the bunkers. The tanks went in close and blasted away. Bulldozers manned by Seabees were brought up to seal the entrances to blockhouses. Gasoline was poured into the vents and ignited with explosives. The charred corpses were not removed. The bulldozers finished the job, entombing the victims under tons of coral and sand. The improved situation is reflected in everyone's face around headquarters, Sherrod wrote in his notebook late that afternoon. The Japs' only chance is our getting soft, as they predicated their whole war on our being too luxury-loving to fight. Of this much I am certain. The Marines are not too soft to fight. More than 3,000 of them are by this time assaulting pillboxes full of the loathsome bugs, digging them out. It is about this time that Shoup sent the fleet his now famous situation report. Casualties, many. Percentage dead, unknown. Combat efficiency, we are winning. On the evening of the second day, the 6th Marines began landing on Green Beach with Mike Ryan's orphans providing cover. They came in across the heavily mined lagoon on rubber rafts, led by Ryan's good friend Major William Jones, the Admiral of the Condom Fleet, his men called him. Beginning at dawn the next day, Jones's men moved slowly, but with violent effect, across the south coast of Baisio, in the wilting heat, reducing one enemy stronghold after another. They took heavy hits from infantry in log and sand forts and from snipers who had tied themselves to the trunks of coconut trees, but they fought like men who were anxious to get it over with, in Sherrod's vivid description. Another battalion landed on Green Beach, and these fresh troops marched through Jones' depleted forces, walking beside medium tanks which bored into the fading Japs. With enemy resistance collapsing, Merritt Red Mike Edson, who had become a Marine Corps legend at Guadalcanal, came in to relieve an exhausted David Shoup as beach commander. With him came more tanks and other heavy armor. The tanks had a field day with the Japs, Sherrod wrote later, and armored half-tracks mounting 75mm guns paraded up and down Baisio all day, pouring high explosives into pillboxes. Observing the progress his Marines were making, Edson smiled and said, "It won't last as long as Guadalcanal." In every part of the island, Marines found Japanese who chose suicide over surrender. The accepted way was to lie down, remove the split-toed jungle shoe from the right foot, put the barrel of an Arisaka rifle in the mouth or up against the forehead, and squeeze the trigger with the big toe. With most of the island under American control, the reporters went out to a transport ship and began writing their stories on typewriters borrowed from the Navy. Less than an hour after they left, the Japanese staged the first of a series of all-night assaults on William Jones's thin front lines, culminating in an early morning banzai charge with the troops screaming, "Marine, you die!" and officers swinging samurai swords. "We're killing them as fast as they come at us, but we can't hold out much longer. We need reinforcements," the company commander pleaded with Jones on the field phone. "We haven't got them," Jones replied. "You've got to hold." Supported by naval guns that fired within 500 yards of the American lines, the Marines locked up in hand-to-hand combat with knives and bayonets. "Everyone got into the fight," said Jones. "It was a madhouse." The next morning, a stunned Marine with bloodshot eyes crawled out of his foxhole, looked at the 300 or so massacred Japanese lying around him, and said, "They told us we had to hold, and by God, we held." Marine veteran William Manchester would write later, "At the time, it was impolitic to pay the slightest tribute to the enemy, and Japanese determination, their refusal to say die, was commonly attributed to fanaticism. In retrospect, it is indistinguishable from heroism. To call it anything less cheapens the victory, for American valor was necessary to defeat it." These desperate attacks hastened the end of what could have been a prolonged battle had the Japanese decided to hold out in their bomb-proof bunkers. "I had a chance to walk the lines in front of my front lines," Major Jones recalls, "and tears came to my eyes because of all the dead Marines mingled with dead Japanese." Marine photographers came up and took moving pictures of the bodies. Then Jones called for the big gallon cans of torpedo juice, straight alcohol used by the Navy as torpedo fuel that a sailor had given him back in New Zealand. "And we opened it up and had a cocktail party in one of the tank traps." The next day, November 23, 1943, the fighting ended. Baishio was declared secured at 13:12 hours on the fourth day. It had been 75 hours and 42 minutes since the Marines had hit the beach. Makin was taken with light casualties on the same day, giving the Americans control of the Gilbert Islands. At Makin, the Navy took most of the losses when the escort carrier Liscombe Bay was torpedoed by an enemy submarine, sending 644 crewmen to their deaths. What they had did not seem like much. "I'm on Tarawa in the midst of the worst destruction I've ever seen," a Marine officer wrote his wife. But as Admiral Nimitz said, they had kicked open the door to the Japanese heartland. Already, Hellcats were landing on Baishio's airstrip, and from there, reconnaissance planes would soon be flying over the Marshall Islands, gathering intelligence for the next storm landing. The Dead of Tarawa. At Tarawa, the Marines and Navy suffered 3,407 casualties. That was nearly 1% of the entire Marine Corps of 390,000 officers and men. Losses were similar at Guadalcanal, but "this was worse than Guadalcanal," said the old Marine raider Evans Carlson as the fighting wound down. "It was the damnedest fight I've seen in 30 years of this business." Tarawa was a horror because the killing was so compressed in time and space. Marines were in Guadalcanal, a much larger island, for 6 months. They were at Tarawa 4 days, and the total acreage of Baishio is only 1/2 square mile. In this compacted space, there were almost 6,000 dead soldiers, enemy and American. In an awful indication of the ferocity of the fighting, burial details were able to identify only half of the 997 dead Marines. The fighting was so brutal and continuous that the men had almost no time to eat or sleep. There was just no way to rest. There was virtually no way to eat. Mostly it was close, hand-to-hand fighting and survival for 3.5 days. It seemed like the longest period of my life, Major Carl Hoffman recalled. At Guadalcanal, the Japanese evacuated their forces when the cause became hopeless. On Baishio, they left crack troops to fight and die. Only 17 Japanese soldiers were captured. It wasn't an American victory. It was a small holocaust. Even the killing ground was massacred. There was nothing left standing on Baishio but the blackened stumps of palm trees and the defiant walls of empty, blown-out blockhouses. The air was still, and the stink of death was in it. When the correspondents came back to Baishio at the end of the fighting, their senses were assaulted. "As I walked up the pier from the comparatively clean-smelling sea, the overwhelming smell of the dead hit me full in the face," Sherrod recalls, "and I vomited a little. By dark, I was used to it again." No picture, he said, could capture the devastation of Baishio. You can't smell pictures. On the final day, Eddie Albert was back in the lagoon, picking up marble white corpses that had been in the water for 2 days. In the heat, they float very quickly in the warm water, and so I picked them up and took them back for a proper burial. When the tide came in, it carried the mangled and swollen bodies of men who had died off the reef. Corpsmen waded in and fished them out of the water and placed them on the sand. Some of the men had been in the water so long their hair had washed off. "I always expected them to lift their heads for air, but they never did," said one Marine. The bodies were placed in a long line on the sand. Nearby, a man in a bulldozer prepared a large trench. The uncovered bodies were placed in it, and a chaplain performed the last rites. The bulldozer pushed some more dirt in the Marines' faces, and that is all there is to it. Then the bulldozer starts digging a second trench. It was high tide. Watching the water splash against the seawall to a depth of 3 feet, carrying the dead who were on the beach to the seawall itself, where they floated grotesquely, it struck Sherrod that the death tide of Tarawa might have saved more Marines than it killed. If the tide had come in earlier, the invaders would not have had a beachhead on D-Day. They would have had to go over the seawall and into killing fire, or else back into the lagoon. When the battle was over, Sherrod walked the island's perimeter, recording what he saw in his notebook. "Batia would be more habitable," he wrote, "if the Marines could leave for a few days and send 1,000,000 buzzards in." Meeting up with a group of generals who had come on the island to assess the damage, he spotted something that ennobled all this human savagery. It was a dead Marine leaning forward against the seawall, with one upraised arm on it, supporting his body. Just beyond his hand, on the top of the wall, was a blue and white flag, a beach marker to designate the spot where his assault wave was to land. Looking at it, General Holland Smith said, "How can men like that ever be defeated?" Sherrod would say later, "If we ever fought a battle in which courage was the dominant factor, it was at Tawara." When the Marines left the island, William Jones and his men had to stay behind to bury the Japanese who had killed so many of their friends. They buried them as their fellow Marines had been originally buried, in big trenches, the bodies stacked like the coconut logs of the Batia fortifications. "Then we unburied our dead," Jones recalls, "and put them on a ship to take them back to Honolulu. After the war, the Japanese came back and removed their dead for proper burial." Robert Sherrod left Tarawa convinced of something people back home did not want to hear, that there was no way to defeat the enemy except by extermination. In late 1943, when American production began to reach its fabulous potential, a lot of Americans expected the war to end soon, brought to a sudden conclusion by fire from the sky. We would bomb Germany and Japan back to the Stone Age. Close combat would be unnecessary. Tarawa put the lie to this. The road from Tarawa to Tokyo would be one of the bloodiest campaigns in all of history, and every fight would be to the death. There would be no more enemy evacuations as at Kiska and Guadalcanal, a chilling thing to contemplate. When I told my mother what the war was really like and how long it was going to take, she sat down and cried, said a bomber pilot who returned home from the Pacific in 1943. She didn't know we were just beginning to fight the Japs. But how was this to be made known to the American public? Sherrod and a number of others who covered the war believed the American people were being lied to. There were combat correspondents who filed unvarnished reports, but government censors and cooperating news agencies rewrote them, playing up the positive and shielding the public from the bloody harvest of the war. After Tarawa, Sherrod returned to an America that was not prepared psychologically, he wrote, to accept the cruel facts of war. Sherrod's stories in Time and Life gave the double-barreled bad news of Tarawa's butcher's bill and the certainty of higher costs to come. But it was the visual evidence that really struck home. Since World War I, the government had prohibited the media from showing pictures of dead American soldiers, even of bodies covered with blankets. This changed 2 months before Tarawa, when the head of the newly created Office of War Information, Elmer Davis, the Mount Everest of radio news commentators, asked President Roosevelt to lift the ban on the publication of photographs of dead American soldiers. The public, Davis insisted, had a right to be truthfully informed about the war, subject to restraints dictated by military security. Roosevelt relented, and Life magazine led the way, publishing a photograph by George Strock of 3 dead American soldiers lying on a desolate beach at Buna. This provoked tremendous controversy, and readers and other news writers assailed Life for giving people more of the war than they could take, or for engaging in morbid sensationalism. This was the situation when Norman Hatch returned from Tarawa with 3,700 feet of film. The Marines had imposed no censorship restrictions on photographers and correspondents at Basio. They had been free to document the battle as they witnessed it. Still, Hatch expected to run into trouble with the military censors. He was shocked when the Navy released all of his film to the newsreels. Theaters across the country began showing the first unrestricted combat shots that the American public had ever seen, and Hatch's name was put on the marquees. Hatch's footage was also used in a color-tinted documentary film the Marine Corps produced for general distribution. But the film, with the Marines at Tarawa, could not be released without Roosevelt's approval. The president was in a quandary. Photographs of the carnage at Tarawa had already appeared in the press, along with a statement from Holland Smith that Tarawa was taken only because of the willingness of the assault forces to die. This caused a storm of outrage, as did the release of the casualty lists. Why, people wondered, had American boys paid such a frightful price to take an obscure stand of coral that should have been blasted into oblivion? Was this some horrible intelligence blunder by the Navy? Some congressmen called for a special investigation, and Nimitz's office was flooded by mail from mothers who accused him of killing their sons. Roosevelt had heard that the Tarawa film was graphic and wondered if the public was ready for it. On the other hand, the war bond drive was flagging, and a film like this, showing what America was up against in the Pacific, might give it a boost. Robert Sherrod helped the president make up his mind, as he recounted years later. I was told about this Tarawa film and allowed to see the rough cuts before it was edited, and they were pretty raw, pretty bloody. People didn't know the war was that bad. I went to one of Roosevelt's press conferences and stayed afterward and had a chat with him, as I had done before many times during the war. He had been in Tehran meeting with Stalin and Churchill at the time of the Tarawa battle, and they hadn't told him a great deal about it apparently, because he said to me, "Why didn't they use the battleship shells to blow up the island?" and I told him they had used the battleship shells. They used everything they had. Then the president said, "What about that movie they shot? I hear it's pretty raw, pretty rugged." "Yes, sir," I said. "That's the way it is out there." And I recommended that he release it. The movie was shown, not the rawest part, but enough to indicate that this is going to be a hard war to finish fighting in the next 2 years. After it was released, I saw the Chief of Public Relations at Marine Corps headquarters, and he said, "What were the consequences of releasing that film? Enlistments fell off 35%. But war bond sales increased dramatically. The film won an Oscar in 1944 for Best Documentary, and the wide-angle photograph that Frank Filan shot on the first day from the beach, Tarawa Island, won a Pulitzer Prize. Like Matthew Brady's Civil War exhibition, The Dead of Antietam, the film and photographs of Tarawa showed Americans on the home front a war they had not yet seen. In doing this, they helped strengthen public resolve for even grimmer struggles ahead. "We must steel ourselves now," the New York Times warned, "to pay the price." Tarawa, the first great test of marine amphibious assault doctrine, rewrote the book on storm landings, pointing up the need for greater and more accurate naval gunfire and air bombardment, for frogmen and underwater demolition teams to clear obstacles and scout beaches and tides, for more and better armed amphibious assault vehicles. But the principal weapon on Tarawa needed no improving: a Marine waiting ashore with his rifle at the ready. Tarawa was the culmination of almost 2 decades of Navy and Marine Corps amphibious planning. "At Tarawa," wrote General A. Van de Grift, "we validated the principle of the amphibious assault, a tactic proclaimed impossible by many military experts. Hereafter, no matter what the strength of the enemy's bastion, he could never feel secure. This was the real lesson of Tarawa." Chapter 4. Saipan, Italy. While American Marines were storming the beaches of Bacio in late November 1943, Ernie Pyle's foot-slogging infantry was fighting the mud, the snow, and the Germans in the forbidding mountains of central Italy, in a campaign that was as abysmally planned and ferociously fought as Tarawa. It was a campaign that had begun in controversy the previous summer. With North Africa cleared and control of the waters of the Mediterranean assured in the late spring of 1942, the Allies prepared the first blow against Europe. The objective was not northern France, as the Americans had hoped, but what Churchill called Europe's soft underbelly. Sicily was the first target. One of the principal objectives of the Italian campaign would be to bring down the weakened regime of dictator Benito Mussolini, taking one of the 3 main Axis partners out of the war. The airfields at Foggia, in southwest Italy, would also enable Allied air forces to reach southern Germany and the vast oil fields of Romania, Hitler's chief source of crude oil. And an Allied offensive in Italy would force Hitler to divert combat divisions from the Russian front, relieving the pressure on Stalin's Red Army, which was bearing the overwhelming burden of the land war against Germany. The Italian campaign, which began with the invasion of Sicily from bases in North Africa in July 1943, achieved every one of these objectives, but at a terrible cost in lives. Italy also siphoned off men and resources that could have been used in the Pacific to hasten the surrender of Japan. After taking Sicily, the Allied High Command was convinced that the Germans would not commit to an all-out fight in Italy because of long supply lines and British-American mastery of the air in the Mediterranean basin. But when Mussolini was ousted in a palace coup and the new government signed an armistice with the Allies, an infuriated Hitler disarmed the Italian army, shipped off 600,000 Italian troops to slave labor camps in Germany, rescued Mussolini from his Italian captors in a daring airborne raid on a mountaintop hotel, and poured in massive reinforcements. The Germans held on for over 500 days, fighting a brilliant defensive campaign, not surrendering until May 2, 1945, the day the Berlin garrison capitulated, effectively ending the war in Europe. The Italian campaign was, in reporter Robert Cappa's words, a nightmare of mud, misery, and death. It was the longest campaign fought by the Western Allies and a horrid throwback to the useless bloodletting of World War I. The Allies would suffer 312,000 casualties, 188,000 of them Americans. The Germans would lose 435,000 men. But the largest loser was Italy itself. Museums, archives, cathedrals, archaeological treasures, and ancient monasteries were blasted and burned, and hundreds of towns were pulverized beyond recognition, their half-starved survivors turned into war-shocked refugees. The Allied forces invaded Italy on September 3, 1943. British General Bernard Montgomery's Eighth Army crossed the Strait of Messina from northern Sicily and advanced up the toe of the Italian boot, hoping to draw German troops away from the main invasion force, which was to land 6 days later at Salerno, just south of Naples. Lieutenant General Mark Clark's Fifth Army, a multinational force made up of troops from nearly every Allied nation, with Americans predominating, would make that landing. Montgomery was to push up from the south and link up with him. The plan unraveled when Field Marshal Albert Kesselring guessed exactly where the Allies would land and was waiting for them in the hills overlooking the beachhead. And Montgomery was not there to help. He had been held up by German engineers who were blowing up mountain roads and bridges along his tortuous line of advance. On September 12th, Kesselring made a slashing counteroffensive. When his panzer divisions smashed through the American lines, Clark considered calling in the Navy and evacuating the entire invasion force. But the Germans ran into overwhelming American artillery fire, causing them to pull back temporarily. Clark then got support from Allied air power and Navy ship-to-shore fire, and from the 82nd Airborne Division, which made a perilous night drop on the beach. By September 15th, the counterattack had lost its force, and the Germans began an orderly withdrawal to the north. Clark's Fifth Army joined with Montgomery's Eighth coming up from the south and pursued them. It had been a close call. Of all the American amphibious landings of the war, this one and Tarawa came nearest to failing. The Allies entered Naples on October 7th, but the campaign turned into a bloody stalemate when the Germans retired to strong defenses in the mountains of central Italy. Between Naples and Rome, Mr. Winston Churchill's soft underbelly of Europe was pregnant with hard mountains and well-placed German machine guns, wrote Robert Capa. The valleys between the mountains were soon filled with hospitals and cemeteries. By this time, Generals Montgomery, Patton, and Eisenhower had gone to England to prepare for the cross-channel invasion, taking with them troops and military equipment that were desperately needed in Italy's murderous mountain combat. Relegated to a secondary role in the big strategic picture, Clark's men slogged ahead, wet, tired, and miserable, fighting on ridges of solid rock, where army mules were more valuable than jeeps and tanks. The Marshalls and the South Pacific. As Mark Clark's troops were battling the Germans in the rugged mountains south of Rome, halfway across the world, calm, colorless Chester Nimitz was preparing to move on the Marshall Islands, only 2 months after taking Tarawa. This would be the necessary prelude to the decisive event in Nimitz's sweeping Central Pacific offensive, the invasion and conquest of Saipan, as important to victory over Japan as the Normandy invasion was to victory over Germany. The invasions took place within 9 days of each other and inaugurated a year of unprecedented carnage for Americans. And in the Pacific, barbaric fighting fueled by racism and revenge. The final year of the war in the Pacific would be a death embrace with an enemy determined never to surrender. The Marshalls lay 500 miles north of Tarawa and about 1,000 miles east of the Japanese naval base on the island of Truk. Kwajalein Atoll, at the center of the Marshall Chain, was the main invasion target. Applying lessons learned at Tarawa, the Americans used underwater demolition teams to destroy mines and beach obstacles and seized 2 nearby islets, placing heavy artillery on them, which, along with Navy ships and planes, pounded the world's largest coral atoll into rubble. Only then did the 4th Marine Division, seeing its first combat duty as a unit, and the Army's 7th Infantry Division, amphibian veterans of the Aleutian Campaign, land on February 1st. The Marines went after the Japanese supply complex and airfield on the twin islands of Roy and Namur, at the northern end of the atoll, and the Army stormed Kwajalein, the main islet of the atoll. This time, the first wave of troops advanced to the beaches behind armored amphibious tractors equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers, and every troop-laden tractor had machine guns as well. The Japanese fought with predictable fury, suffering a casualty rate of over 98%, but by the 4th day, in a masterfully executed operation, Kwajalein Atoll was secured at a cost of 800 American lives out of an assault force of 53,000. Eniwetok Atoll, 326 miles to the west, was taken several weeks later, before the Japanese had time to build a formidable defense. Nimitz's swift victories in the Marshalls and the Gilberts were made possible by the pressure of MacArthur's advance in northern New Guinea and the Solomons, which drew the Japanese fleet away from the Central Pacific just before the invasion of Tarawa. This was an unexpected dividend of the divided American command structure in the Pacific. In the steaming jungles of the South Pacific, at New Georgia, Bougainville, Biak, and other places, American and Australian forces fought small, desperate battles of annihilation as savage as Tarawa and in even viler terrain and weather. There were no cities or even large towns, only small, isolated settlements. Maps were primitive or non-existent, and there was not a single decent road in all of New Guinea and the Solomons, where the combined wartime population barely reached 2.5 million. And because it was so difficult to see the enemy in the dark enclosing jungle, or to move heavy military equipment through its wretched terrain. Most fighting was at close quarter. In no theater of war during the 20th century did infantry experience as much combat at point-blank range as they found in the South Pacific, writes historian Eric Bergerud. The jungle itself caused as much human harm as the enemy. The pitiless heat and suffocating humidity broke the spirits and stamina of strong men. Fetid tidal swamps, thick with crocodiles, were breeding basins for mosquito-borne diseases, and the high interwoven canopy of forest growth, great trees that seemed to reach to the sky, shut out the light, casting men into a perpetual darkness that drove some of them crazy. Soldiers and Marines went for weeks without seeing either the sun or the stars, and everywhere there was the smell of death and decay from rotting bodies and vegetation. In the jungle, we were enveloped by a matted, tangled tree canopy 200 feet or so up. An Australian soldier described the upland jungle of Papua. Thorn vines descended. Beneath us on the track was a slimy ooze of stinking death. The smell of bodies from both sides decaying just below fungus level. Buried just to the side of the track, they leaked their filth into the mash of mud and millions of years-old root systems that covered the ground. It drove some of our less strong soldiers to total nervous breakdown and weeping frustration. Then there were the incessant rains. The swamp and mud were knee-deep at times. Marine Charles Meacham recalls of his service on Bougainville. On occasion, when we were, quote, sleeping at night, sometimes we'd have to hold our buddy's head up in our lap as he slept because you were floating in mud and water. When it came your time to sleep, he'd hold your head up. In this terrain, and under these conditions, opposing armies fought the most savage light infantry war ever waged by modern industrial nations, a war without rules or restraint, one in which the Japanese suffered even more than Allied soldiers. With their supply lines severed by American air and naval power, they died in staggering numbers from disease and starvation. With death upon them, some desperate men resorted to cannibalism. There was absolutely nothing to eat, and so we decided to draw lots, recalled a Japanese army lieutenant. But the one who lost started to run away, so we shot him. He was eaten. All we dreamed about was food. I met some soldiers in the mountains who were carrying baked human arms and legs. It was not guerrillas, but our own soldiers who we were frightened of. Moving into a position evacuated by the enemy on Numfor Island, off the coast of northern New Guinea, Chester Nickham, of the 503rd Parachute Infantry Regiment, spotted the body of his company's scout lying on the ground. It had been carved as though he were a piece of beef. All the flesh was gone from his legs, buttocks, and chest, and his heart and kidneys were missing. We had no doubt that they were eating our dead. We vowed right then never to take another prisoner. The greater the desperation of the enemy, the more dangerous he became in the eyes of American soldiers who lived in terrible fear of Japanese night attacks on their positions. Private First Class David C. Crushell was at Itapi on the northern coast of New Guinea when a Japanese soldier crept into the headquarters for his regiment and decapitated a radio operator with a sword blow. The next night, Crushell was sleeping in a hammock strung between two towering coconut trees when he was awakened by a sharp pain in his legs. I thought I had lost my legs because I figured a Jap had come up with his sword and chopped my legs off at the knees. I lay there scared to death, afraid to move. I didn't want him to swing again. Then the numbness wore off, and I was able to reach down and feel that I had legs. I didn't know what happened, but you didn't dare to get out of where you slept. If you got up and moved around, you got shot. So there was nothing I could do but wait till morning. When I got up the next morning, here's this coconut lying right across the top of my shins. The Marianas. Control of the Gilberts and Marshalls, and shortly after, the Admiralty Islands to the west, just north of Rabaul, which were seized by MacArthur's forces, enabled Task Force 58, the striking arm of Admiral Raymond Spruance's Fifth Fleet, to deliver devastating blows at Japanese air and naval bases in the area. In mid-February, Admiral Mark Mitcher's air fleet destroyed over 200 planes and sank 200,000 tons of merchant shipping in 2 days of non-stop raids on Truk. With Truk neutralized, as Rabaul had been, Task Force 58 steamed with impunity into the waters of the Marianas, only 1,300 miles from Tokyo. "The Marianas are the key of the situation," Admiral King declared, "because of their location on the Japanese line of communications between the home islands and the Empire." King and Nimitz were convinced that Japan could be brought down by economic strangulation. American naval bases in the Marianas would quicken the inevitable, depriving Japan of the oil, rubber, rice, iron, and other commodities essential to wage modern warfare. General Henry Harold Hap Arnold, commander of the Army Air Forces, had another idea. The Air Force would defeat Japan as it expected to defeat Germany, with long-range strategic bombing, the executing instrument a fearsome weapon just off the assembly line. The B-29 Superfortress, the world's first intercontinental bomber. The air barons had originally intended to deploy these superforts almost exclusively from bases in China, but Chiang Kai-shek's inability to contain Japanese incursions in the area of the airfields made the Marianas a better location. From long island airstrips, American bombers could, in the words of George Marshall, set the paper cities of Japan on fire. With the capture of the Marianas, the Navy and Air Force together could apply overwhelming power, making a costly land invasion of the home islands unnecessary, in the opinion of both Nimitz and Arnold. 3 tremendous weapons of war, the aircraft carrier, the long-range submarine, and the superfortress, would finish off the enemy by blockade and bombardment. But as journalist Robert Sherrod wrote, "No man who saw Tarawa would agree that all the American steel was in the guns and bombs. There was a lot, also, in the hearts of the men who stormed the beaches." With the capture of the Marshalls, the War of the Coral Atolls ended. "We are through with the flat atolls," declared General Holland Smith. "Now we are up against mountains and caves where the Japs could really dig in. A week from now there will be a lot of dead Marines." The principal targets in the Marianas, Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, were large volcanic islands with developed infrastructures of sugar plantations and towns. Tinian was relatively flat, but Saipan and Guam, which had been an American possession since the 1880s, had a varied, luxuriant topography, much like Hawaii's, with flat sugarcane fields, precipitous cliffs, jungle-carpeted mountains, and big, raw-boned valleys. Unlike Tarawa, all 3 islands had sizable native populations. On Saipan, mostly Japanese immigrants, but like Tarawa, all were strongly defended, especially Saipan. It was Tojo's Pacific bastion, and he assured the emperor it was invincible. There were nearly 40,000 Japanese troops on Saipan, about 6,000 of them Marines under the command of Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, the hero of Pearl Harbor, who had been sent to the Marianas after being disgraced at Midway. The island's army commander, Lieutenant General Yoshitsugu Saito, was under orders from Tokyo to hold Saipan until the Imperial fleet arrived from the Philippines, with the intention of driving off and destroying the American carrier force. Saito had every muzzle trained on the reef the Americans would come over. The island's defense system, however, was not nearly as formidable as it could have been. American submarines had been conducting an effective interdiction campaign against supply and troop transports headed for Saipan, sinking ships laden with men and tanks, cement and steel. After Saipan was taken, a Japanese prisoner claimed that if the American assault had come 3 months later, the island would have been impregnable. When Mark Mitcher's Task Force 58 sailed from Majuro in the Marshall Islands to launch the Marianas operation, it took nearly 5 hours to clear the lagoon. The armada of 800 ships, nearly 1,000 planes, 100,000 sailors and aviators, and 127,000 troops, 2/3 of them Marines, would be almost as large as the one assembled for the Normandy D-Day landings. I was at sea on an amphibious assault vehicle on the 7th of June when word reached us of the Allied landing at Normandy, recalls Marine Officer Edwin Simmons. From the deck, as far as I could see, were the gray shapes of hundreds of Navy ships plodding in convoy toward their targets in the Marianas. I had a realization then of the overwhelming strength of our country, that we could do this at the same time that we were landing at Normandy and reopening a front in Europe. The Joint Expeditionary Force was under the command of Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, nicknamed Terrible Turner for his volcanic temper. This was his 5th major amphibious operation, going back to Guadalcanal. The expeditionary troops were under General Holland Howland Mad Smith, who, while perhaps not as brilliant as Turner, was equally irascible. The two men struck sparks like flint against steel, Simmons says, but their partnership, though stormy, spelled hell in bold red letters for the Japanese. There was a thunderous preliminary bombardment, but naval guns were unable to destroy vital targets on the large mountainous island, where the enemy hid in caves and spider holes. As Admiral Nimitz said later, "The enemy met the assault operations with pointless bravery, inhuman tenacity, cave fighting, and the will to lose hard." Here, unlike Tarawa, the reef would not be a problem. Underwater demolition teams had scouted the conditions of the reef, the currents, and the beach, and had blown up concrete and steel landing obstacles, taking 16 casualties in this perilous operation. On the clear, windless morning of June 15th, strong surf pounded over the reef, its sound blocked out by the rumbling of the big battleship guns. Over the loudspeaker of the transport that carried Robert Sherrod to yet another Pacific D-Day came the chaplain's voice. "With the help of God, we will succeed. Most of you will return, but some of you will meet the God who made you. Repent your sins." When they heard this, more than a few men winced. After the signal went up from the flagship, over 700 alligators, LVTs, went tearing ashore, 96 abreast in every wave, many of them with turret-mounted cannons. they poured out of what looked to a Japanese defender like a large city that had suddenly appeared offshore. And by nightfall, they had carried 20,000 men to the beach. The alligators were to press inland almost a mile in a coordinated 4-mile-wide blitz, securing a strong defensive position to shield the beach. But their thin skin of armor could not stand up to the heavy Japanese guns, and they were cut to pieces, big plates of steel flying everywhere as they tried to cross the beach. From their hiding places on the shoreline cliffs, the Japanese put down a deadly line of fire on the beaches. That first night and the next day, Major William Jones's unit, Heroes at Tarawa, helped to hurl back 3 enemy counterattacks, one of them a spectacular tank assault, the largest of the island war in the Pacific, which they broke apart with bazookas, naval fire, and their own steel Goliaths. It was the damned artillery and mortars, veterans would say later, that made Saipan so tough to take. That and the rugged terrain, steep gorges and cliffs, and a spine of volcanic mountains culminating in towering Mount Tapocho. Down our throats came this avalanche of artillery fire, recalls Rifle Platoon Leader John C. Chapin, who had just graduated from Yale with honors in history. The shells hit ahead, behind, on both sides, and right in our midst. They would come rocketing down with a freight train roar and then explode with a deafening cataclysm that is beyond description. We had no place to go. We had no foxholes. It was right out of the blue. Later, we realized that sitting up on Mount Tapocho, 1,554 feet high, Japanese observers had pre-registered every possible location before we landed. They were zeroed in on us and were hitting us with pinpoint accuracy. All around us was the chaotic debris of combat. Jap and Marine bodies lying in mangled and grotesque positions, blasted and burnt-out pillboxes, the burning wrecks of LVTs that had been knocked out by Jap high-velocity fire, the acrid smell of high explosives, the shattered trees, and the churned-up sand littered with discarded equipment. Circling offshore in General Red Mike Edson's LVT, listening to the radio reports from the beach, Robert Sherrod penciled in his notebook, "Looks like a real crisis." One of the first of over 1,500 casualties on the beach was Jim Crow, the Tarawa Iron Man. He and his aide were hit coming in, and Crow was in agony with a severe sucking wound near his heart. "I thought I was dying," he later described his final hour in combat. "And I thought maybe I'd better take a little interest in things, so I put my carbine in my hand and put my fist in this hole, which the doctors said saved me." DeNatale, my corporal, lying there, pulled his left arm up and looked at his wristwatch, and I said, "Why are you looking at your wristwatch, Bill?" He said, "Sir, I want to see what time I die." A corpsman and a surgeon bent over them to try to help. But then a shell hit down around my knees and just laid the corpsman wide open, and everything in him flew out against me. The doctor also got hit but survived, and Crow took some shrapnel in one leg. Then a shell hit a tree right next to his head and wounded him further in the arm and wrist. So I got up and left. I wasn't going to stay there any longer. Norman Hatch, the Marine Corps photographer, says that Crow had made a $20 bet with the division surgeon that if he got hit, no matter where, he would get to the aid station. Spotting his big red handlebar mustache, men on the beach offered to help him, but he insisted on walking, holding himself together with one hand while firing his carbine at snipers. When he got to the aid station, he barked at the surgeon, "Give me my $20." As Sherrod and Edson passed the battalion aid station, they spotted Crow sitting in a shell hole, heavily bandaged and breathing hard, waiting to be evacuated. The surgeon administering morphine looked up and murmured, "Not much chance, I'm afraid." But Crow refused to accept the verdict. "I hate like hell for this to happen, General," he told Edson in a clear voice. "But I'll be all right." Then he turned to Sherrod. "I'll see you stateside. We'll throw a whiz-dinger." Crow survived, but he and Sherrod never did meet again. Crow's battalion was taken over by another hero at Tarawa, the bespectacled, soft-spoken economics professor from Northwestern University, Major William Chamberlain. Some of the stretcher-bearers at the battalion aid station that day were the first African-American Marines to see combat in the war. The United States Marine Corps had not accepted blacks since 1798 and had hoped to fight World War II as an all-white organization. "If it were a question of having a Marine Corps of 5,000 whites or 250,000 Negroes, I would rather have the whites," said the defiant Marine Corps Commandant, Major General Thomas Holcomb. But under mounting pressure from President Roosevelt, the resolutely segregationist Marines had been forced to accept black volunteers and, later, draftees. The Corps formed and trained 2 defense battalions, the 51st and 52nd, and made sure they never saw combat, assigning them to outposts far in the rear of the Central Pacific Advance. Ironically, it was the African American Marines who were not trained for combat who saw heavy action all across the Pacific, beginning 800 strong on the beaches of Saipan. These were laborers in military support units. As soldiers and Marines swept ashore on D-Day, African American depot and ammunition companies, standing knee-deep in surf, with mortar shells raining down on them, offloaded shells, food, and water from landing vehicles and hustled them to frontline troops. When they were shot at, they returned fire with rifles and machine guns they picked up on the beach. "My company landed about 2 p.m. on D-Day," Captain William C. Adams, commander of the 20th Marine Depot Company, told a combat correspondent. "We were the third wave, and all hell was breaking when we came in. It was still touch and go when we hit shore, and it took some time to establish a foothold. My men performed excellently. Among my own company casualties, my orderly was killed." The orderly was Private Kenneth J. Tibbs of Columbus, Ohio, the first black Marine killed in combat in World War II. Later that afternoon, Private Leroy Seals of Brooklyn, New York, was mowed down. He died the following day. Coming into the beach, 4 men of an African American depot company were wounded by mortar fire and had to be evacuated, but the others went in, found guns, and fought as infantry, helping to maintain a precariously held position and to kill enemy infiltrators. The next day, they evacuated hundreds of wounded men to a hospital ship offshore, and under heavy rifle fire, they rode guard on trucks carrying high-octane gasoline from the beach. "The Negro Marines are no longer on trial," said the new commandant Alexander A. Vandegrift, leader of the Guadalcanal invasion. "They are Marines, period." It would have been good if it were true, but throughout the war, African American Marines continued to be treated as separate and unequal. That first night, the Marines and Army reinforcements were pinned to the sand, but there was never any doubt that the landing would succeed. The Americans were here in greater numbers and with more firepower than at Tarawa. Still, in the words of one Marine, there is something definitely terrifying about the first night on a hostile beach. No matter what superiority you may boast in men and material, on that first night you're the underdog, and the enemy is in a position to make you pay through the nose. The Battle of the Philippine Sea. That evening, Admiral Spruance got word that the Japanese fleet was steaming towards Saipan. The newly assembled First Mobile Fleet, with almost every warship in the Japanese Navy, had been sighted by American submarines in the Philippine Sea, that part of the Pacific Ocean between the Philippines and the Marianas. Its commander, Vice Admiral Jisaburo Ozawa, had sailed out to slaughter the American landing forces and destroy the United States Pacific Fleet with one blow. For the still confident Japanese High Command, this would be the decisive naval battle that would bring the Americans to the peace table. Can it be that we'll fail to win with this mighty force? A Japanese admiral wrote in his diary. No, it cannot be. The U.S. Fifth Fleet had more firepower, 15 carriers and over 900 warplanes, to Ozawa's 9 carriers and 430 combat aircraft. But Ozawa was counting on using Japanese airfields in Guam to refuel and rearm his planes and hit the American carriers in a devastating shuttle action. Observing radio silence, Ozawa had no idea that Mark Mitcher's carrier planes had knocked out those airfields in preparation for the invasion of Saipan. The fast-approaching Japanese fleet presented Spruance with an agonizing decision: to steam westward after Ozawa or to wait for him near Saipan while protecting the landing force, whose transports and cargo ships were still being unloaded. Remembering Guadalcanal, where the Navy had suffered the greatest defeat in its proud history after Frank Jack Fletcher's carrier fleet pulled out and abandoned the Marines, Spruance stayed in a covering position, against advice from the aggressive Mark Mitcher. "I will try to keep the Japs off your neck," Spruance told Turner. As Spruance sent out scout planes to search for the Japanese, he learned from Nimitz at Pearl Harbor that he was under the same imperative as Ozawa. "We count on you to make the victory decisive." Spruance put his carriers and battle wagons in a blocking position to the west of Saipan, out of sight of the fighting men on the beaches. Those of us on the ground, of course, knew nothing of the impending naval battle, says John Chapin. The morning when we turned and looked out to the sea and saw that this vast fleet was gone, the sea was empty, I want to tell you that's a sinking feeling. Ozawa's search planes found Mitcher's fleet on the afternoon of June 18th. Mitcher wanted to push out into combat range, but Spruance doubled back towards Saipan to prevent a Japanese force from passing him in the night and hammering the beachhead. The next day, Ozawa launched 4 massive raids against Task Force 58. With the enemy air fleet closing in from 130 miles, the old circus rallying cry of "Hey Rube!" went up, and fighters scrambled and flew west to meet the threat. This would be the greatest carrier battle of World War II, with almost 4 times the forces engaged at Midway. But with the inexperienced, poorly trained Japanese pilots outnumbered and fighting superior Hellcats, it was less a battle than an 8-hour aerial massacre. Ozawa lost 373 planes to the Americans' 30. The pilots called it the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, but it was more than a fighter fight. Torpedoes from submarines Albacore and Kavala sent 2 Japanese carriers to the bottom of the Philippine Sea. One of the last of the planes to return to the USS Lexington was Lieutenant Stanley Vrachu's F-6F Hellcat. As his fighter screeched to a stop on the carrier deck, he pulled back the canopy, looked up at Mitcher standing on the deck with his long-billed lobsterman's cap pulled low over his tanned face, and held up 6 fingers. 6 kills. The skill, initiative, and intrepid courage of the young aviators made this day one of the high points in the history of the American spirit, writes Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison. Now, says Morrison, the hunter became the hunted. The next day, the thin, leather-faced Mitcher sent 3 carriers after the crippled but still dangerous Japanese fleet. Scout planes failed to locate the enemy's position until 5:40 in the afternoon, but Mitcher, aware of the extreme risks of a night raid, launched 216 planes from 10 carriers in an astonishing 10 minutes. "Give 'em hell, boys. Wish I were with you," he told them before the cry went out to "Man aircraft." At 6:40, after flying almost 300 miles, they spotted the Japanese fleet. With the setting sun barely touching the horizon and the sky splendid with brilliant orange and red clouds, the Hellcats struck. They sank the carrier Hiyo and blasted from the night sky another 65 enemy planes, while losing only 20 of their own, in an engagement that has been called the Battle of the Philippine Sea. This left the retreating Ozawa with only 35 out of the 430 planes he had had in his command on the morning of June 19th. The Dusk Raiders who smashed Ozawa's fleet now faced a new danger. They had begun this mission knowing they had only a slim chance of returning because the Japanese carriers had been spotted at the maximum range of their planes. And after they had taken off, they learned that Ozawa was 60 miles further west than first reported. Now, after a fuel-draining attack, they had to fly back over 250 to 300 miles of ocean on a moonless night to the blackened fleet. The ship's lights had been turned out to avoid detection by Japanese submarines. Many of the pilots were dizzy with fatigue, and none of them had been trained to land on a carrier at night. When the gas-starved planes came within range, the group commander of 4 carriers, Rear Admiral Joseph Jocko Clark, turned on the deck lights and pointed searchlights into the sky to act as homing beacons. Mitcher ordered all of Task Force 58 to do the same, a decision that Clark considered one of the war's supreme moments. A pilot who was set up in a night-fighting Hellcat to help guide the planes home said the scene was like a Hollywood premiere, Chinese New Year's, and 4th of July rolled into one. Lieutenant E.J. Lawson, returning to the Enterprise, saw plane after plane go plunging into the sea. Almost half the planes landed on the wrong carriers. One plane tried to land on a red-lit destroyer and had to veer off at the last second and splash into the sea. Pilots and crewmen were scattered all over the waters around the gigantic fleet, blowing the bosun's whistles they carried for such emergencies and blinking their little waterproof flashlights. All but 49 pilots and crewmen were recovered by the end of the next day. Although neither the Navy nor the Army recognized it at the time, this great sea battle was yet another vindication of America's double-thrust strategy in the Pacific. The American victory in the Philippine Sea, part of Nimitz's Central Pacific Offensive, made it impossible for the Japanese to give full attention to MacArthur's final drive up the coast of New Guinea toward the Philippines. Taking Saipan. Back on Saipan, the ground troops had no idea that this battle had been fought and won, reducing the options of the island defenders to death by one of two ways, at the enemy's hands or by their own. As the Americans gathered up their strength and moved off the beach, the Japanese fell back into a hastily organized defense in depth, using the terrain to advantage. They burrowed into caves all over the islands, and from Mount Tapocho, they poured down fire on the advancing Marines and Army infantry. Private Robert E. Graff describes the system for flushing Japanese soldiers out of caves. Quite often, there would be multi-cave openings, each protecting another. Laying down heavy cover fire, our specialist would advance to near the mouth of the cave. A satchel charge would then be heaved into the mouth of the cave, followed by a loud blast as the dynamite exploded. Other times, it might be grenades thrown inside the cave, both fragment type, which exploded, sending bits of metal all throughout the cave, and other times, white phosphorus grenades that burned the enemy. Also, the flamethrower was used, sending a sheet of flame into the cave, burning anyone that was in its path. Screams could be heard, and on occasions, the enemy would emerge from the caves near the entrance. We would call upon the tanks, and these monsters would get in real close and pump shells into the openings. The cave teams had to be on guard for snipers in nearby trees or for Japanese who played possum, as one Marine related, by smearing blood of other Japs we had killed on themselves and lying still as we came up. However, within the battalion, my instructions were, if they didn't stink, stick it. Of the approximately 29,000 civilians on the island, 22,000 were Japanese, the vast majority of them from the prefecture of Okinawa. There were also Korean slave laborers and Kanaka and Chamorros people, the original inhabitants. The local natives surrendered willingly, but some Japanese and Koreans hid in caves. American soldiers often put their own lives on the line to try to help them. The thing that really got to me, said one Marine officer, was watching these boys of mine. They'd take all kinds of risks. They'd go into a cave, never knowing whether there would be soldiers in there, to bring out these civilians. The minute they got them out, they began to feed them, give them part of their rations, and offer their cigarettes to the men. It made you feel proud of the boys for doing this. But as the Americans began to lose friends in these cave operations, and as water supplies grew short and polluted, forcing some men to chew on napalmed sugarcane stalks to try to kill their thirst, distinctions were often not made between armed resistors and defenseless civilians. The troops learned a Japanese phrase, which translated loosely meant, "Throw your rifle away and come out with your hands up." "We tried this," recalls John Chapin, "and I never got anybody to come out. If a flamethrower was called for, the people inside the cave, who had learned the English word for it, would usually kill themselves. The cave would then be sealed off by a bulldozer." When sick and scared civilians did come out of their hideouts, there were some heart-tearing scenes. A captured Japanese woman who was crying uncontrollably approached Robert Graff and began hitting him on the arm and pointing to his pack. "I didn't know what she wanted until an interpreter came over and explained that she wanted some food and water for her dead child. She pointed to a wicker basket that contained her dead infant. I gave her what she requested, and she placed the food and water in the basket so that the child could have nourishment on the way to meet its ancestors." Every illness that we had been briefed on was observed: leprosy, dengue fever, yaws, and many cases of elephantiasis. Most of them were skeleton thin, as they had no nourishment for many days. Many were suffering from shock caused by the shelling and bombing, and fright because they did not have the vaguest idea as to what we would do to them. This is a part of the Pacific War few historians deal with. Civilians, in Graff's words, caught in a war that was not of their making. Some injured women and children found their way to a small American field hospital, where they were taken care of by 10 Navy nurses, led by First Lieutenant Bertie B. Daigle. We found Saipan a scorched island with many killed and wounded. Daigle wrote in her diary, "All buildings had been completely demolished, and the populace had taken a horrible blow. We worked day and night, behind the lines. During the day we tended civilians. At night, servicemen became our patients. I wish the people at home could have seen the results of war bombardments on those civilians. At first we had so many wounded to take care of, and so few facilities, the job seemed too tremendous. Sometimes we felt like crying. It was just that we needed so much in order to do our best work." On June 23rd, after capturing the main towns, airfields, and strongholds in the southern half of the island, Marine and Army troops launched a great 3-division drive to clear the island of all resistance. It would be a desperate fight. The Japanese commanders on Saipan had just received a message from Tojo. "If Saipan is lost, air raids on Tokyo will take place often. Therefore you will hold Saipan." Holland Smith spread his forces across the entire middle of Saipan, from east to west, and ordered them to push northward with resolve. The Marines moved on the right and left flanks, and the Army's 27th Division, a New York National Guard unit, took the center, fighting slowly and in disorganized fashion through some of the toughest terrain on the island. The plodding movement of the 27th, which had not fought well at either Makin or Kwajalein, incensed Holland Smith, for it dangerously exposed his Marines on the flanks. After a sharp warning to the commander of the 27th, Major General Ralph Smith, and a consultation with Spruance, he relieved Ralph Smith, setting off an inter-service feud that continued long after the war. "Ralph Smith is my friend," Holland Smith told Sherrod later that day. "But good God, I've got a duty to my country." Nimitz, a diplomat as well as a warrior, was not sympathetic. He made sure Holland Smith never again held an active combat command. On June 25th, the Marines took Mount Tapocho, a turning point in the battle. There was no celebration. Everyone realized that the island would not be taken until nearly every Japanese soldier had been killed. General Saito, wounded and cornered in the cave that served as his command post, sent a final message to his troops, imploring them to follow him in a sacrificial charge against the enemy. In another island cave, Admiral Nagumo sent a similar message to his sailors and Marines, but neither the general nor the admiral went forth to lead his troops. Nagumo put a bullet in his brain. Saito fell on his ceremonial sword, but failed to strike cleanly. Writhing in agony, he was finished off by a pistol shot from his adjutant. The final fight, the most fearsome banzai charge of the Pacific War, came at 4:30 in the morning on July 7, 1944. Over 3,000 screaming Japanese soldiers and sailors broke through a gap in the lines of the 27th Division. Some had rifles, grenades, and mortars, but many carried only clubs, rocks, swords, and rusty bayonets wired to bamboo sticks. After this human storm overran elements of 2 Army battalions, a second wave came through and killed the wounded. those Japanese soldiers who remained hit 3 artillery battalions of the 10th Marines and were blown to pieces at point-blank range by 105mm howitzers, but not before overrunning 12 guns, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with artillery gunners and reinforcements, and blowing up an ambulance that tried to evacuate the wounded. "It reminded me," said an American officer, "of one of those old cattle stampede scenes of the movies. The camera's in a hole in the ground, and you see the herd coming, and then they leap up and over you and are gone. Only the Japs kept coming and coming. I didn't think they'd ever stop." Later that day, the Marines gathered up their dead. Lying on the field when Sherritt arrived was Major William L. Crouch, commander of the Marine Battalion. His helmet and carbine were close to his body, and near his hand were 2 letters from home, which he was probably trying to read as he bled to death. In a field not far away, the shattered bodies of the enemy were being stacked 3 feet high. Sherritt wrote in his notebook, "They are thicker here than at Tarawa." Mitsuharu Noda, a paymaster for Admiral Nagumo, survived this grisly fight. About 20 members of Nagumo's headquarters participated in the final battle. We drank the best Japanese whiskey, Suntory Square Bottle. We'd saved it to the last minute. We smoked our last tobacco, Hikari brand. We were even able to smile, maybe because we were still together as a group. On July 7th at 4 a.m., shouting all together, we headed toward the enemy camp. We were not going to attack enemies. We were ordered to go there to be killed. Some probably may have gone drunk just to overcome fear. But that last taste of Suntory whiskey was wonderful. It was a kind of suicide. We didn't crawl on the ground, though bullets were coming toward us. We advanced standing up. We had hardly any arms. Some had only shovels. Others had sticks. I had a pistol. I think I was shot at the second line of defense. Hit by a machine gun, 2 bullets in my stomach, 1 passing through, 1 lodging in me. I didn't suffer pain, none at all, but I couldn't stand either. I was lying on my back. I could see the tracer bullets passing over. This is it, I thought. Then I saw a group of 4 or 5 men, Japanese, crawling toward each other on their hands and knees. Their heads were now all close together. One of them held a grenade upward in his right hand and called out an invitation to me. "Hey, sailor there, won't you come with us?" I said, "I have a grenade, please go ahead." I heard, "Long live the Emperor!" and the explosion of a hand grenade at the same instant. Several men were blown away, dismembered at once into bits of flesh. I held my breath at this appalling sight. Their heads were all cracked open and smoke was coming out. It was a horrific way to die. Those were my thoughts as I lost consciousness. After this, the fight went out of the enemy. They waited in their holes to die or committed harakiri with knives or grenades, or by drowning themselves in the sea. Before this battle, only about 600 Japanese had been captured by all of the Allied powers. On July 9th, the battle was over, although here, as on every other island in the Central Pacific, there was no surrender. It would take over a year to kill or capture the Japanese who remained hidden in caves. The Battle of Saipan lasted 24 days, and the cost was steep. 16,525 American casualties, including 3,426 killed or missing, more casualties than Americans had suffered in any previous Pacific battle. Only 921 Japanese of a garrison of nearly 40,000 were taken prisoner. Approximately 14,500 civilians were put into an internment camp, where they would live when they were not working on construction projects. The Japanese, Koreans, and native peoples were each put in separate fenced-in sections. Each racial group appointed its own police force to keep order and patrol its perimeter. While the camp was being set up and the dead were being buried, American wounded were being taken out to hospital and troop ships anchored offshore. One of the 4 hospital ships was the Solace, which had taken in the wounded in the attack on Pearl Harbor. When Robert Sherrod went on board to gather material for a story, Solace had just returned from Guadalcanal for a second shipload of patients. The hospital ships were painted pure white, and the doctors, nurses, and corpsmen wore spotless white. Everything about the ship was intended to make the wounded man forget about mud and foxholes, and the whine of artillery. Each ship had beds for 480 men, but there were so many wounded at Saipan that patients were put on cots, sofas, and the bunks of ship's personnel. Still, there was not enough space. Only 1 in 5 of the wounded could be taken aboard hospital ships. The rest, except for a few evacuated by planes, sweated it out on the crowded bunks of transports. The types of wounds the men suffered described the nature of the battle. At Tarawa, 57% of the Solace's cases had been bullet wounds. At Saipan, artillery and mortars caused 65% of the wounds, and there were 5 times as many wounds caused by bayonets and knives. Saipan had been an artillery fight, punctuated by brutal close-in fighting and more and larger banzai charges than veterans in the Pacific had ever experienced. And because it was a far longer battle than Tarawa, there were many more cases of combat fatigue. The disorder was treated as callously here as it was in Europe. A third of the men suffering from combat fatigue in the early fighting were returned to shore with only 1 or 2 days' rest. The Solace had a crew of 17 doctors, 175 corpsmen, and 17 nurses. Until long after the Saipan battle, the Central Pacific Campaign, Sherrod wrote, was a womanless war except for the nurses aboard the hospital ships and in a few field hospitals. They were a source of curiosity for men who had not seen a woman in months or years. That was one of the major differences between the war here and in Europe, along with the climate and the incredible distances between the battlefields, often 1,000 miles and more, with nothing but water in between. Fighting men felt isolated in the Pacific, as they rarely did in Europe, where there were nearby civilizations like their own. And another adjustment I'll have to make, wrote Ernie Pyle, who was transferred to the Marianas from Northern Europe after Saipan was captured, is the attitude toward the enemy. In Europe, we felt our enemies, horrible and deadly as they were still people. But out here, I've already gathered the feeling that the Japanese are looked upon as something inhuman and squirmy, like some people feel about cockroaches or mice. Just before Sherrod left the Solace, about 9:00 p.m., the ship began to receive wounded fighting men. As they were loaded from Amtrak's, an embarkation officer, Dr. Richmond Beck, looked at the red-bordered casualty tag that each man had pinned on him and examined the wound, which had been dressed ashore. He made a quick diagnosis and sent the man to the proper ward. There, the wounded man received another tag. "When we run out of tags, we know we've got a shipload," another doctor told Sherrod. The clothing of each man was cut off and tossed overboard. Then they sailed away from Saipan. For many of those ashore that evening, sleeping on the bare ground, tired and so far from home, Tinian and Guam were next. Tinian, just across the straits from Saipan, was overrun in 9 days. Less important strategically, but far more gratifying to the American public, was the reconquest of Guam, which was completed by August 10th after weeks of fighting that was as vicious as that on Saipan. It was the first conquered United States territory to be retaken from the enemy. The fall of Guam ended the Marianas Campaign. Even as the fighting raged, Seabees had been expanding the runways on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam for the arrival in a few months of the new B-29 superfortresses. Saipan was to Japan almost what Pearl Harbor is to the U.S., Robert Sherrod wrote after the battle, except that it is 1,000 miles closer to Japan's coast than Pearl Harbor is to America's. Marpy Point. Before the bombing of the Japanese home islands began, there was a profound perceptual change in both Japan and the United States that would make the last year of the war in the Pacific bloody beyond belief. The triggering incident occurred in Saipan. As the battle wound down, a group of Marines on amphibious tractors saw 7 Japanese soldiers on a coral reef and went out to capture them. As they approached the reef, one of the Japanese, undoubtedly an officer, pulled out his sword and began cutting off the heads of the men who were kneeling in front of him. Before the Marines could get to him, there were 4 heads floating in the lagoon. The officer, swinging his sword wildly, charged the Marines and was gunned down along with the 2 remaining men. Marines had seen this kind of behavior before. No one was prepared for what happened next. On July 11th, 2 days after Saipan was declared secured, 2 American reporters, Keith Wheeler of the Chicago Times and Frank Kelly of the New York Herald Tribune, and a photographer for life, Peter Stackpole, arrived at press headquarters on the island with a story almost too horrifying to believe. During the final days of the fighting, remnants of the Japanese army and about 4,000 panic-stricken civilians had escaped to Marpy Point on the northern tip of the island. There they began killing themselves, often in the most gruesome manner. Parents tossed their children from the high cliffs into the sea or onto jagged piles of rocks. Mothers waded out in the water with their babies and disappeared in the surf. Fathers, mothers, and children stood in circles, holding grenades given to them by the Japanese soldiers, and pulled the pins. Marine interpreters tried to stop them. They and civilians who had surrendered spoke through amplifiers, pleading with the people on the cliffs to give themselves up, assuring them they would be treated humanely. But their government had told them that the sadistic, hairy-faced Americans would rape, torture, and kill them. Tragically, even some who did choose life over death did not survive. Japanese soldiers assassinated many civilians who showed an inclination to surrender. The next morning, Robert Sherrod drove to Marpy Point. After he returned, he wrote one of the most influential pieces of journalism to come out of the Pacific War, The Nature of the Enemy, which appeared in Time magazine. Marpy Point is a long plateau on which the Japs had built a secondary airfield. At the edge of the plateau, there is a sheer 200-foot drop to jagged coral below, then the billowing sea. The morning I crossed the airfield and got to the edge of the cliff, 9 Marines from a burial detail were working with ropes to pick up the bodies of 2 of our men killed the previous day. I asked one of them about the stories I had heard. "You wouldn't believe it unless you saw it," he said. "Yesterday and the day before, there were hundreds of Jap civilians, men, women and children, up here on this cliff. In the most routine way, they would jump off the cliff or climb down and wade into the sea. I saw a father throw his 3 children off and then jump down himself. Those coral pockets down there under the cliff are full of Jap suicides." He paused and pointed. "Look," he said, "there's one getting ready to drown himself now." Down below, a young Japanese, no more than 15, paced back and forth across the rocks. He swung his arms as if getting ready to dive. Then he sat down at the edge and let the water play over his feet. Finally, he eased himself slowly into the water. "There he goes," the Marine shouted. A strong wave had washed up to the shore, and the boy floated out with it. At first, he lay on the water face down, without moving. Then, apparently a last desperate instinct to live gripped him, and he flailed his arms, thrashing the foam. It was too late. Just as suddenly, it was all over. The air-filled seat of his knee-length black trousers bobbed on the water for 10 minutes. Then he disappeared. Looking down, I counted the bodies of 7 others who had killed themselves. One, a child of about 5, clad in a ragged white shirt, floated stiffly in the surf. I turned to go. "This is nothing," the Marine said. "Half a mile down, on the west side, you can see hundreds of them." Later on, I checked up with the officer of a minesweeper, which had been operating on the west side. He said, "Down there, the sea is so congested with floating bodies, we can't avoid running them down. There was one woman in khaki trousers and a white polka dot blouse, with her black hair streaming in the water. I'm afraid every time I see that kind of a blouse, I'll think of that woman. There was another one, nude, who had drowned herself while giving birth to a baby. A small boy of 4 or 5 had drowned with his arm clenched around the neck of a soldier. The 2 bodies rocked crazily in the waves. Hundreds and hundreds of Jap bodies have floated up to our minesweeper." Apparently, the Jap soldier not only would go to any extreme to avoid surrender, but would also try to see that no civilians surrendered. At Marpy Point, the Marines had tried to dislodge a Jap sniper from a cave in the cliff. He was an exceptional marksman. He had killed 2 Marines, one at 700 yards, and wounded a third. The Marines used rifles, torpedoes, and finally TNT in a 45-minute effort to force him out. Meantime, the Jap had other business. He had spotted a Japanese group, apparently father, mother, and 3 children, out on the rocks, preparing to drown themselves, but evidently weakening in their decision. The Jap sniper took aim. He drilled the man from behind, dropping him into the sea. The second bullet hit the woman. She dragged herself about 30 feet along the rocks. Then she floated out in a stain of blood. The sniper would have shot the children, but a Japanese woman ran across and carried them out of range. The sniper walked defiantly out of his cave and crumpled under 100 Marine bullets. Some of the Jap civilians went through considerable ceremony before snuffing out their own lives. The Marines said that some fathers had cut their children's throats before tossing them over the cliff. Some strangled their children. In one instance, Marines watched in astonishment as 3 women sat on the rocks leisurely, deliberately combing their long black hair. Finally, they joined hands and walked slowly out into the sea. But the most ceremonious, by all odds, were 100 Japs who were on the rocks below the Marpy Point cliff. Altogether, they suddenly bowed to Marines watching from the cliff. Then they stripped off their clothes and bathed in the sea. Thus refreshed, they put on new clothes and spread a huge Jap flag on a smooth rock. Then the leader distributed hand grenades. One by one, as the pins were pulled, the Japs blew their insides out. Some seemed to make a little game out of their dying, perhaps out of indecision, perhaps out of ignorance, or even some kind of light-headed disrespect of the high seriousness of Japanese suicide. One day, the Marines observed a circle of about 50 Japanese, including several small children, gaily tossing hand grenades to each other, like baseball players warming up before a game. Suddenly, 6 Japanese soldiers dashed from a cave from which they had been sniping at Marines. The soldiers posed arrogantly in front of the civilians, then blew themselves to kingdom come. Thus shamed, the civilians did likewise. What did all this self-destruction mean? Did it mean that the Japanese on Saipan believed their own propaganda, which told them that Americans are beasts and would murder them all? Many a Jap civilian did beg our people to put him to death immediately, rather than to suffer the torture which he expected. But many who chose suicide could see other civilians who had surrendered, walking unmolested in the internment camps. They could hear some of the surrendered plead with them by loudspeaker not to throw their lives away. The Marines have come to expect almost anything in the way of self-destruction from Japanese soldiers. But none were prepared for this epic self-slaughter among civilians. More than one U.S. fighting man was killed trying to rescue a Jap from his wanton suicide. Saipan is the first invaded Jap territory populated with more than a handful of civilians. Do the suicides of Saipan mean that the whole Japanese race will choose death before surrender? Perhaps this is what the Japanese and their strange propagandists would like us to believe. This is precisely what the Tokyo warlords wanted their own people as well as the Americans to believe. They wanted the Americans to believe it in order to frighten them into backing off from their insistence on unconditional surrender, which would mean the invasion of Japan and the mobilization of its people into 100 million special attack force, ready to die like the victims of Marpy Point. And they wanted the Japanese people to believe it in order to prepare them for the sacrifice they would be called on to make if the enemy invaded the home islands. Saipan was the decisive battle of the Pacific Offensive, Holland Smith wrote. It brought down the government of Hideki Tojo and paved the way for the withering bombing campaign on the home islands that Tojo clearly foresaw. When we lost Saipan, said one of the emperor's military advisers after the war, hell is on us. A war cabinet headed by General Kuniaki Koiso replaced Tojo's government. With the Americans less than 1,400 miles away, it began making preparations for an expected invasion. The new government correctly read American intentions. Saipan led to a major change in U.S. policy in the war against Japan. Only a few days after the fall of Saipan, at a meeting of top commanders of the American and British armed forces, General Marshall made the following motion. As a result of the recent operations in the Pacific, it was now clear to the United States Chiefs of Staff that, in order to finish the war with the Japanese quickly, it would be necessary to invade the industrial heart of Japan. The combined Chiefs of Staff then redefined the aims of the war in the Pacific. To force the unconditional surrender of Japan by 1. Lowering Japanese ability and will to resist by establishing sea and air blockades, conducting intensive air bombardment, and destroying Japanese air and naval strength. 2. Invading and seizing objectives in the industrial heart of Japan. That September, at a meeting in Quebec, Roosevelt and Churchill formally approved the new war policy. With the likelihood of an American invasion, the Japanese government began a massive propaganda effort to convince the general population to prepare to embrace death, as had the martyrs of Marpy Point. heavily censored versions of Sherid's article began to appear on the front pages of Japanese newspapers, alongside editorials celebrating the patriotic essence of Japanese women and children who chose death rather than to be captured alive and shamed by the demon-like American forces. Stricken from the Sherid article were references to Japanese soldiers killing their own countrymen and to the thousands of Japanese citizens who did surrender and were treated humanely. These official versions of Sherid's article became fuel for an unprecedented orgy of glorification of death, writes historian Haruko Taya Cook. When the American beasts appeared, the government declared the 100 million must be victorious or die together. Beginning in August, all citizens were to receive military training, with bamboo spears as their chief weapons. At the same time, Marpy Point convinced many Americans that Japanese civilians were as fanatical as Japanese soldiers, and that Japan could be defeated only by a war of mass extermination, a war not only against combatants, but also against non-combatants, as Robert Sherid had suggested after Tarawa. That kind of war would be fought from the air, from bases in the Marianas, culminating in the fight of the Enola Gay from Tinian to Hiroshima. But another kind of total war had already begun at Tarawa and Saipan, a war to the finish with an enemy who would not surrender, no matter how badly he was beaten. This merciless island fighting was fed by inflamed racism. To the Japanese people, who prided themselves on being genetically pure, uncontaminated by immigration, Americans were mongrelized brutes, devils and demons. After the fall of Saipan, the Japanese government stepped up its organized campaign of racial vilification. Here is an article from a popular Japanese magazine. It has gradually become clear that the American enemy, driven by its ambition to conquer the world, is coming to attack us, and as the breath and body odor of the beast approach, it may be of some use if we draw the demon's features here. Our ancestors called them ebisu, or savages, long ago, and labeled the very first Westerners who came to our country the southern barbarians. To the hostile eyes of the Japanese of former times, they were red hairs and hairy foreigners, and perceived as being of about as much worth as a foreign ear of corn. We in our times should manifest comparable spirit, since the barbaric tribe of Americans are devils in human skins who come from the West. We should call them Saibanki, or Western barbarian demons. Posters in classrooms and other public places exhorted students to kill the American animal. American soldiers in the Pacific, on the other hand, did not need propaganda slogans to feed their hatred of the enemy. Japanese atrocities against war prisoners and their suicidal banzai charges were seen as signs of their barbarity. The Marine Corps film shot on Tarawa depicted Japanese defenders as living, snarling rats. As one veteran of the Pacific fighting wrote, "The Japanese made a perfect enemy. They had so many characteristics that an American Marine could hate. Physically, they were small, a strange color, and by some standards, unattractive. Marines did not consider that they were killing men. They were wiping out dirty animals." After the fall of Saipan, Japanese military leaders knew the war was lost. Their weakened fleet was powerless to break the American naval blockade, which was able to pull the noose tighter from advanced bases on Saipan, and they had no air arm to protect their cities of wood from the long-range B-29s that would soon begin taking off from the Marianas. "Our war was lost," said a Japanese admiral years later, "with the loss of Saipan." Yet Emperor Hirohito and his chief ministers refused to accept defeat. And out in the Pacific, the soldiers of the empire continued to fight with undiminished bravery, confident of victory. "Do you think Japan will win the war?" an army interrogator in the Philippines asked a Japanese prisoner not long after the fall of Saipan. "Of course Japan will win the war." "Why?" "Japan can beat anybody." "What makes you think Japan will win?" "Japan has never lost a war. She cannot be beaten. All of Japan is one mind." How does one defeat such an enemy? Justice M. Chambers, a Marine at Marpy Point, answered for countless American troops in the Pacific. General William Tecumseh Sherman was right. To win the war and get it over with, just kill off many of the other side, make it terrible, and the war will stop. That is what America eventually did. That is how the war against Japan was won. The debate over the morality of it was left to history. Pacific Strategy. The invasion of the Marianas had supported MacArthur's drive up the coast of New Guinea by luring the Imperial fleet into the Battle of the Philippine Sea. This prevented it from coming to the aid of Japan's beleaguered garrison on the island of Biak, off the coast of New Guinea, the site of a strategically important airfield the enemy could not afford to surrender. The battle for the island of Biak had been preceded by some of the most inspired campaigning of the war by a 62-year-old military marvel who had lost nothing to time. On April 22, 1944, less than 2 months before D-Day on Saipan, Douglas MacArthur had sent General Robert L. Eichelberger on an audacious 600-mile leap over several enemy strongholds to desolate Hollandia on the north coast of Netherlands, New Guinea. After taking Hollandia and another airstrip at Itapi just to the east, the Americans withstood a furious counterattack by the Japanese 18th Army, weakened and depleted by its long jungle march to reach the enemy that had just bypassed them. In weeks of murderous fighting, the 18th Army lost nearly 9,000 men to enemy fire and tropical disease, leaving no Japanese force of consequence to stop MacArthur from completing the conquest of New Guinea. The American army had then continued to sweep westward and northward along the coast, in search of hard ground in the rain-soaked region, on which to build airstrips for the heavy bombers MacArthur needed for his reconquest of the Philippines. That May, MacArthur's forces had finally secured firm terrain for General Kenny's bombers on the coastal island of Wakte, and MacArthur thought on the larger, heavily defended island of Biak, east of New Guinea's Vogelkop Peninsula. But Biak would not be pacified. With the enemy holed up in cave-pocked ridges and gorges, the fighting there was as rough as anywhere in the Pacific. It turned into a stalemate that could easily have been an American disaster had the enemy brought in reinforcements and naval gunpower. But just as Japan's 2 largest battleships were steaming southward to bombard the American beachhead, word reached Tokyo of Admiral Spruance's arrival in the Marianas. The Biak operation was abruptly abandoned, and the combined fleet headed out to meet its fate in the deep waters of the Philippine Sea, dooming Biak's starving cave dwellers. And now it was nearly over. MacArthur's 2-year-long campaign over a distance of 2,000 miles through some of the most fearsome terrain and weather on Earth, his plan had unfolded almost flawlessly. And his officers, William Manchester writes, now thought of him as almost supernatural, a view he of course encouraged. That summer and early fall, after taking the island of Numfor, some 60 miles west of Biak, and the village of Sansapor, on the extreme western tip of New Guinea, MacArthur's forces leaped ahead to the island of Morotai, bypassing a Japanese garrison of 25,000 troops on the large island of Halmahera. With the securing of Morotai, all of New Guinea was isolated and the interminable battle, the longest of the war, ended, except for the still lethal process of cleaning out the remaining enemy troops, a thankless job left to the Australians. Of the over 157,000 Japanese soldiers sent to fight in New Guinea, only 10,000 or so survived. Most of the dead succumbed to starvation and disease. On September 15th, just after his troops landed unopposed on Morotai, Douglas MacArthur arrived to inspect his new island outpost, only 300 air miles from the Philippines. He gazed out to the northwest, an aide remembers, almost as though he could already see through the mist the rugged lines of Bataan and Corregidor. Then he said, "They are waiting for me up there. It has been a long time." As MacArthur pondered his next move, America's Pacific strategy was shifting under his feet. The issue was where to strike next. MacArthur's plan had been to climb the ladder of the Philippine archipelago from Mindanao at the southernmost tip to Leyte and finally to Luzon. Admiral Ernest King, however, wanted to bypass the huge island group, which would be difficult to conquer and hold, and invade Formosa, which was closer to Japan. For a time, the President, George Marshall, and most of the Joint Chiefs had sided with King. But in July 1944, at a stormy strategy session with MacArthur and Nimitz in Hawaii, Roosevelt had given the nod, though no final decision, to Luzon. MacArthur had been insistently persuasive. As he told Roosevelt, he had promised both his imprisoned troops and the conquered Filipino people that he would return to liberate them. "Promises must be kept," he pleaded with Roosevelt, his voice cracking with emotion. This was as much a moral as a military issue. The general also made his case on solid strategic grounds, and this was probably more persuasive. It would be better to control the Philippines than far smaller Formosa. From the long archipelago, American forces could command the 700-mile-wide South China Sea, completely cutting off Japan from her southern conquests. And the Filipino partisans, who had been waging a ceaseless guerrilla war against 400,000 Japanese occupation troops, would greatly aid the liberation movement. What's more, Luzon could not be easily bypassed on the way to Formosa, as King proposed. It was simply too big. Any attempt to sail around its flanks would expose American ships to bomber attacks from the island's excellent airfields. Although the wily president had not committed himself, MacArthur had left Pearl Harbor confident that the two Pacific offenses, his own and Nimitz's, would converge at Luzon, not Formosa. Several MacArthur biographers have suggested that the general and the president, both master schemers, may have struck a covert deal in Hawaii. Roosevelt to back the Luzon invasion in return for MacArthur's agreement to issue a stream of press releases announcing great battlefield successes in the Pacific achieved with Washington's unwavering support. Since there are no official transcripts of the meeting, this plausible idea is unprovable. But MacArthur had been overpowering in his own defense. "Give me an aspirin before I go to bed," the president called to his physician after 3 hours in the general's company. In fact, give me another aspirin to take in the morning. In all my life, nobody has ever talked to me the way MacArthur did." That September, at the time of the Morotai operation, the combined chiefs of staff gave MacArthur the official go-ahead to invade Mindanao in November and Leyte in December. A final decision on the next objective would be made later, but Formosa was now off the table. A recent Japanese offensive against the Chinese nationalists deprived the Allies of the China air bases they had been counting on to subdue Formosa. This forced even King to waver, but he did not relent until he was informed by Allied planners that the conquest of Formosa would require air bases on Luzon and more troops than MacArthur and Nimitz together had at their disposal. To protect MacArthur's right flank, the Navy and Marines would take Japanese-held Peleliu in the Palau Islands, 550 miles east of Mindanao, knocking out its excellent airbase and building a support facility for initial operations in Mindanao. But within a week, almost everything changed. In conducting softening-up carrier raids on the Philippines and nearby islands, Admiral Bull Halsey downed an incredible 500 planes and met unexpectedly light resistance. Seeing an opportunity here, he immediately sent a top-secret message to Nimitz recommending that the Mindanao operation be canceled and that MacArthur strike at Leyte as soon as possible. This, he argued, would make the invasion of Peleliu, which he feared would be another Tarawa, unnecessary. Nimitz sent Halsey's recommendation, with his approval only of the acceleration of the Philippines operation, to the combined chiefs of staff which were meeting in Quebec. After getting MacArthur's consent, they changed the timetable. MacArthur would bypass Mindanao and make an amphibious assault on Leyte on October 20th. Nimitz's decision not to call back the Peleliu invasion force, which was only 3 days from the island, was a major mistake. The rationale for the invasion had disappeared. He might have been trying to appease MacArthur, who wanted all the air support he could get, but Nimitz had also been informed by American intelligence that Peleliu would be easy to take, a 2 or 3 day operation. It was one of the worst intelligence blunders of the war. When finally subdued, after months of fighting, Peleliu was virtually worthless. The swiftly advancing Pacific War had passed it by, turning it into a backwater fuel depot. But the cost of taking it was unconscionable. Almost 10,000 Marines and Army infantry killed or wounded in perhaps the most savage major battle of the Pacific theater. "The only difference between Iwo Jima and Peleliu," remarked General Roy Geiger, who commanded the assault troops at Peleliu, "was that at Iwo Jima there were twice as many Japs on an island twice as large, and they had 3 Marine divisions to take it, while we had 1 Marine division to take Peleliu." The defenders of Peleliu put up a sign, "We will build a barrier across the Pacific with our bodies." That foretold the ferocity of the fight. Chapter 5. A Marine at Peleliu. With the Old Breed. The 1st Marine Division was given the ugly assignment of taking Peleliu, the main island of the Palaus, an 80-mile arc of islands halfway between Guam and the Philippines. D-Day was scheduled for September 15, 1944. That summer, the division was in rest camp on Pavuvu in the Russell Islands, 80 miles from Guadalcanal. The 1st Marine Division had done most of the fighting in the epic Battle of Guadalcanal and had just completed a tough assignment with General MacArthur, taking Cape Gloucester on the island of New Britain in miserable jungle fighting at the peak of the monsoon season. They were a spirited veteran outfit nicknamed the Old Breed, even though over 3/4 of the men had not yet reached the age of 21. Already legendary among their warriors was Colonel Chesty Puller, whose reckless audacity had won him a Navy Cross and a Purple Heart on Guadalcanal. One of their newest replacements was a skinny, soft-voiced 21-year-old from Mobile, Alabama, named Eugene B. Sledge, Sledgehammer, as he was known to his buddies in K Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division. Sledge was a doctor's son, a quiet, thoughtful boy who read widely and knew what the war was about and wanted to get into it. Impatient to see combat, he had deliberately flunked out of a Marine officer training program at Georgia Tech to become an enlisted man. By the time he finished officer training, the war might be over, he told his protesting parents. He had joined the Marines, he said, to fight, not to study. Even so, he wondered if he could face up to combat, and whether he could kill. Sledge was patriotic and deeply religious. He neither smoked nor drank, and one of his passions was bird watching. After the war, he became a professor of biology, specializing in ornithology at a small Alabama college. There, in his free moments, he completed the war memoir he had begun immediately after returning from Peleliu, With the Old Breed at Peleliu and Okinawa. Published in 1981, it has become a small classic, one of the finest personal accounts of combat ever written. The book is based on a secret diary Sledge kept during the war. My parents taught me the value of history, he told the writer Studs Terkel after the war. Both my grandfathers were in the Confederate Army. They didn't talk about the glory of war. They talked about how terrible it was. During my 3rd day overseas, I thought I should write all this down for my family. In all my reading about the Civil War, I never read about how the troops felt and what it was like from day to day. We knew how the generals felt and what they ate. We were told diaries were forbidden because if we were killed or captured, any diary might give the Japanese information. So I kept little notes, which I slipped into the pages of my Gideon's New Testament. Some of the supervisors never knew I was keeping notes. We just thought you were awfully pious. When Sledge joined the 1st Marine Division as a mortarman in a rifle company, the men were bone-tired and decimated from the bloody fighting on the rain-drenched jungle island of New Britain off the eastern coast of New Guinea, recalls another new replacement, James D. Seidler. Most of the division was dumped on Pavuvu Island, which had been a British coconut plantation before the war, so there were 4 years of rotting palm fronds and coconuts, along with thousands of land crabs, huge rats, snakes, and other assorted critters, and mud. It took 3 months' hard work to make it habitable. Years later, Sledge described the place. Huge fruit bats came out all night and flew around and got into fights with rats in the palm trees right above our tents. Land crabs scuttled through the tents all night, and each day you had to shake your shoes out to get 'em out. Morale should have been low, but most of us were in our teens and early 20s and were part of an elite and proud outfit. There was no recreation except volleyball, baseball, and B-grade movies we watched on log seats in a coconut grove. But I think this is one of the things that bonded us all so closely together. We didn't have any distractions. We had to lean on each other. In a recently published sequel to With the Old Breed, Sledge writes that the veterans treated us replacements like brothers, with the understanding we had to prove ourselves in combat. They were the best teachers in the world in how to kill Japs, because, simply said, that is the infantryman's job, to kill the enemy. A passionate hatred for the Japanese burned through all the Marines I knew. When Sledge asked a veteran of Guadalcanal why, he got an unbelieving stare and this emphatic reply: "Because they're the meanest son of bitches that ever lived." The high point of Sledge's stay on Pavuvu was a visit by Bob Hope. While we were preparing for Peleliu, which incidentally we weren't told about until the day before we shipped out, Bob Hope was over in the nearby island of Banica, entertaining the troops in the Naval Hospital. When he heard the 1st Marine Division was on Pavuvu, he flew over with his entertainment group in a Piper Cub and put on a wonderful show. That was the last real laugh a lot of my buddies had in their short lives. The 1st Marine Division shipped out for Peleliu in the last week of August. Company K boarded a large LST, a shallow draft ship as big as a light cruiser, with a load of LVTs, also known as Amtraks or alligators, in its cavernous belly. It would discharge these alligators in the waters off Peleliu, 20 men to a vehicle, from its massive bow doors, which opened like a clam. The men in the assault companies, the Marines who would hit the beach first, bunked in the rough-riding, flat-bottomed LSTs with the machines that would carry them ashore. The rest of the division rode in more comfortable troop ships. The trip to Peleliu, 2,100 miles away, took 3 weeks in the excruciatingly slow LSTs. It was insufferably hot below deck, but the seas were smooth all the way, and the men sat on the deck sunning themselves, reading, playing poker, or writing mother. The enlisted men knew nothing about the island with the nice-sounding name Peleliu, other than it had a big airfield that Douglas MacArthur wanted knocked out to protect his flank when he returned to the Philippines. The old breed's coldly aloof commander, Major General William Rupertus, told them this would be a rough but fast mission, taking only 3, maybe 4 days, which meant, a skeptical sergeant mused, "We'll have to kill every little yellow bastard there." After chow on the evening of the landing, Sledge and a friend leaned on the rail of the slow-rocking ship and talked about what they planned to do after the war, trying their mightiest to appear unconcerned about the next morning. As the sun disappeared below the horizon and its glare no longer reflected off a glassy sea, I thought of how beautiful the sunsets always were in the Pacific. They were even more beautiful than over Mobile Bay. Suddenly a thought hit me like a thunderbolt. Would I live to see the sunset tomorrow? My knees nearly buckled as panic swept over me. I squeezed the railing and tried to appear interested in our conversation. Sledge excused himself and went below to check his combat pack. Everything was in order. Inside was a folded poncho, 1 pair of socks, a couple of boxes of K rations, salt tablets, extra carbine ammo, 20 rounds, 2 hand grenades, a fountain pen, a small bottle of ink, writing paper in a waterproof wrapper, a toothbrush, a small tube of toothpaste, some photos of my folks along with some letters in a waterproof wrapper, and a dungaree cap. His other equipment and clothing included a carbine, an entrenching tool, a steel helmet, a green dungaree jacket and pants, ankle-high boondockers, light canvas leggings, 2 canteens, a compass, 2 clips of ammunition, the regulation K-bar knife in a leather sheath, a larger meat cleaver-style knife his father had sent him, and, for good luck, a bronze Marine emblem fastened to one collar. When his head hit the pillow that night, he thought of home and wondered if he would die tomorrow. I concluded that it was impossible for me to be killed because God loved me. His heart racing, he fell asleep whispering the Lord's Prayer. The Landing. In the thin light of early morning, he had a breakfast of steak and eggs and headed with his company for the tank deck of the LST. The toilets were so crowded that some men didn't have the chance to empty their bowels. To boost morale, gung-ho Marines were putting on camouflage paint. War paint, they called it. Puts them in the mood, an officer told K Company's commander, George P. Hunt, a former newspaperman who would write a riveting account of his part of the upcoming battle, Coral Comes High. Hunt was with Chesty Puller's 1st Regiment, and his company had been given the toughest assignment on D-Day. They were to storm the Point, a Japanese fortification that had been built into the soft coral rock of a small peninsula that jutted out into the sea on the far left of the landing area. If that position was not taken, the enemy would have a free field of fire down the entire length of the beach, and the landing would likely to be a massacre. On the tank deck, the Alligator's engines were rumbling, filling the hold with stomach-turning diesel exhaust, despite the huge fans whirling overhead. When the signal was given, the big bow doors separated, and Sledge's amphibious tractor, following others, rumbled down the sloping ramp and settled into the sea like a big duck. Just ahead, in the rolling blue-green water, was the Alligator carrying George Hunt. A veteran of Guadalcanal and New Britain, Hunt was scared because he knew what to expect. A greenhorn, Sledge was scared because he didn't know what to expect. As the Marines passed the patrol boats and rocket ships, the sailors shook their fists and yelled, "Go get 'em, you Marines!" To settle their nerves, the men in one of Hunt's landing boats began singing, "Give My Regards to Broadway." Just before we hit the beach, we were all singing it at the top of our lungs, a Marine sergeant said later. It sure made us feel good. The men had been ordered to keep their heads down, but Sledge peeked over the high gunwale and saw several Amtraks get hit dead on by screaming shells and watched in horror as the bodies of Marines were blown into the air. Those men that were still alive began walking into shore and were cut down by machine gun fire. The noise from the battleships and the corsairs, Navy fighters, and the dive bombers was so incredible it was indescribable. You couldn't even yell to the man right next to you and have him hear you. As we moved into position, we could see and feel the power of the 16-inch salvos fired from the battle wagons right over our heads. Every time they exploded, trees and debris were hurled high into the air. It wasn't hot yet, and the sky was blue and the sun was out, and I was scared to death, and so was everybody else. The main thing that concerned me was I was afraid I was going to wet my pants. I looked at the island, and all I could see was a sheet of flame backed by a huge black wall of smoke, as though the island was on fire. And I thought, my God, none of us will ever get out of that place. Back on the troop ships, the men lined the rails and shouted, "Burn! Burn!" as tiny Peleliu, only 6 miles long and 2 miles wide, vanished in flame and smoke and monstrous clouds of coral dust. "We'll be off here by tomorrow," one Marine yelled. It was the same reaction as at Tarawa. Hardly a Marine could believe there was an enemy soldier alive after such a shelling. But the Japanese were dug in better than they had been at either Tarawa or Saipan. In a cave built deep in one of the island's coral ridges, a Japanese defender wrote in his diary, "We will defend Peleliu. We are imbued with the firm conviction that even though we may die, we will never let the airfield fall into enemy hands. Our morale is sky high." But so was the Marines. Over the gunwale of a craft abreast of us, I saw a Marine, his face painted for the jungle, his eyes set for the beach, his mouth set for murder, his big hands quiet now in the last moments before the tough tendons drew up to kill, wrote Tom Lee, life's leading war artist in the Pacific. For more than 2 months, Lee had lived aboard the carrier Hornet, chronicling the ship's role in operations in the South Pacific. This was his first battle experience with the Marines. In their combat packs, he and 2 other correspondents each had a can of beer. They agreed to have their own little celebration on the beach if they made it there. There were 10,500 Japanese soldiers and sailors on the island. About 6,000 of them, members of the Kwantung Army, veterans of brutal fighting in Manchuria. Their commander, Colonel Kunio Nakagawa, had brought in mining and tunneling engineers to militarize the natural coral caves of Peleliu, which were built into a central spine of hills that ran up the northern half of the island. Sliding steel doors covered the entrances to the caves with the biggest guns, and many of the interlocking caves had electricity, ventilation systems, telephone and radio communications, and hidden exits. The largest of them held 1,000 men, and a number of the caves were 5 and 6 stories deep. The caves were ideally located for defense, in a 300-foot-high mountain of jagged coral with sheer cliffs overlooking the flat area at the center of the island, just off the beach, where the airfield was located. It was a series of crags, Private Russell Davis described it, ripped bare of all standing vegetation, peeled down to the rotted coral, rolling in smoke, crackling with heat, and stained and black like bad teeth. The natives called this menacing coral mass the Umerbrogal. The Americans would call it Bloody Nose Ridge. Taking it would cost more American lives than were lost in the assault on Omaha Beach. The total number of Americans killed or wounded in the Peleliu operation, 9,615, exceeds by some counts the total number of British, Canadian, and American losses at Normandy on June 6, 1944. Aerial intelligence had failed to sight this high ground, for it was covered at the time with dense tropical growth. But the tremendous naval fire had blasted off the vegetation, exposing the coral ridges that began just north of the airport. There in the caves, with plugs in their ears and hate in their hearts, they waited, Lee wrote. Through terrifying bombing and shelling, they waited for the Marines to start across the 675-yard reef to the beach. Then they opened up. As Sledge's landing craft approached the beach, it hit a coral shelf and the engine stalled. Shells fell all around it, creating towering water geysers, and machine gun bullets pelted the steel sides of the Alligator. When the first shell came over, I knew my place was back home with Mother. The Alligator began running again, and as the Marines came up on the sand, the lieutenant pulled out a bottle of whiskey and shouted, "This is it, boys! just like they do it in the movies. It seemed unreal. Racing ashore a few yards, Sledge sought cover with members of his company. The Marines landed 3 regiments abreast, the 1st, 5th, and 7th Marines. Most of Puller's 1st Marines, on the left flank, attacked the lower hills of Bloody Nose Ridge and were stopped cold with heavy casualties. Hunt's K Company, meanwhile, went straight for the point and took it after a vicious firefight. But holding it would be a lot harder than taking it. Sledge's 5th Marines landed in the center and headed inland through low scrub vegetation toward the airport. The 7th Marines landed on the far right. After knocking out entrenched enemy positions on the southern end of the island, they were to loop north and reinforce Puller. Tom Lee, with the 7th Marines, found it impossible to do any drawing or sketching on the beach. My work there consisted of trying to keep from getting killed and trying to memorize what I saw and felt under fire. On the evening of D+1, I returned to a naval vessel offshore, where I could record in my sketchbook the burden of this memory. At his home in El Paso, Texas, Lee transformed his hastily executed pencil sketches into searing color portraits of men at war, which were reproduced in the pages of Life. Lee came across the reef on a Higgins boat. The reef was barricaded with concrete posts and railroad track ties, all heavily entwined with barbed wire. There were necklaces of underwater mines around every possible landing point, and the Japanese had planted inverted 500-pound aerial bombs and naval torpedoes with special fuses as mines and booby traps. Minefields stretched from the water to 50 yards inland in a pattern which ensured explosives every 20 feet. When his boat ground to a stop on the rugged coral, Lee splashed through the shallow surf and fell flat on his face, lying there wet and terrified as he watched a mortar tear a Marine to pieces, his head and one leg sailing into the air. Lee fell into a shell hole as another mortar came rocketing down on him. Lying there, I saw a wounded man near me, staggering in the direction of LVTs. His face was half bloody pulp, and the mangled shreds of what was left of an arm hung down like a stick as he bent over in his stumbling, shock-crazy walk. The half of his face that was still human had the most terrifying look of abject patience I have ever seen. He fell behind me in a red puddle on the white sand. That shattered Marine became the subject of Lee's famous painting, The Price. It was different from anything Lee had done before. Most of his work up to Peleliu had a sharp documentary quality, with almost no tension or bloodshed. The Price is so gory, so brutally grotesque, it makes you want to turn away. Peleliu changed Tom Lee. The Price is a monument, wrote the novelist James Jones, to the blood and death that all of us, even those who have been there, prefer not to see or think about when we are away from it. Lee followed the 7th Marines into the burned and mangled jungle, just inland from the beach, where he found cover with other Marines in a long trench. There, he and his 2 friends punched holes with their knives in their 3 beer cans and drank a toast to the Marines on Peleliu. The beer was hot, foamy, and wonderful. It was just before noon, and the sun had burned through the overcast of the early morning. Throughout the battle, temperatures would hover around 100 degrees, reaching 115 degrees on some days, and water was in short supply in the early part of the invasion. Sweat ran in streams from under our helmets, which, without cloth covers, were burning to the touch. Our dungarees, wet with sweat, stuck to our legs and backs. The sand under our clothes scratched like sandpaper, Lee wrote. Just behind the trench, in a large bomb crater surrounded by splintered trees, an improvised aid station had been set up. No hospital tent had been erected. That would have invited enemy fire. In the center of the crater, a doctor was performing surgery, while corpsmen administered to the walking wounded. The padre stood by with 2 canteens and a Bible, helping. He looked very lonely, Lee wrote, very close to God, as he bent over the shattered men so far from home. Corpsmen put a poncho, a shirt, a rag, anything handy, over the gray faces of the dead and carried them to a line on the beach, under a tarpaulin, to await the digging of graves. Toward evening, the men near the trench started to dig in for the night. Their entrenching tools were useless against the bone-hard coral. All they could do was find a hole or a slight depression and pile up stones and debris around it for cover. As they worked, they could be heard muttering, "It's the firking nighttime I don't like, when them little firkers come sneaking into your lap." When they finished, they cleaned their rifles and sharpened their bayonets. Up the beach to the left, Sledge's 5th Marines had moved in close to the airstrip, where they repelled a tank attack with bazookas, mortars, and their own hard-punching Sherman tanks, annihilating 13 small, thin-skinned tanks and a company of infantry that moved across the airfield behind them. This was a carefully coordinated counterattack, not a banzai charge, the first indication the Marines had that the enemy might fight differently on Peleliu than they had at Tarawa or Saipan. Still further up the beach, on the extreme left of the line, part of George Hunt's decimated K Company was holding the fortress-like point in primeval hand-to-hand fighting, cut off from the rest of the Marines on Peleliu and encircled by the best of Nakagawa's Manchuria veterans. They would be isolated and under incessant attack until they were relieved 30 hours later. Puller and the rest of the 1st Marines could not get to them. They were pinned down by fire from the caves of the Umer Brogel, just to the north of them. After the war, the Marine Corps built an exact model of the point at its Quantico training facility to teach new officers how to assault a doomsday defense. That evening, as he fell into a restless doze, brushing aside the land crabs that had crawled on his face, George Hunt wondered, could I still find my way around New York? Almost unbelievable to see Fifth Avenue again, to buy a newspaper at Wayland's, ride the 8th Avenue subway and the Staten Island ferry, and feel the stampeding, pulsating, brawling, uproarious spirit of the city. Then I must have slept. Along the beach, as the sun went down, men ate candy bars, drank warm water from canteens, and had their last cigarette before the smoking lamp was extinguished. Then the island blackness closed in on them. Most expected it to cool off, but it didn't, and they sat and fried in puddles of their own sweat, waiting. When the counterattack came in Lee's section of the beachhead, it began with a flurry of small arms fire and the high-pitched screams of enemy soldiers. Then came the mortar shells, smashing down all around them, the Marine howitzers answering every few seconds. Star shells lit up the sky, and the whole beachhead came alive. But again, there was no suicidal assault, just nerve-rattling mortar and artillery fire. To me, artillery was an invention of hell, Sledge recalled. After each shell, I was wrung out, limp, and exhausted. As the fight for Peleliu wore on, and the shelling intensified, there were a number of times when Sledge thought he was going to go out of his mind. Bloody Nose Ridge. Toward first light, after the shelling stopped, Marines climbed out of their primitive shelters with big grins on their smoke-smeared faces, feeling they had beaten the odds, at least for a night. We wiped the slime off our front teeth and lighted cigarettes, wrote Lee. As they prepared themselves for battle, Lee and the Marines saw what the enemy had done that night. The nearest dead Japanese were about 30 yards in front of the trench. They had infiltrated the Marines' lines, wearing the helmets of dead Marines, and sneaked into foxholes and cut throats. They had been slashed or shot by Marines in hand-to-hand fighting in the darkness, and there were bodies now in the morning light. At 8 a.m., Sledge's 5th Marines prepared for an assault on the crushed gravel airfield. The Marines already held two sides of the field, but the Japanese had their heavy guns concentrated on the coral mound overlooking the north side of the field, just west of where Chesty Puller was trying to break through. Planes, tanks, and howitzers would spearhead the advance, followed by the foot soldiers, and the assault would be made under the full force of that other enemy on Peleliu. The blistering sun, heat waves, visible to the eye, rising up from the furnace-like coral. Hundreds of Marines had already shriveled and passed out from heat exhaustion, and their bodies lay all about, paralyzed in grotesque shapes. The 5th Marines would need water if they hoped to carry out the attack. Just as the men in Sledge's unit started putting on their gear, a supply detail came up with 5-gallon water tanks. Our hands shook. We were so eager to quench our thirst, Sledge recalls. But the water looked like thin brown paint in his canteen cup, and when he first drank it, he had to spit it out. It was full of rust and oil, and it gave off a vile smell. A supply officer had transported this water to Peleliu in 55-gallon drums that had previously been filled with diesel oil. The drums had supposedly been steam cleaned, but someone had botched the job. There was nothing anyone could do now. It was drink oily water or die. Some of the men doubled over and retched. 4 infantry battalions were ordered to cross the airfield at a trot, straight into the enemy's strength. We moved rapidly in the open, amid craters and coral rubble, through ever-increasing enemy fire, Sledge remembers. The shells screeched and whistled, exploding all around us. I clenched my teeth, squeezed my carbine stock, and recited over and over to myself, "The Lord is my shepherd." The ground seemed to sway back and forth under the concussions. Chunks of blasted coral stung my face and hands, while steel fragments spattered down on the hard rock like hail on a city street. Everywhere shells flashed like giant firecrackers. Through the haze, I saw Marines stumble and pitch forward as they got hit. I gritted my teeth and braced myself in anticipation of the shock of being struck down at any moment. It seemed impossible that any of us could make it across. When Sledge made it to the northeastern side of the field and found cover in some low bushes, he was shaking like a leaf. I looked at one of the Guadalcanal veterans, and he was shaking as bad as I was. Sledge almost laughed with relief. Some men bled to death on the fire-swept airfield. There was no way anybody could get to them in time. The Marines were told to keep moving and not to stop and help the wounded. But an African-American Marine in one of the ammunition companies picked up a white Marine from Mississippi and carried him all the way to the aid station. That night, Sledge's unit moved through the mangrove swamps near the airfield and dug in for the night. It was impossible to get even 5 consecutive minutes of sleep because of the intensity of the enemy infiltration. "We never used the night," said Marine Bennis Frank. "I can only think of 2 night operations, one on Iwo Jima and one on Okinawa, that were successful. We owned the daytime for the most part, but the Japanese owned the night." By now it was clear to almost every Marine on the island that the Japanese were not fighting as they had on Saipan and Tarawa, where they had massed their strength on the beachhead and tried to stop the Marines at the waterline. That tactic had failed everywhere. Colonel Nakagawa had contested the landing with 1 full battalion, inflicting over 1,100 casualties on D-Day. But he had placed most of his troops in caves in the limestone ridges north of the airfield and waited for the Americans to come to him. Beginning with Peleliu, the Japanese would rely on a pre-planned defense in-depth strategy, luring the Americans toward their strong points and unleashing hurricanes of fire from positions that neither naval nor air bombardment could reach. Japan could not win the war this way, but it could hope to make it so hideously costly that the American public would demand an end to the bloodshed without insisting on unconditional surrender. Peleliu's ungodly landscape was a perfect laboratory to test the new defense in-depth tactics. Once the airfield was taken, the Marines had to secure it by going north into the Umerbrogel, a wild terrain that resembled a series of reefs that had reared up from the ocean floor 5 parallel razor-sharp ridges extending for 2 miles up the island. "The ruggedness of the terrain," said Sledge, "was almost indescribable. There were these sheer canyons, the sides at 90-degree angles, and they would be firing at us from 2 and 3 mutually supporting caves. It had a surrealistic appearance because the contours were all at crazy angles, and there was no smooth surface to any ridge." Enemy terrain and tactics took their heaviest toll on Chesty Puller's 1st Marine Regiment. Puller tried to bull his way through nearly impregnable enemy positions on Bloody Nose Ridge, suffering unsustainable casualties. He was a stubborn and fearless fighter, known to take long chances, but there was an almost manic quality to his aggressiveness on Peleliu, perhaps because he had just lost a brother, a fellow Marine, on Guam. He was supported by the equally unbending General Rupertus, when the overall commander of the operation, General Roy Geiger, offered to land an army regiment being held in reserve to support Puller. Rupertus flatly refused. He distrusted the army. The Marines would get the job done. To compound the problem, both Rupertus and Puller were hurt. Rupertus had broken an ankle in a training exercise, and his injury prevented him from getting to the front to see how badly things were going. Puller aggravated a leg wound he suffered at Guadalcanal and had to be carried around on a stretcher. Major Ray Davis's 1st Battalion lost 71% of its number, including all the officers in the rifle companies except one, and that man, Captain Everett Pope, had a hair-raising escape from death that won him a Medal of Honor. "We were finished as a fighting force," recalls Davis, "and the survivors were numb." Davis blames Rupertus and Puller, but the entire Peleliu campaign, he says, represented a total failure of intelligence. After taking the airport, Sledge's regiment fought for a day or so in the hills next to the 1st Marines and heard their complaints, witnessed their morale sagging. "We had lost too many good men," George Hunt writes. "How long could it keep up?" At this point in the battle, Sledge's regimental commander, Colonel Harold "Bucky" Harris, flew over the Brogel in a scout plane to see what the Marines were up against. He then went to Puller and Rupertus and told them they could never take the Coral Mountain by frontal assault because the contours of the ridges were like Swiss cheese, full of caves, situated in mutually supporting positions. He recommended that they pull back and move north, where the cave defense system was weaker. Attacking from north to south using siege tactics, they could root out the Japanese one position at a time with artillery, tanks, and newly developed long-range flamethrowers mounted on armored vehicles. When Rupertus came close to accusing Harris of cowardice, saying he was using too much ammunition and not enough men, Harris shot back, "General, I'm lavish with my ammunition and stingy with my men's lives." At that moment, the tent flap opened and in came General Geiger, who looked directly at Harris and said, "That's the most sensible thing I've ever heard. You can't take positions with dead Marines." Geiger overruled Rupertus. On the 9th day of the battle, a regiment of the Army's 81st Division, the Wildcats, relieved the shot-up 1st Marines, who had taken more casualties than any Marine regiment in the war up to this point. Trying to force the impossible and do the job entirely with Marines, Puller and Rupertus nearly destroyed one of the best regiments in the Corps. "You the 1st Marines?" a correspondent asked as Puller's leathernecks came off the line. "There ain't no more 1st Marines," came the reply from somewhere in the ranks. As the exhausted remnants of the 1st Marines walked off to a safe area near the sea, George Hunt watched some of his men find beds for themselves on the coral, while others carried their dead comrades to the beach, where they laid them down respectfully in a straight row. There were no sheets to cover them. Into the Brogel. 20 days later, Sledge's regiment would be relieved, its ranks almost as decimated as those of the 1st Marines. This was after it went into the Brogel to reinforce the 7th Marines. It was sent there after all the vital positions on the island had been taken. The airfield, the commanding ridge above it, and all of the islands south, east, and north of Brogel Mountain, including the neighboring island of Ansebus. There would be no more frontal assaults from the south. Instead, the Marines and the Wildcats would follow Harris's more cautious plan. "We moved much faster, took more positions, and killed just scores of Japs because we could flush them out of the caves with direct fire from artillery, tanks, and flamethrowers," recalls Sledge. Even so, the cave fighting in the Brogel was primeval, a struggle between the hunters and the hunted, the Americans above ground and the Japanese below. The landscape had been blasted free of vegetation and scarred white by a steady storm of phosphorus shells, the explosions covering the Americans with coral dust. When it would rain, the dust, being lime, would harden, and we would move our arms, and the pieces of coral would crack and fall off our dust-hardened dungarees, says Sledge. They became a living part of that war-ruined terrain and stank almost as badly as it did. The heat and the fear made them sweat, and the smell of their bodies was nauseating even to themselves. Worse, it blended with the odor of their dead. In the tropics, when men were killed in the morning, they would begin to bloat and stink pretty badly by night, Sledge recalled in a conversation long after the war. We would cover our dead with ponchos from head to toe and put them on stretchers behind the company area. But the dead Japs were lying all over the place in the ridges. There was no place to bury them in that coral, so they just bloated and rotted. Maggots tumbled out of their mouths and eyes, and big blowflies swarmed around the bodies. The flies would also get after our food, and nothing scared them away. You had to pick them off your K-rations. Often we had to eat within 2 or 3 feet of a dead Jap, and he'd be pretty rotten. And the flies that were on the dead Jap would land on our canteen cups and sometimes fall into the coffee. We didn't have a lot of coffee, so we just pulled the flies out and drank it. There was another problem. Typically, when a man who was under fire had to defecate, he used a grenade canister, a ration can, and threw it out of his foxhole, covering it up with dirt the next day. If you were not under fire, you could go back a little way off the line and dig a small hole. But there was no soil in the limestone hills of Peleliu, so there was this terrible odor from feces. Most of us got severe diarrhea, and that added to our sanitary problems. The odor was absolutely vile. You felt you would never get the stench of dead and rotten filth out of your nostrils. And at night, the land crabs would come out and swarm over the dead Japs. Then shells would come in and blow big chunks of the rotting corpses all over the place. Worse than the filth was the fatigue. The fatigue a combat infantryman is exposed to is absolutely beyond description. After a couple of weeks, we were literally shuffling around like zombies. They began to weaken mentally as well. The entire time Sledge was on Peleliu, he did not recall a single second when there was not a gun firing. There was no front line. The entire island was the front. That wore men down and made them feel helpless and vulnerable. When buddies were killed or wounded, many of us just simply cried. The men soon realized they had been sent into a death trap. In most storm landings, with the prominent exception of Tarawa, the Marines usually outnumbered the enemy by about 3 to 1. But on Peleliu, there were 9,000 Marines in infantry units fighting nearly 11,000 Japanese. As casualties mounted, cooks, bakers, drivers, and supply men, including African Americans from the ammunition and supply companies, were given rifles and thrown into the fight. And every man in a rifle company, even the company commander, had to serve as a stretcher bearer at one time or another. This was dangerous duty. The Japs, says Sledge, absolutely opened up on stretcher bearers with everything they had. You cannot imagine the cold hatred we had of people who shot at us as we were taking out our wounded and were unable to fire back. Historians say we hated the Japs because we were racist. Racism had nothing to do with it. It was the way they fought. Every day, soldiers and Marines witnessed signs of the unyielding ferocity of the enemy. Late in the fight, Sledge spotted the bodies of 3 dead Marines in a shell hole. They were badly decomposed, but this was to be expected in the tropics. As he looked closer, however, he was stricken with horror and revulsion, and rage such as he had never felt before. One man was decapitated. His head and severed hands rested on his chest, and his penis had been stuffed into his mouth. The second man had been gruesomely mutilated in the same way. The third Marine looked like he had been chopped up like a steer in the Chicago stockyards. "This was savagery beyond necessity," Sledge wrote later, "and it changed the way he fought. He began killing without regret or remorse, routinely shooting dead and wounded enemy soldiers after seizing a position to make sure they were dead. Survival was hard enough in the infantry without taking chances being humane to men who fought so savagely." George Hunt put this differently. "If it hadn't been for the Japanese, we would never have been on this goddamn island in the middle of no place with all these rocks, the blasted heat, and no water or chow. We hated them, and we would kill them and keep killing them, or we would be killed." In the Brogel, there was probably more Japanese infiltration than anywhere else in the Pacific. The enemy slept in the caves all day and slipped out at night, singly or in 2s and 3s. The Americans, waiting in their shallow foxholes, had a password, one the Japanese could not pronounce clearly. If a garbled reply came back, the fight was on. The infiltrators would toss grenades and charge, screaming and swinging a saber or a freshly sharpened bayonet. "The sounds of the fights in the foxholes were ungodly," Sledge recalls. "Grunts and curses and screams. The fighting was savage, Neanderthal. Its purpose was to inflict casualties and to wear us down, which it did." As Bennis Frank remarked, "It was good so many of us were so young. Only a young man could fight all day and all night." Sometimes the Japanese infiltrated in order to kill Americans wounded by shell fire earlier in the day. Sledge lost friends in these raids, which he considered yet another loathsome form of warfare, one that provoked an equal savagery in some of his comrades. Marines and Army infantry stripped Japanese corpses, looking for souvenirs, sabers, pistols, flags, harakiri knives, even gold teeth, which they cut out with their knives, sometimes before the wounded victim was dead. Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival in the abyss of Peleliu eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all, Sledge wrote in his memoirs. We lived in an environment totally incomprehensible to the men behind the lines, service troops and civilians. In a break in the fighting, Sledge saw a dead Japanese soldier squatting on the ground in front of his machine gun. The top of his head had been blown off, cleanly severed as if a power saw had done the job. I noticed this buddy of mine just flipping chunks of coral into the skull. It rained all that night, and the rain collected inside his skull. Each time my buddy's pitch was true, I heard a little splash of rainwater in the ghastly receptacle. There was nothing malicious in his action. This was just a mild-mannered kid who was now a 20th century savage. We all had become hardened. We were out there, human beings, the most highly developed form of life on earth, fighting like wild animals. The fighting stopped for Sledge on October 30th, 1944, when his broken regiment was sent back to Pavuvu, his own Company K having suffered 64% casualties. The Army's Wildcats were left to finish the job, and it would take them another 6 hard weeks. On the night of November 24th, Colonel Nakagawa, having carried out his instructions to bleed the Americans, killing or wounding 9,615 soldiers and Marines, burned his colors and shot himself in a cave in the shell-blasted Umer Brogel. Only a handful of his men were still alive. They melted into the coral ridges and did not surface and surrender until a year and a half after the war. To take Peleliu and 2 nearby islands, Angar and Ansebus, cost 1 American casualty and 1,589 rounds of ammunition for each Japanese defender killed. The image that best captures the agony of Peleliu is Tom Lee's 2,000-yard stare. It is the portrait of a young Marine that Lee saw in a sick bay he passed by on his way off the island. I noticed a tattered Marine standing quietly by a corpsman, staring stiffly at nothing. His mind had crumbled in battle, his jaw hung, and his eyes were like 2 black empty holes in his head. When Lee painted him, he put him against the background of Bloody Nose Ridge. Lee's notes tell the man's story. Last evening he came down out of the hills. Told to get some sleep, he found a shell crater and slumped into it. He's awake now. First light has given his gray face eerie color. He left the States 31 months ago. He was wounded in his first campaign. He has had tropical diseases. There's no food or water in the hills, except what you carry. He half sleeps at night and gouges Japs out of holes all day. 2/3 of his company has been killed or wounded, but he is still standing. So he will return to attack this morning. How much can a human being endure? The Japanese defense of Peleliu did nothing to halt the American advance on the home islands, nothing to weaken American resolve to fight to the finish. Neither did taking Peleliu put America closer to winning the war. Peleliu received almost no news coverage while it was being fought, and today it is a forgotten battle. All attention was on MacArthur's invasion of the Philippines and Eisenhower's drive from the tangled country of Normandy, where the Allied armies broke through tremendous German resistance in midsummer to the borders of Germany, where they stalled that autumn in front of the Siegfried Line, the menacing belt of fortifications at the western gates of the Nazi fatherland. But Peleliu, as Sledge says, must not be forgotten. One of the most murderously fought battles in all of history, it is a lasting reminder of the debasing consequences of unrestrained war, fighting without let-up or conscience. As Eugene Sledge's ship pulled away from Peleliu, with fighting still raging in the smoking canyons of the Umer Brogel, he felt the island pulling him back as if it were some tremendous magnet. He was terrified his regiment would be ordered to return at the very last minute to stop some unexpected counterattack or some threat to the airfield. But perhaps he felt the pull of the place because he had left some part of himself there, never to be retrieved. It wasn't innocence, but it was everything he had known as youth. That was nothing, however, compared to the unbearable price his 1st Marine Division paid for a worthless strip of coral in one of the most remote places on Earth. Chapter 6. The Return. On September 15, 1944, the morning the Old Breed went over the reef at Peleliu, General Douglas MacArthur's troops landed on the strategically important island of Morotai, northwest of New Guinea, taking it easily. This gave MacArthur a forward airbase to hit Leyte, the midrib of the Philippines. All the while, Bull Halsey's Task Force 38 hammered the Philippine island of Luzon, along with Formosa and Okinawa, shattering Japanese air power in the area. MacArthur was now ready to strike. After Halsey completed his work with MacArthur in the South Pacific, Nimitz alternated him with Spruance as commander of the main naval striking arm in the Pacific. This system allowed for a quickened pace of operations, with one commander always at sea while the other planned future operations. With Spruance in command, the Fifth Fleet retained its name. Under Halsey, it became the Third Fleet. Under Halsey, Spruance's fast carrier Task Force 58 became Task Force 38. The invasion plan brought together the two great Pacific offenses: MacArthur's forces advancing from the South Pacific up the coast of New Guinea, and Nimitz's forces advancing from Tarawa across the Central Pacific. The U.S. Third Fleet, commanded by Halsey, was the most awesome naval force ever assembled. It would act as a shield, keeping the Japanese Navy away from the assault force, MacArthur's Sixth Army, 200,000 men strong under Lieutenant General Walter Kruger. Providing close support and putting the troops ashore would be the job of MacArthur's Navy. Vice Admiral Thomas C. Kincaid's smaller Seventh Fleet of old battleships, small escort carriers, and troop transports. The Americans landed on Leyte on October 20th, 1944. Just after the first waves hit Red Beach, General MacArthur, wearing his Philippine Field Marshal's cap, sunglasses, and freshly pressed khakis, stepped into knee-deep water and walked toward the beach, 2.5 years after he had left Bataan. Standing in a rainstorm, holding a microphone, he made an announcement. "People of the Philippines, I have returned. Rally to me. Let the indomitable spirit of Bataan and Corregidor lead. For your homes and hearths, strike. For future generations of your sons and daughters, strike. In the name of your sacred dead, strike." General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the Japanese commander on Leyte, said that had he known MacArthur himself was coming ashore, he would have formed a suicide squad and killed him. The Battle of Leyte Gulf. More men went ashore on the first day of the Leyte invasion than landed in Normandy on D-Day. Although any thought of the Pacific D-Days brings up an image of assaulting Marines, the U.S. Army, under MacArthur, made more landings, some 30 of them before the Philippines, put more troops into battle, and took greater casualties than the Marine Corps in America's epic Pacific offensive. Meeting unexpectedly light resistance, Kruger's troops swept inland, captured a strategic airfield, and put bulldozers to work preparing an airstrip long enough to handle the medium bombers and long-range fighters of George Kenney's Air Force. But before this airstrip was completed, the navies of Imperial Japan and the United States met head-on in the greatest sea battle ever fought. For Japan, the Battle of Leyte Gulf was to be the decisive engagement of a war that had turned disastrously against it. It was Japan's last chance to protect its economic lifeline through the South China Sea to its southern resource empire. It was the emperor, not his military leaders, who decided to make Leyte, not Luzon, the major battle for the Philippines. Contrary to the views of the Army and the Navy General Staffs, I agreed to the showdown battle of Leyte, thinking that if we attacked at Leyte and America flinched, then we would probably be able to find room to negotiate. It was a horrible strategic mistake. The calamitous naval and infantry losses on Leyte and in Leyte Gulf made the later defense of Luzon almost impossible. But going into the battle, the Navy was confident. It had lost most of its carrier strength, but its commanders thought its formidable battleship and cruiser forces could deliver rapid and shattering blows. When the American invasion force hit Leyte, the Japanese set in motion a huge, highly complex counteroffensive. The key to it was a diversionary move, one that counted on Admiral Halsey's notorious aggressiveness. Admiral Jizaburo Ozawa's carrier force, with the decks of the flat tops almost empty, would lure Halsey's fleet away from the Leyte beaches. At that point, two strike forces of battleships and cruisers would steam into Leyte Gulf, one from the north through San Bernardino Strait, the other from the south through Surigao Strait. This giant pincer movement would converge on the Leyte beachhead and annihilate the smaller American fleet that was covering the beachhead, isolating the troops that had already landed. It was a desperate gamble, an oceanic banzai charge. Vice Admiral Takeo Kurita's attack force, the strongest to be deployed, was the first to arrive in the Philippines. Two American submarines, Darter and D.Days, sighted it heading for the San Bernardino Strait on the morning of October 23rd and closed in for the kill, sinking two heavy cruisers, one of them Kurita's flagship. But they could not stop the gigantic fleet, which included 5 battleships, among them the world's 2 biggest warships, Musashi and Yamato. Switching his flag to Yamato, the shaken but implacable Kurita headed for San Bernardino Strait. When Halsey got word of the fast-approaching Japanese fleet, he launched his Hellcat fighters against it in what turned into a furious day-long air battle. The Japanese got the worst of it. One of their land-based bombers destroyed the light carrier Princeton, but Kurita lost the massive Musashi, which was ripped apart by 19 torpedo and 17 bomb hits, and finally rolled over and sank, taking with her half her crew of 2,300 men. Even more damaging was the loss of 150 planes, 9 of them to fighter ace David McCampbell, punishing evidence of overwhelming American air superiority in the Pacific. As night approached, Kurita broke off the engagement, not wanting to risk Yamato and his other heavy ships, all of which were pounded in the narrow San Bernardino Strait. As Kurita steamed west to get beyond range of Halsey's carrier planes, Halsey received a report on the afternoon of October 24th that Ozawa's decoy fleet had been spotted 300 miles to the north. He set out after it at dawn the next day with his entire Third Fleet, seeing the enemy carriers as his most important prey. In one of the most controversial decisions of the Pacific War, he failed to leave even a single picket destroyer to guard San Bernardino Strait, nor did he tell Kincaid that he was leaving the pass uncovered. Later, Halsey would say that he was confident Kurita had no more fight in him. He was almost right. Kurita had begun to withdraw, but goaded by his fellow commanders who questioned his resolve, he reversed course and moved to strike the Leyte beachhead. As he passed through San Bernardino Strait on the night of October 24th to 25th, to join the attack force heading up from the south through Surigao Strait, the Japanese believed they were about to win the most momentous naval victory of the war. They might have, had not the American commanders pulled off what Halsey called one of the prettiest ambushes in naval history. As darkness fell on the 24th, Admiral Kinkaid's flotilla of PT boats took station just outside Surigao Strait, where Ferdinand Magellan had sailed into the Philippines in 1521. His destroyers lined the 35 miles of the strait itself. At the end of the narrow passage, Kinkaid placed 6 old battleships in a line. 5 of them had been sunk or damaged at Pearl Harbor, repaired, modernized, and sent to avenge themselves. The cruisers were with them. About midnight, a PT boat signaled that the Japanese were approaching the strait. In the darkness, the PTs got 2 hits, but the Japanese steamed on, in double column, tearing through the passage at 20 knots. The destroyers held their fire. Battleships and cruisers were silent, hidden by the darkness in the dead calm sea. About 3:00 a.m. on the 25th, Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf, commander of Kinkaid's 6 battleships, ordered, "Commence firing." The destroyers steamed toward the enemy ships and fired their torpedoes. Incandescent flashes lighted Surigao Strait as the torpedoes struck home. The cruisers, ranged on opposite sides of the trap, opened fire on the Japanese caught between them. Colored recognition lights flashed as the confused Japanese, thinking their own ships were attacking them, tried to weather the storm of steel and flame. The lights gave the American cruisers splendid targets, until both the Japanese ships and the U.S. destroyers laid down smoke screens. The one U.S. destroyer, crippled by Japanese fire, lurched in the smoke, while the others withdrew and opened fire with their hard-hitting 5-inch batteries. Confusion failed to alter the enemy's determination. The ships plunged on through Surigao Strait, firing wildly and inaccurately. This gave Admiral Oldendorf an opportunity presented to few naval commanders. He crossed the T of the Japanese battle line, an action where one fleet advancing in a column forms a vertical bar and thus can fire only its forward-pointing guns, while the attackers form a horizontal bar, the top of the T, and bring their broadsides to bear, annihilating the opposition. One after the other, the Japanese ships reached a narrow part of the strait and turned, presenting perfect targets. The 6 American battleships, only 12 miles away, did not even have to shift the range of their radar-controlled guns. Ship after Japanese ship became a torch in the night. The cruisers and destroyers sank the remainder as they fled, leaving only wreckage and long streaks of flaming oil. The southern half of the Japanese pincer was broken. Silence followed, wrote Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison, to honor the passing of the tactics which had so long been foremost in naval warfare. All the great naval actions of the past 3 centuries, including Trafalgar and Jutland, had been fought by classic line-of-battle tactics. In the unearthly silence that followed the roar of Oldendorf's 14-inch and 16-inch guns in Surigao Strait, one could imagine the ghosts of all great admirals, from Raleigh and de Ruyter to Togo and Jellicoe. standing at attention to salute the passing of the kind of naval warfare that they all understood. For in those opening minutes of the morning watch of 25 October 1944, battle line became as obsolete as the row galley tactics of Salamis and Syracuse. Early the next morning, Rear Admiral Clifton Sprague, in charge of a flotilla of small escort carriers and destroyers, sighted the tall masts of Kurita's battleships coming over the western horizon, heading for Leyte Gulf, where the beaches were stacked with ammunition, food, and military hardware. Sprague's escort carriers, lightly armed, converted merchant ships carrying only 18 to 26 planes, were directly in Kurita's path, but were no match for the 4 battleships and 7 cruisers that hove into view. Kinkaid and later Nimitz at Pearl Harbor sent urgent messages to Halsey asking for help, but Halsey broke off action with Ozawa too late to help Sprague. Realizing he was on his own, Sprague launched every plane he had against the steel Goliaths boring in on him. The Japanese fleet steamed straight on, paying little attention to the 4 destroyer escorts and 3 destroyers that had laid down smoke screens, darting in and out, matching their small fire against the thunderous volleys of the battleships, in what Admiral Kinkaid called the most daring and most effective action of the entire war. Heavy Japanese cruisers sank 1 American escort carrier and hit others with crushing fire, while battleships put down 2 destroyers and 1 destroyer escort. But just as Kurita seemed on the brink of a great victory, he turned and headed back towards San Bernardino Strait after losing his 3rd heavy cruiser from air and destroyer attacks. At 09:25, my mind was occupied with dodging torpedoes, Sprague recalls. When near the bridge, I heard one of the signalmen yell, "God damn it, boys, they're getting away!" I could not believe my eyes, but it looked as if the whole Japanese fleet was indeed retiring. However, it took a whole series of reports from circling planes to convince me, and still I could not get the fact to soak into my battle-numbed brain. At best, I had expected to be swimming by this time. In the smoke and chaos of battle, Kurita believed, not unreasonably, that he was facing carriers from Halsey's fleet, for he was engaging over 400 fighters and torpedo planes, the dauntless airmen making dry runs after running out of ammunition. Kurita was also convinced, after intercepting and misreading Kinkaid's messages to Halsey, that Halsey was fast approaching with more heavy carriers and that he would block San Bernardino Strait. Sprague's escort carriers, their destroyer screens, and their brave aviators had stopped what Admiral Morrison describes as the most powerful gunfire force which Japan had sent to sea since the Battle of Midway. After mauling the Japanese carrier fleet, Halsey steamed back to the waters off Leyte. His vanguard arrived at 1:30 p.m. on the 25th, and his planes joined those of the 7th Fleet in harrying the fleeing enemy. 1 more carrier was sunk, and on that evening a submarine made a final kill, a heavy cruiser, completing the destruction of almost the entire Japanese naval force. The official score stood 4 carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, and 11 destroyers sunk. In actual tonnage, more than a quarter of all Japanese losses since Pearl Harbor. After the 3-day Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Japanese Navy was finished. But just as naval history's last great surface conflict was concluding, the enemy pulled a wildly unexpected move. After Kurita retreated, several wounded U.S. escort carriers were hit by a new and terrifying weapon, the Kamikaze Corps. Kamikaze, which means divine wind, refers to the typhoons that twice destroyed the fleets of Mongol invaders of Japan in the 13th century. The new suicide planes, armed with heavy bombs, damaged 3 vessels and sank 1. Then, in succeeding weeks, they attacked our ships in Leyte Gulf, Admiral Kincaid recalls. Every day I could see the faces from the skippers down to the lowest seamen getting longer and longer because they just couldn't stop the kamikazes. As they approached, one plane would drop behind as though there was something wrong with the engine. As the larger group went over the ships, all the anti-aircraft would be trained on them, and then the plane that had dropped behind would come in a dive. The kamikazes had a lot of tricks like that. They did a great deal of damage. After the Battle of Leyte Gulf, both King and Nimitz were convinced that Halsey had made an unforgivable mistake in leaving open San Bernardino Strait. Another commander might have been removed, but Halsey was too important to the cause, and he had MacArthur's complete support. Overhearing a group of Navy men take Halsey to task at an officers' dinner for abandoning us while he went after the decoy fleet, MacArthur slammed his fist on the table and roared, "That's enough! Leave the bull alone! He's still a fighting admiral in my book." The Fight for Leyte. On Leyte, MacArthur's troops made slow progress against enemy forces in the vast and wild interior. Yamashita had planned to meet the Americans in force on Luzon, not here, but bowing to the Emperor's decision, he improvised and fought a masterful defensive battle. He pulled in reinforcements from neighboring islands, increasing his garrison from 23,000 to almost 70,000 troops. And these ferociously dedicated soldiers contested nearly every inch of ground in the lake-like rice paddies and precipitous mountains of Leyte. The battle was waged in the most wretched natural conditions imaginable. During the fighting, Leyte was hit by 3 typhoons and an earthquake. Artillery officer Linwood Kreider, 23 years old at the time, describes the nearly 2-month-long battle for Leyte. Like Peleliu, one of the largely forgotten struggles of the Pacific War. I was a young artillery officer, and although I had been in the South Pacific for a while, I had not participated in an operation of this magnitude. The artillery group that I was assigned to was part of the 24th Corps Artillery. For the Leyte operation, we were to provide support to the 96th and 7th Infantry Divisions. Leyte is a little over 100 miles in length and 45 miles at its widest point. We entered Leyte Gulf during the night of October 19th and landed on the eastern side of the island just north of the little town of Dulag. We landed almost unopposed and secured a beachhead. Our landing had been so easy, I thought perhaps we were being lured into some kind of trap. For the next 3 days, we moved south, and then I started to earn my money. First of all, the rains came. It rained between 30 and 40 inches the first month we were there. Later on, the rains increased. It rained over 16 inches in one day. With the water came lots of mud. It was a special kind of mud. On the surface, it was very slick, but once you sank in, it seemed to have an unusual adhesive quality. This mud also did not smell good, probably because it contained a large amount of rotting organic matter. The worst part came at night. That's when you had to dig a hole to sleep in. Even though you quickly covered the hole with a poncho, the water seeped in, and with the water came the leeches. It wasn't unusual to find a dozen of those little bloodsuckers on you in the morning. On the night of October 24th, we began to hear distant cannonading and could see the flash of big gunfire being reflected off low-lying clouds. The firing increased until it was almost a continuous rumble. It now seemed apparent that a significant naval engagement was taking place off the southeast coast of Leyte. The sound of this gunfire continued until about 0200 the next morning. We had no way of knowing its outcome. The next day we learned from a downed Navy pilot that Kincaid had kicked their ass. During the next few days we continued the push to the west. There is a ridge of mountains running down the center of Leyte that goes up to about 4,500 feet. This is extremely rugged terrain. It is covered with dense tropical growth. When you drop an artillery shell into growth like this, it seems to get totally lost. The whole month of November was a miserable time. Other Army units had secured the north end of the island, but had run into the same problems that we did when trying to push down the west coast to Ormoc. Ormoc was the major town on the west coast, and it was through here that the Japanese reinforcements were being brought in from other islands in the Philippines. The Japanese strategy for the defense of Leyte had also changed during this period. Their initial strategy was to save their best for the defense of Luzon, which was politically more significant than Leyte. They now decided to throw everything available into the defense of Leyte. Airstrikes from Luzon were increased, and the first kamikaze attacks on the supply ships in Leyte Harbor were initiated. The Japanese called this new offensive the Wa Operation. It was in our section that they launched the Wa Operation. Their objective was to recapture all of the airstrips on eastern Leyte and to bring their planes to these strips to support this offensive. What a stupid thing to do! These airstrips were a sea of mud and therefore worthless. During this offensive, an incoming mortar round hit our position. I knew immediately that the company commander and platoon sergeant were dead. My left eye filled with blood, so I had a problem assessing any further damage. I lay there for a minute sort of numbed by what had happened. It was getting dark. I then became aware of someone trying to move me. My left leg hurt and was bleeding. A medic cut my pant leg and found a piece of shrapnel sticking in my fibula. He pulled it out and put on a compress to stop the bleeding. Just when I was thinking that my situation wasn't that bad, I felt a pain in my lower abdomen. The medic took a quick look with a flashlight. I had been gut shot. I was quite sure I was going to die. Morning did come, though, and I was still alive. 3 others were not. I somehow got loaded onto the back of a weapons carrier and made the bumpy ride to the battalion aid station. The doctor took a quick look at me and tagged me to go to the field hospital. My 7th day, I was allowed to go back to my unit for light duty. It was now approaching the middle of December. The 77th Division had assaulted Ormoc and taken it. The Japanese on Leyte were now cut off from receiving outside support from the other islands in the Philippines. I had about a dozen letters from my parents and my fiancée. We had decided to wait until after the war to get married. I read the last letter from her first. Her opening paragraph began, "When you read this, I'm sure you'll understand. Here I lay on some far distant battlefield, and all the while she was with another man. She said since she hadn't heard from me for such a long time, she assumed that I had lost interest in her." On the 15th of December, General MacArthur declared that Leyte was secured and the fighting had ended. It's too bad he wasn't there to see what was going on, because the fighting wasn't over. There were still thousands of Japanese soldiers on Leyte, and they did not plan to surrender. It wasn't until March 1945 that the Japanese on Leyte were neutralized. Between Christmas Day and the end of the campaign, the Americans killed more than 27,000 Japanese. By mid-January, we got some good news. We were no longer part of MacArthur's command and therefore would not be going to Luzon. Our destination was Okinawa, another place I had never heard of. For his service in World War II and the Korean War, Linwood Crider received 12 military decorations and awards, including a Purple Heart, a Bronze Star, and a Presidential Citation. All my awards were for merit, he says today. I got none for valor. I am not a hero. 65,000 Japanese soldiers died to hold Leyte, killing or wounding 15,500 Americans. Many of these boys breathed their last to take and hold terrain in central Leyte that was unsuitable for the construction of airfields. Steel mesh for runways sank or shifted dangerously in the soft soil, making the Leyte operation one of the most bungled intelligence efforts of the Pacific War. Inadequate air support led to further and unnecessary casualties, turning Leyte into an in-close infantry slugfest. Many of the Americans fell in the weeks after. MacArthur, in a publicity stunt typical of him, declared the island secured, to the amazement of Crider and other GIs. The historian of the 11th Airborne describes what MacArthur cavalierly called a mop-up operation. Through mud and rain, over treacherous rain-swollen gorges, through thick jungle growth, over slippery, narrow, root-tangled, steep-foot trails, the Angels, as 11th Airborne troops called themselves, pushed west to clear the Leyte mountain range of its tenacious defenders. It was bitter, exhausting, rugged fighting, physically the most terrible we were ever to know. General Robert Eichelberger, commander of the U.S. 8th Army, which relieved the 6th Army on Leyte on Christmas Day, remarked that, "If there was another war, I recommend that the military and the correspondents drop the phrase mopping up from their vocabularies. It is not a good enough phrase to die for." Thousands of Japanese soldiers, weakened to the point of death by hunger and disease, fought on until the following April. Liberation. Before the Americans left Leyte, their dead and wounded were replaced by new draftees whose average age was 19. They went to Luzon to liberate 18 million Filipinos, the first large Christian population they had encountered in the Pacific. The landing was made in Lingayen Gulf, north of Manila, on January 9, 1945, on the very spot where General Homa's troops had come ashore on the 15th day of the Pacific War. Despite furious attacks by waves of kamikazes, which sank or damaged 40 ships of the invasion armada on its way to the beachhead, MacArthur landed a force of 68,000 men by nightfall. It would be the biggest American land engagement of the Pacific War and one the Japanese could not win, having lost so many troops, planes, and ships in trying to stop MacArthur on Leyte. "Now it is their turn to quake," MacArthur declared. In all, MacArthur would bring 280,000 men to Luzon. Lying in wait for them, but scattered widely on the island, were 287,000 Japanese under General Yamashita, the largest enemy army the Americans faced in the Pacific. The stage was set, said Life magazine, for the first large-scale slugging match with the Japanese Army. Yamashita knew that massed American naval, air, and ground power made resistance at the beaches futile. His only option was to fight a protracted and bloody delaying action. In Singapore, when I negotiated the surrender there with General Sir Arthur Percival, the only words I spoke to him were yes or no. I intend to ask MacArthur the same question. The Tiger of Malaya withdrew most of his forces to mountain strongholds in the east, opening the way for MacArthur's drive to Manila. Yamashita would sacrifice the capital to win the battle in the Badlands. The first big fight carried Kruger's forces across the Agno River, over low hills paralleling the Gulf, and out onto the Great Plain leading to Manila, 110 miles southeast of Lingayen. Here, tanks could operate on open terrain and fine roads. On January 28th, a band of hand-picked men from the Army's 6th Ranger Battalion made a daring raid deep into Japanese-held territory on a prison camp at Cabanatuan. With the aid of Filipino guerrillas, the Rangers freed 513 American and British POWs, including many survivors of the Bataan Death March. MacArthur would soon learn that only a third of the men he had left behind in Luzon had survived. After seeing the ghastly condition of the prisoners at Cabanatuan and learning from his intelligence officers that other POWs and internees were dying of starvation, MacArthur called in the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division, Major General Vern D. Mudge. "Go to Manila," he ordered. "Go around the nips, bounce off the nips, but go to Manila. Free the internees and Santo Tomas." Santo Tomas was the camp where 3,700 American men, women, and children, including the Army nurses of Bataan and Corregidor, had been interned for almost 3 years. Mudge assembled 2 small flying columns of infantry and armor, a modern version of a mounted cavalry unit, and sped for the capital, with Marine Corps dive bombers covering his advance. Along the way, jubilant Filipinos waved and shouted at them, handing them flowers, eggs, and beer. 48 hours later, on the evening of February 3rd, they reached the city limits. The New York Times reported their entrance into the city. The first 2 forces had to fight their way from house to house, in the face of fires and demolitions, and through mined streets, to the north bank of the Pasig River, which cuts the city in 2. After they crossed the stream in a fleet of amphibious trucks and moved into southern Manila, they were met with steady machine gun and mortar fire from upper floors and from concrete pillboxes placed at important intersections by the Japanese, who were still clinging to Intramuros, the old walled section of the city on the Pasig's lower bank. Immediately on their entrance into the capital, a flying squadron of cavalrymen sped to the gates of the Santo Tomas Internment Center, where 3,700 persons, mostly women and children, were being detained. The troopers pushed through machine gun nests and sniper fire up to the campgrounds and then fought from room to room to clean out the Japanese. Other forces, meanwhile, moved against burning Bilibid prison, where 1,100 war prisoners and civilian internees were saved from flames. Tanks were crashing at the gate. One of the Bataan nurses described the liberation of Santo Tomas. "I happened to be in the front building with a room above the front entrance. Tanks rolled to the front door. But in the darkness, no one could tell whose tanks they were. Then a soldier pulled himself out of one of the steel monsters and said simply, 'Hello, folks.' This was it. These were Americans. Pandemonium broke loose. Hysterically happy prisoners mobbed the soldiers of the 1st Cavalry. The men in the tanks looked like giants to us because we were all so emaciated and thin, said Army Nurse Martha Dworsky. We were all laughing and crying, hanging out the windows, shouting and screaming and waving. It was a wild sense of joy and happiness, another nurse recalled. With the liberators was a figure familiar to the prisoners. Karl Maidens, my God, it's Karl Maidens, cried a woman inmate as the life photographer turned a flashlight on his face to identify himself. Maidens had covered the battles of Bataan and Corregidor, and he and his wife Shelley, a writer for life, had been captured and interned in Santo Tomas for more than 9 months before being sent to Shanghai, where they were freed in 1943 as part of a prisoner exchange. I was picked up bodily, Maidens dispatched his editors on the morning after the liberation of Santo Tomas. Full camera pack, canteen belt and all, and carried on the hands of the internees over their heads. Outside the main building, Maidens found a sight he had dreamed about many times. In the brilliant light stood 3 Japanese in officers' uniforms, ringed by soldiers pointing guns at them. The next day, he learned that every one of the prisoners was suffering from malnutrition. Most of them were so emaciated he did not recognize them, and they had been indoctrinated into a state of docility. Even with husky, welcoming Americans on the main gate, the internees would not venture past the swale fence which marked the out-of-bounds area. On Sunday morning, the American flag was raised over Santo Tomas. The whole camp shouted and cheered as the flag went up. Then someone started singing, "God Bless America," and everyone joined in. I have never heard it sung as it was sung that day, said Maidens. I have never heard people singing God Bless America and weeping openly. And they have never seen soldiers, hard-bitten youngsters such as make up the 1st Cavalry, stand unashamed and weep with them. Later on, an American sergeant seemed confused when, leading the Japanese prison administrators away from the camp, a group of recently released children shouted to him, "Make them bow! Make them bow!" By early February, MacArthur had more troops on Luzon. Landings had been made at Subic Bay on the west and at Nasugbu on the south. From both points, Allied forces were racing inland. By February 4th, 2 American columns, including the 11th Airborne, led by General Robert Eichelberger, were within 15 miles of Manila, MacArthur's spiritual home, the city where his mother had died, where he had courted his wife, and where his son Arthur had spent the first 4 years of his life. We were ready for the dash on Manila, General Eichelberger recalled. I pressed forward with the infantry, and my headquarters was set up in what had once been the annex of the Manila Hotel. It was a bare and looted building, but the view was just the way I remembered it, and just as beautiful. I could see the city of Manila gleaming whitely in the sunshine. I could see Corregidor and the hook of the Cavite Peninsula, which curves into Manila Bay. It was strangely like a homecoming, but soon tall plumes of smoke began to rise in Manila, and at evening the tropical sky was crimsoned by many fires. The Japanese were deliberately destroying the magical town which had been traditionally called the Pearl of the Orient. The Americans drove in from 3 sides, the 1st Cavalry Division from the east, the 37th from the north, and Eichelberger's forces from the south. The 1st Cavalry got into the city without much trouble, but the 11th Airborne ran into 12,500 of the 16,700 Japanese sailors and Marines that were guarding Manila and had to fight its way into the city, suffering heavy casualties. Earlier, General Yamashita had declared Manila an open city and ordered the commander of its defense garrison, Rear Admiral Sanji Iwabuchi, to withdraw his forces and join him in the mountains of northern Luzon. But Iwabuchi ignored that order, brought in big guns from damaged ships in the harbor, set up artillery pieces, rockets, and mortars, and staged a suicidal resistance from buildings designed to withstand earthquakes and typhoons. Manila was burning. The whole downtown section was smothered in roaring black billows of smoke. Yank correspondent H.N. Oliphant described the opening hours of the battle for the city. The Jap shells were coming in. A sprawling wooden structure across the street got a direct hit. A Filipino girl stood beside us shaking her head. She said her father and baby brother were inside the burning building. A pretty light-skinned woman, dressed in a kimono, was standing across the street. She scolded a little boy who was pulling at her kimono. She pushed the child and yelled, "Get away from me, you little Jap bastard!" It was probably her own child, his father Japanese, and she did not want to be seen with him for fear of being branded an enemy collaborator. One American soldier, Fred Nixon, was walking along a street with a priest when they passed a procession of men carrying small coffins. Father Rogers told us that the caskets contained the bodies of Filipino children whose fathers were Japanese. When it looked like we were winning, their families killed them so that they would not appear to be Japanese collaborators. He said the church could not condone the killings, but the children deserved a Christian funeral. These women feared reprisals for unspeakable acts of barbarity committed against their people by the Japanese. When Lester Tenney escaped for a short period from Camp O'Donnell after the Bataan Death March, he went into the hills with a small band of Filipino guerrillas. From a hilltop overlooking a village, he witnessed a group of Filipino women being tortured by the Japanese. The women were tied, with their legs spread, to the stilts that supported their cottages. The Japanese put sticks of dynamite into their vaginas and started asking them questions that we couldn't hear. Then they lit the dynamite, and within a matter of 3 minutes there were loud explosions, and I could actually see the parts of bodies flying through the air. In some of the worst fighting of the war, building-to-building urban warfare akin to that at Stalingrad, a city of 800,000 people, was almost completely destroyed, the most ravaged Allied capital after Warsaw. Nearly 100,000 Filipino civilians were killed in this urban holocaust, many of them in a succession of die-hard reprisals by Iwabuchi's doomed defensive garrison. Hospitals were set afire after the patients had been strapped to their beds. The corpses of males were mutilated, females of all ages were raped before they were slain, and babies' eyes were gouged out and smeared on walls like jelly, wrote historian William Manchester. The Japanese fought to the last man from the sewers of the city, where they were annihilated by American troops with grenades and flamethrowers. After walking through his ruined city, the Filipino journalist Carlos Romulo wrote, "Wherever I went, I felt like a ghost hunting its way in a vanished world." When MacArthur returned to Manila at the end of February to re-establish the civilian government, he was emotionally overcome by the plunder and slaughter and could not complete his speech. He ended instead with the Lord's Prayer. The Los Baños Raid. 3 weeks after the liberation of Santo Tomas, MacArthur ordered an attack on a Japanese internment camp at Los Baños, 42 miles southeast of Manila, where over 2,100 American and European civilians and POWs were slowly starving. It was a complicated problem, said General Eichelberger, who took part in the planning of the raid. Los Baños was on the southern tip of shallow Laguna de Bay, and thus some 50 miles between enemy lines. It was estimated, and accurately, there were between 8,000 and 15,000 enemy troops available for counterattack within 4 hours' march of the camp. Past history had given us reason to fear that the Japanese camp guards, if they knew attack was imminent, might execute their prisoners and thus clean the slate. Trusted guerrilla spies were sent into the area. 5 days before the operation, they brought back a gentleman named Peter Miles, who had recently escaped from the camp and gone into hiding. Miles had been an engineer in the Philippines before the war, and his careful information was invaluable. Miles drew up an exact map of the camp. All of the planning was highly secret, and few of the troops involved knew anything about their mission until they were plucked from their positions near Fort McKinley under cover of darkness and moved to the positions from which they would make their attacks. 59 ungainly Amtraks moved noisily into Parañaque from the north. 9 C-47 planes landed on Nichols Field in Manila and picked their way hopefully along the pitted runways. A company of paratroopers moved to Nichols Field and slept under the wings of the planes. Joseph Swing, commander of the 11th Airborne, had planned for the sake of surprise and safety of the internees one of the oddest expeditions in military history. It was to include a ground force advance, an amphibious expedition, and a parachute drop. A great deal of faith, too, had to be placed on a reconnaissance platoon of American soldiers and Filipino guerrillas, led by Lieutenant George Scow. They departed in bancas, small boats, 2 days before the operation, and after reaching the southern shore, went into hiding. Luis M. Burris, commander of Dog Battery, an artillery company with the 11th Airborne, was with the amphibious tractors. He had been told that intelligence reports indicated that the Japanese planned to kill the prisoners 30 minutes before the scheduled attack on the camp. A mistake of seconds can mean disaster for the prisoners, he told his men. A cousin of one of his men was in the camp. They started off for Los Baños at midnight and headed into landlocked Laguna de Bay for the 7.5-mile trip. The skippers of the Amtraks were all amateurs, and most of them were confused and scared, unsure they could navigate the lake on a moonless light by compass. Burris tells the story from this point. At the order of crank up, a noise like a bellowing bull came out of each of those 59 diesel exhaust pipes. The roar could be heard for 10 miles. None of us had considered the noise of the Amtrak convoy. If this noise alerted the Japanese, would they have time to react? One thing we could assume was that our secrecy was blown right out of those Amtrak tailpipes. We didn't need further proof, but large fires crackled on the shoreline where entire villages cheered us. At a distance of half a mile, we saw villagers dancing and waving flaming sticks as if the war was over. They had to know about the raid many hours before in order to have gathered wood for the fires. Were we blundering into a trap? Our adrenaline was pumping so fast we were intoxicated. As dawn broke, they began to search the skies from the shoreline of the lake for the paratroopers who were to be dropped right into the camp. Nothing was there. What had gone wrong? Without the jumpers, could we get into camp before the guards shot the prisoners? Had Scow's platoon been able to get to their positions? Then some specks were steadier and grew larger. We realized they were our planes. Lieutenant John Ringler popped the first chute, followed by another. Then the whole sky was full of silk, spilling out of 9 transports. We could hear rifle fire of the infiltrators on signal of the first parachute opening. The Amtraks hit the sand, and we headed as fast as we could go toward the center of the camp. As they did, the reconnaissance platoon began killing Japanese sentries, and the paratroopers began mowing down the startled camp guards, who had just started doing their morning calisthenics. The job of the men in the Amtraks were to round up the prisoners and get them back across the lake to safety. Burris continues the story. The first Amtrak, with my party, came to a halt in the center of the camp. Prisoners were all out of their barracks, milling about in confusion. It took a short time for them to realize we were Americans. The uniforms had changed so much over the several years they had been locked up. Then came the surge of emotion for prayers answered. Prisoners just stood with arms to the heavens or hands over their faces covering the outpouring of tears. Some were on their knees praying for gratitude. Many of the adults knew of the planned execution, but kept the information from the children and others who would be too upset. A hardened criminal would have cried. A group of 2,147 prisoners is a lot of people. They all thought the ordeal was over, with no reason to hurry. They already had about as much emotion as they could stand at one time. There was no point in trying to scare them with the idea of 10,000 Japanese troops just over the hill. We told the prisoners to throw what clothes they needed into 2 bags and start walking toward the beach. The Amtraks carried the old, the sick, and women with children to the lake, 1.5 miles away. Everyone else walked. From the lakeshore, all internees were taken by the Amtraks to a town across the bay. When we got to the beach, the Japanese started to fire, recalls Margaret Nash, a Navy nurse who was holding a newborn infant in her arms. I covered the baby with a great big hat, and I lay down on the sand over her. Later, I ran across the beach with her and got into another Amtrak. The entire operation lasted barely 4 hours. Among those liberated were 1,589 Americans, including Margaret Nash and 11 other Navy nurses. Only 2 American soldiers were killed and 2 wounded. The entire Japanese garrison of 250 was killed. It was said to be the most perfect combat operation of World War II, Burris recalled proudly. Its success depended on teamwork and not on individual heroism. Japanese troops converged on Los Baños the following day and slaughtered every Filipino who had not fled to the hills. Upward of 1,500 died. Following the fall of Manila, MacArthur sent airborne and amphibious troops to capture the tunneled rock fortress of Corregidor, where General Jonathan Skinny Wainwright had made his valiant stand in April 1942. On February 26th, the last Japanese defenders blew themselves up inside Corregidor's labyrinthine tunnels. 4 days later, and 3 years after his hasty departure, MacArthur stood on Corregidor and gave the order, "Hoist the colors, and let no enemy ever haul them down." As Carl Meiden snapped his photograph, MacArthur turned to Lieutenant General Richard K. Sutherland and said, "This is home. I am home at last." The Japanese continued their resistance on Luzon. More American soldiers fought on Luzon than in either North Africa or Italy, and they and their guerrilla supporters, over 100,000 of them, died in great numbers from enemy gunfire and disease. South of Manila, a strong enemy defensive line was shattered on March 17th, trapping some Japanese in caves and forcing others to retire into the remote Sierra Madre Mountains, a malaria-infested region, much of it never thoroughly explored by Westerners. Although hard fighting was to continue in northern Luzon for the rest of the war, great parts of the Philippines were now firmly in American hands, as MacArthur, in arrogant defiance of the Joint Chiefs, who wanted him to concentrate on subduing Luzon and preparing for the invasion of Japan, mounted nearly a dozen major amphibious assaults in the central and southern parts of the archipelago. In the general's view, these were liberation landings in fulfillment of his pledge to free all Filipinos from the grip of their tyrannical masters. The landings were strategic masterworks, executed with minimal casualties, but they did nothing to shorten the war. Even Luzon was a strategically inessential objective, in the opinion of some of MacArthur's sternest critics inside the military, an unnecessary battle won at fearsome cost. Sixth Army suffered almost 38,000 casualties in the battle for Luzon, and the American and Australian navies lost 2,000 men, mostly to kamikaze attacks. The Philippines were to be used as a staging area for attacks on Japan, but with the B-29s beginning to lay waste to Japan from the Marianas and the naval blockade of the home islands tightening, the Philippine campaign, some Navy and Air Force leaders argued, should not have been approved. General Eichelberger has another view. If we were to undertake an armed invasion of Japan, and all planning necessarily in 1944 looked forward to that objective, we needed the deep water harbors, the great bases, and the excellent training areas available in those islands, which, in the main, had a friendly and loyal population. We had no knowledge of the atomic bomb. Indeed, it was not until almost a year later that the first atomic bomb was exploded experimentally in New Mexico. Up until then, even the scientists weren't sure it would work. On August 25, 1945, almost 2 weeks after his government capitulated, ending World War II, General Tomoyuki Yamashita, still holed up in the vastness of northern Luzon, chose surrender over suicide in the hope that his arrest for war crimes would save the lives of his officers and men. The stoic warrior did not expect justice, nor did he get it. A revengeful MacArthur personally drew up the charges against his greatest adversary in the Pacific and had him tried in Manila along with General Masaharu Homa, who had been in overall charge of the prisoners on the Bataan Death March. Barbaric atrocities had been committed on the steaming road to Camp O'Donnell and in the burning streets and churches of Manila. But there was no direct evidence that either commander ordered his troops to act as they did. But with the mood in ravaged Manila, that did not matter. The tribunals were kangaroo courts, in the words of William Manchester, MacArthur's biographer. They flouted justice with MacArthur's approval and perhaps at his insistence. The military's weakest case was the one against Yamashita. The dozen correspondents who heard the testimony polled themselves and unanimously found for the defendant. Both generals were convicted by panels of army officers and sentenced to death by hanging. After a personal appeal for clemency from Homa's wife, MacArthur reduced his sentence to one more befitting a soldier, death by firing squad. Yamashita went to the scaffold. Before he did, MacArthur ordered that he be stripped of uniform decorations and other appurtenances signifying membership in the military profession. Yamashita and Homa were executed separately in the same courtyard in the town of Los Baños, where Catholic masses were being offered for families in the community that had been massacred in one of the occupiers' most monstrous reprisals. The Japanese lost a staggering 400,000 men in the defense of the Philippines, from Leyte to Luzon. At the end of the fighting on Leyte, American soldiers found a letter from a Japanese soldier to his family. "I am exhausted. We have no food. The enemy are within 500 meters of us. Mother, my dear wife and son, I am writing this letter to you by dim candlelight. Our end is near. Hundreds of pale soldiers of Japan are awaiting our glorious end and nothing else. This is a repetition of what occurred in the Solomons, New Georgia, and other islands. How well are the people of Japan prepared to fight the decisive battle with the will to win." Chapter 7. The B-29s. The Plane. The French journalist Robert Guillen was in Tokyo on March 3, 1945, when he heard the news that MacArthur's forces had liberated Manila. "No Japanese," he wrote later, "would let himself say the forbidden words, Nippon maketa. Japan is beaten. But one could see the thought lurking behind the wooden faces." More than the fall of the Philippines, however, the firebombing raids that began a week later from the Marianas shattered hope on the home front that the war could be won. On the morning of October 19, 1944, one day before MacArthur landed in the Philippines, Captain I.J. Galantine, skipper of the submarine Halibut, approached the clear green waters of Saipan with his pack of underwater raiders. Galantine had last seen Saipan in January, when his submarine was nearly sunk trying to attack an enemy ship inside the island's anchorage. 9 months later, Halibut was greeted in Tanapag Harbor by a Navy band and some familiar faces. The harbor had been transformed into a bustling replenishment site for our submarines, with the tenders Holland and Fulton on station. The once pristine island had been devastated by modern machine warfare. There was only one major building left standing on all of Saipan, the Navy Port Director's headquarters. But Galantine had never seen a busier place. It was a non-stop construction site. New roads were being bulldozed, foundations were being poured, steam shovels and cranes groaned and screeched. Huge piles of lumber grew as we watched. Everywhere, soldiers and Seabees were at work with what seemed an equal number of indigenous laborers. Nightfall brought little change. Powerful lights drowned the shadows until the hot sunlight poured once more over the eastern hills. The Seabees, with teams of forced Japanese labor, were transforming Saipan and neighboring Tinian and Guam into the main Pacific base for both the United States Navy and the Army Air Forces, building from jungle and shattered coral 3 major military cities on the Pacific Highway to Tokyo. On every inch of usable space, they were hammering and bulldozing by day and night, constructing roads, hospitals, commissaries, Quonset huts, chow halls, pipelines, storage tanks, barracks, warehouses, chapels, wells, palm-thatched officers' clubs, and on Guam's highest peak, splendid residences for the Pacific Theater commander and the island commander. From their wide porches, these Navy luminaries would have unimpeded views of Opera Harbor, a 4-mile-long anchorage that would soon be the second busiest war port in the world, behind Antwerp. One of the 2 airstrips being built on flat and green Tinian would be the largest in the world. wearing blue pants and up-tilted baseball caps, their sweating backs shining in the scorching sunlight. Seabees were hauling, blasting, and packing down what would eventually be enough coral to fill 3 dams the size of Boulder Dam. Before the war, the Seabees, whose name derived from the initials CB for Construction Battalion, had been sandhogs, steel workers, dam builders, dock wallopers, and lumberjacks. These are the men who built America's cities, dammed her rivers, strung her wires, and dug her sewers, said the Chief Admiral Ben Morsell. Since the Pacific War was primarily an air and sea struggle, fought over a limitless, unprepared battlefield, it involved more construction than any nation had previously contemplated. And the Marianas was the Seabees' biggest job yet. The islands were to be turned into a vast airdrome and anchorage for the bombing and blockade of Japan. The Seabees were Navy men, so the Navy got the best living facilities on the islands. When Army Air Force personnel began arriving around the time the halibut did, they had to camp out in borrowed tents along their uncompleted jungle airstrip, in open places that they hacked out of sugarcane fields with axes and entrenching tools. Invited to lavish dinner parties at the hilltop houses of the admirals, Air Force commanders entertained in their tents with canned rations, and every day at dusk, pilots and navigators could be seen lingering outside Navy and Marine officers' clubs, hoping to get invited in for a drink. The Air Force arrived on Saipan in such a hurry and with such extravagant expectations that it had no time to build anything that resembled an amenity. At this point in the war, it was the only branch of the service with the only weapon capable of striking the industrial heartland of Japan, and it was under pressure to set up operations and be over target Tokyo by early November. The Seabees had begun building an airfield long enough to accommodate the B-29s while the battle for Saipan was still being fought. The first Air Force engineering crews would not arrive until later that summer, and were assigned a few acres of half-cleared sugarcane fields. Through the miserable rainy season, the Seabees and the engineers built servicing and maintenance installations for the B-29s and their crews, which were still on training exercises back home. Working in the furnace heat, officers and enlisted men battled flies, mosquitoes, dengue fever, and die-hard Japanese soldiers who were still holding out in the island's deep coral caves. With these pioneers was a longtime staff writer for the New Yorker, St. Clair McKelway, now serving as staff press censor and public relations officer for the 21st Bomber Command of the 20th Air Force, to which the B-29s in the Marianas were assigned. Later in the war, while he was on leave in the States, McKelway attended a preview of an Army Air Forces film called Target Tokyo, and watched again, as he had in person, the landing on Saipan of the first B-29, Brigadier General Haywood S. Possum Hansel's Jolton Josie. One of the Air Force's top strategic thinkers and a foremost bombardment commander in the air war over Germany, Hansel had just been appointed head of the 21st Bomber Command. "What got me," McKelway wrote after seeing the film of that October landing, "was the movement and noise of the vast mob of people who had been waiting for the airplane for some hours, and who, as it landed, moved toward it across the base with the happy, fluttering movement of a crowd going into a baseball park. They had been waiting for this moment, actually, for days and weeks and even months. The soundtrack for the movie was good and accurate. The noises made by a joyful bunch of men. But it didn't pick up one voice in that crowd which I still remember, the voice of a grease monkey staff sergeant who shouted over and over above the racket as the B-29 people moved across the coral rubble toward the new landing strip and the idling B-29, "Look at her! Look at her! Look at her!" The B-29 was a gigantic leap forward in aviation technology. It was the longest, widest, heaviest airplane in the world, bigger, faster, and more formidable than its famous predecessor, the B-17 Flying Fortress. Its 2,200 horsepower engines were the most powerful yet in aviation history. It carried the biggest bomb load of any plane built, 10 tons, 4 tons more than the B-17. Its top speed of 357 miles per hour was 55 miles per hour faster than that of the B-17, and its range of 3,800 miles with a full bomb load was double that of the Fortress. It was a 60-ton destruction machine capable of flying more than 16 hours non-stop when fully loaded. Unlike all other aircraft, it had pressurized crew compartments and a pressurized tube, a crawl space connecting the front and rear sections of the plane. At altitudes up to 40,000 feet, in minus 50-degree temperatures, its 11-man crew flew in comfort without cumbersome heated flying suits and oxygen masks. And this Cadillac of the skies had a revolutionary remote-controlled firing system. In earlier planes, each gunner manually controlled and aimed just one set of guns, explained Major Charles W. Sweeney, one of the first test pilots. With the B-29, a single gunner could control several turrets with one sight and be able to direct all the fire on a single target. It was truly a super fortress, a super plane, recalls Captain Harry George. Shirt-sleeve atmosphere, flush rivets, powerful engines, big, new type of bomb sight, altitude pressurized. We loved it. It was just a beautiful, beautiful plane. The crews who serviced it, as well as those who flew it, had an almost reverential affection for the plane. The B-29s are silvery, without camouflage paint of any kind, and the ground crews laboriously smooth out tiny wrinkles on the exteriors and polish the silver skins far beyond necessity, wrote St. Clair McKelway. Any night in the Marianas, you can find B-29 crew members fooling around a perfectly airworthy B-29, fussing with it as an older generation used to fuss with the new car out in the garage after dinner. The B-29 had been in development since before Pearl Harbor, and the government would spend more money on it than on the Manhattan Project. The plane was initially plagued by mechanical problems, the most persistent being a nasty tendency for the engines to overheat and catch fire. Test pilots were killed, so initially nobody wanted to fly it. Air Force Chief Hap Arnold asked General Carl Toohey Spatz, head of American Air Operations in Europe, to send him the best bomber pilot he had to help make the B-29 operational. And Spatz sent back Colonel Paul Tibbets of Columbus, Ohio. Tibbets had led the 8th Air Force's first strategic bombing raid of the war in August 1942 from a tiny airfield in the English Midlands. Working with aeronautical engineers in the States, Tibbets, who soon became known as Mr. B-29, had the plane battle-ready in early 1944. It still had bugs, but they would have to be worked out in combat. Arnold wanted the Super Fortress in the fight as soon as possible. It was mass-produced too late to be deployed in Europe, where all the runways would have had to be lengthened and strengthened. But Arnold was convinced that this tremendous instrument of war could finish off Japan without an invasion of the home islands, making the case in the process for the creation of a separate air force, independent of the Army, after the war. To ensure that he had complete control over the use of the bomber, Arnold pressed for the establishment of a new Army Air Force, the 20th, under his command. He got his wish, and the first B-29s were sent to India in the spring of 1944. From India, they flew over the hump, the Himalaya Mountains, whose jagged peaks rose to almost 30,000 feet, to bases in the Chengdu Valley in western China, where they conducted raids against coke plants, steel mills, and oil facilities in western Japan, Formosa, and Manchuria. But these China airstrips, built by local laborers who smashed stones with primitive hand tools, were out of range of Japan's great industrial cities. On June 15th, D-Day on Saipan, the China-based B-29s made their first attack on Japan against a steel mill on Kyushu. 60 planes reached the target, but only one bomb hit the plant. 7 bombers were lost, 6 of them as a result of mechanical problems and weather. Later, high-altitude daylight missions were equally ineffective. More bombs landed in rice paddies than on steel furnaces, and too many planes were lost. Another problem was logistics. Since the Japanese controlled the main ports of China, we had to fly in all our own gasoline and bombs, recalls Wing Commander James V. Edmondson. It took roughly 15 trips over the hump to get enough gasoline and bombs to fly one sortie to Japan. In an attempt to turn things around, Hap Arnold sent in General Curtis E. LeMay, one of the top guns from the 8th Air Force, the main American striking arm in the bomber war against Hitler's Fortress Europe. At age 38, he was the youngest 2-star general in the Army Air Forces and had been almost single-handedly responsible for improving bombing performance in the toughest air theater in the world, where the 8th Air Force was taking more casualties than the Marines in the Pacific. A beefy, stern-jawed disciplinarian who bluntly spoke his mind, he was jokingly nicknamed the Diplomat. LeMay was a large, imposing man whose round face was frozen in a perpetual scowl. But unknown to most of his men, that was a symptom of Bell's palsy, which partially paralyzed the facial muscles at the corners of his mouth. His exterior toughness hid a ferocious dedication to the air crews who served under him in both Europe and Asia. He was a fanatic about discipline because he was convinced that discipline under fire saved lives, and he didn't believe in screaming to get results. He spoke so softly he could hardly be heard from a few feet away. His speaking style, barely audible sentence fragments murmured through clenched teeth, reinforced his aura as a borderline sociopath, recalls one of his pilots. And his smoldering gaze gave the impression that running a bomb campaign wasn't quite stimulating enough for him, that he wouldn't mind taking apart a few Quonset huts with his bare hands. LeMay improved crew performance, if not bombing results, but from the time he arrived in China in August of 1944, he realized that his operation was doomed. "It didn't work," he said later. "No one could have made it work. It was founded on an utterly absurd logistics basis. No air armada that had to feed its own fuel to itself over treacherous mountains could hope to be successful." The only reason bases had been built in China, LeMay felt, was that our entire nation howled like a pack of wolves for an attack on the Japanese homeland. Hap Arnold knew that the future of the B-29 was in the Marianas, and he had pressed the Navy to push up the timetable for their conquest. In the Marianas, Nimitz's ships would be able to meet the bomber's prodigious supply requirements, and from there, the plane could reach the concentrated six-city complex around Tokyo that housed more than half of all Japanese industry and 20% of the country's population. As soon as Saipan was taken, China operations began to be phased out. By November, there were over 100 B-29s on Saipan, and Hansel targeted the Japanese aircraft industry, hoping to destroy enemy air defenses in preparation for an American invasion of the home islands. Possum Hansel would first hit the Musashi aircraft engine factory in a suburb of Tokyo, destroying it, he anticipated, with pinpoint precision, his bombardiers using the Air Force's top-secret Norden bomb sight, the most accurate bomb-guiding device in the world. Brigadier General Emmett Rosie O'Donnell, commander of the only bombardment wing on Saipan at the time, flew in the lead plane, Dauntless Dottie, on this mission. His pilot was Major Robert K. Morgan, one of the first pilots in the 8th Air Force to complete 25 missions, the required tour of duty in that theater, flying the Memphis Belle, the plane made famous by Hollywood director William Wyler's wartime documentary of the same name. After returning to the States with his crew for an Air Force publicity tour, Morgan had volunteered for duty in the Pacific. 111 of Hansel's Silvery Raiders took off on November 24th, a spectacular Pacific morning, to a target 1,300 miles away. It was an unprecedented mission. No aircraft had ever been asked to fly into battle with such loads over so great a distance, and the entire run-up to Japan and back, 13 to 18 hours of airtime, was over unfriendly waters. Merely getting off the ground could be a hair-raising ordeal. If one engine quit, you probably wouldn't make it to the end of the runway, recalls a B-29 crew member. One night, we didn't fly a mission, and we were down at the Quonset hut site and looked up, and I could practically read a newspaper 5 miles from the base because of the planes burning at the end of the runway. There were 4 of them down there, burning up gasoline and bombs. On returning to base, pilots had to put down these long-bodied monsters, each of them half the size of a football field, on specks of coral in the limitless Pacific, often in fast-forming tropical storms and in massively overcrowded air traffic patterns. But Hansel was a pioneer in formulating the doctrine of strategic bombing from what the Air Force called very long range, and he was confident he could train his crews to get excellent results with their million-dollar machines. His cocky crews, who had already begun calling themselves the Saipan Hunting Club, were in high spirits, proud to be part of the first bombing raid on Tokyo since Jimmy Doolittle's in the spring of 1942, when America was losing the war. That beautiful silver, gorgeous thing was just cruising through the Japanese defenses, recalls the pilot of Jolton Josie, the plane Hansel had hoped to fly, leading the mission, but was ordered not to by Hap Arnold. My airplanes were tucked in the formation, looking like champs, and here were those poor frustrated Japanese firing with everything they had. I just thought to myself, wow, there is no way that these people can beat us. There is no way that we can't beat them. We are too good for these people. That month, the Saipan Hunting Club celebrated the grand opening of its clubhouse, a Quonset hut with a long bar and a few tables and chairs. The drink of choice that night, says Robert Morgan, a legendary imbiber, was Purple Passion, a concoction of 180 proof grain alcohol and grape juice. And light on the grape juice, please. 2 days later, the date of their next mission, the hangovers had begun to wear off a little. One of the flyers in the Saipan Hunting Club was a 26-year-old published poet named John Chardy, a gunner who had just arrived on the island. One of my teachers, he wrote in his Saipan diary, used to say that the best possible job for a writer was in the fire department. Action in concentrated doses with long spells of musing leisure between. This life fits the requirement. I would like, though, to get over a target, even Tokyo. Chardy would not get his wish until December 3rd, but more than 1,000 other crewmen in 111 planes went up with Rosie O'Donnell and Robert Morgan on November 24th. They would encounter challenges that autumn afternoon that no one had anticipated. Fear. Approaching Tokyo, everyone worried about the flak and the fighters. The flak was heavy but inaccurate, and the Japanese planes that came up after them fought cautiously and were fat targets for the bombers' overwhelming firepower. It was the weather, the Siberian jet stream and heavy cloud cover that caused most of the problems. Over Japan, at 30,000 feet, the winds were from 150 to 200 miles per hour, says pilot John Jennings. So, if you were coming into the wind, you were going probably 30, 40, 50 miles an hour over the target. You were over the target so long they could shoot the heck out of you. All right, so we could turn around and come in downwind. That was the answer. No. Now you're going over 300 miles per hour, sometimes up to 500 miles per hour. And the Norden bomb site couldn't figure out when to drop those things. So we were getting nowhere. The Norden bomb site failed to compensate for these demon winds, which played havoc with the bombs, and the clouds were so thick that only 24 of the 111 planes dropped bombs in the vicinity of the aircraft factory. The bomber fleet lost only one plane to the Japanese, but in losing it, the surviving crews witnessed the depths of the enemy's desperation. The downed B-29 was struck by a stripped-down Japanese fighter that managed, without the extra weight of its guns, to reach the altitude of the B-29s. No one who saw it was sure why it occurred, Robert Morgan remembers. Some believed it was on purpose, a kamikaze attack. Others claimed the Zero had been crippled by gunfire and collided with the Superfort accidentally. If it was a deliberate ramming attack, it was the first of many, and they would grow more intense with each raid. Inspired by the kamikaze flyers, the fighter pilots would come boring in on the American bombers at closing speeds of up to 600 miles per hour. Most of them would be blown out of the sky by the bombers' gunners before they could make lethal contact with the B-29s, but we lost considerable planes, wings knocked off, engines knocked out, even the noses shattered, says Bombardier Ed Kaiser. After the first raid, nothing came at us from behind, recalls John Chardy. The Japanese lined up across the sky and came in to ram. They would all swarm on the B-29 and finish it off. Another of the enemy's weapons was Iwo Jima, the largest of Japan's volcano islands, which sat squarely astride the B-29 routes, almost exactly midway between the Marianas and Japan. The big bombers had to fly a fuel-consuming dogleg around Iwo Jima, but the Japanese could still pick them up on their radar and radio head to the Tokyo Air Defense System, giving it a 2-hour warning. Fighters using Iwo's 2 airstrips were also a problem. They could pick you off coming and going, says Edmondson. You could be limping back from a bombing raid with a busted-up plane, trying to squeeze your gas to have enough to get back to Tinian, and these guys would come sailing in on you and jump you out of Iwo. Precision bombing from the long coral runways of the Marianas never worked the way Hansel had hoped it would. Subsequent missions over Tokyo and over the Mitsubishi Aircraft Engine Works in Nagoya, Japan's third-largest city, were only marginally more effective than the first Tokyo raid. The Japanese radio ridiculed Hansel's precision bombing, calling it blind bombing. But for the first month or so, crew morale was surprisingly high. I was cockeyed proud of the crew, John Chardy wrote after his first mission. This is the pilot's Air Corps, but it takes 11 men to fly a 29, and 11 men have to lose their fear and be sure of themselves before a crew can function. We functioned. The men were not blind to the moral dimensions of their work. We were in the terrible business of burning out Japanese towns, Chardy observed after the war. That meant women and old people, children. One part of me, a surviving savage voice, says, I'm sorry we left any of them living. I wish we'd finished killing them all. Of course, as soon as rationality overcomes the first impulse, you say, now, come on, this is the human race. Let's try to be civilized. I had to condition myself to be a killer. This was remote control. All we did was push buttons. I didn't see anybody we killed. Although Chardy believed in the war against Japan, he thought of himself as a poet, not a soldier. And as he flew more missions, he began to experience doubts that he could continue to do his war work. He started to have sudden chemical anxieties. He was scared in advance of every raid, and he couldn't dial down the fear. He developed little routines to try to settle himself. Whenever my imagination runs cold and damp, I go out and look at a B-29 for 5 minutes and I'm cured. It's a beautiful thing to look at, and it's pointed the right way. But the fear grew worse with every raid, and he began to try to rationalize it. I find myself thinking that it's foolish to stick my neck out over Japan, when my real usefulness and capability as a person and as a unit of society is in writing what needs to be written well. I'd frankly bow out if I knew how to. I could go to Colonel Brannock tomorrow and say I quit, and be busted down to private, and be put on permanent garbage detail. But I can't let myself, and won't. All the same, I know I'd grab at any reasonable excuse to save face. If I do get killed, it will be because I lack the courage to quit. Fire sticks. In January 1945, Curtis LeMay replaced Haywood Hansel and changed bombing tactics. He experimented with firebombing, with mixed results, and had the planes go in lower, at 25,000 rather than 30,000 feet, to allow the navigators to see the target better and to cut down on mechanical breakdowns by putting less strain on the engines. Flying this low, the B-29s could also get underneath the jet stream winds and drop their incendiaries more accurately. The men objected. They saw that extra 5,000 feet as their margin for life. At 30,000 feet, the enemy fighters had difficulty getting to them, and the flak was far less accurate. This 25,000 feet business is bad stuff. Losses are going to be heavy. Chardy confided to his diary. This man I have never seen will very likely be what kills me. That night, Chardy wrote a letter home to be mailed in case I didn't come back. Curtis LeMay had arrived on Saipan with a reputation as a cigar-chomping miracle worker, but his bombing tactics were as unproductive as Hansel's. We were still going in too high, still running into those big jet stream winds upstairs. Weather was almost always as bad, LeMay confessed later. In early March, under pressure from Hap Arnold to launch a maximum mission against Japan, he changed tactics radically. John Chardy described the new approach. He said, "Go in at night from 5,000 feet, without gunners, just a couple of rear-end observers. We'll save weight on the turrets and on ammunition. The Japanese have no fighter resistance at night. They have no radar. We'll drop fire sticks." These were small cylinders, weighing 6 pounds, filled with napalm, an insidious new weapon of warfare developed by Standard Oil and DuPont in 1944. Napalm was gelatinized gasoline that created running rivers of fire, ferociously hot fires that were nearly impossible to put out by conventional means. And napalm stuck to anything it came into contact with, animate or inanimate. It would be shatteringly effective in Tokyo, LeMay reasoned, where 90% of the structures were built of wood or heavy paper. Stripping the planes of guns and gunners and going in low would save on fuel. Extra gas tanks for the high-altitude missions were stored in the bomb bays. No extra tanks meant extra incendiaries. The fire sticks were stored in large cylinders, which were packed together in bundles. Molotov flower baskets, the Japanese would call them. When these clusters were dropped, they broke apart above the target, filling the sky with dozens of containers of napalm. Each stick would ignite on contact, setting a small fire, and thousands of these small fires would merge, creating a city-consuming conflagration. But Curtis LeMay wanted to do more than start a big urban fire. He wanted to start a firestorm, a thermal hurricane that kills by heat and suffocation, as flames suck oxygen out of the atmosphere. He wanted to create a holocaust. There were precedents. In late July 1943, Britain's Royal Air Force launched a succession of night raids against the great German city of Hamburg, killing at least 45,000 people, most of them women, children, and the elderly, and leaving 400,000 survivors homeless. It was suffering and loss never seen before in a bombing raid. In 10 days, more civilians were killed in Hamburg than would be killed in Great Britain by German bombs during the entire war. And most of them died in the firestorm created by the bombs, not directly under the bombs. The brains of fire victims fell from their burst temples, and tiny children lay like fried eels on the pavement, even in death, said a witness. They showed signs of how they must have suffered, their hands and arms stretched out as if to protect themselves from that pitiless heat. Then, on the night of February 13th to 14th, 1944, Air Marshal Arthur Harris's bombers, with some help the following day from the American 8th Air Force, started an equally vicious firestorm in Dresden, in eastern Germany. The hurricane of fire incinerated the center of the city, killing between 30,000 and 40,000 civilians, many of them refugees fleeing the Red Army, which had begun its final furious drive on Berlin that January. The writer Kurt Vonnegut Jr., a German prisoner of war in Dresden, survived the fire in the meat locker of a slaughterhouse. When he and his fellow prisoners were led out of the shelter the next day, Dresden was like the moon now. Vonnegut would write later. Nothing but minerals. The prisoners noticed little logs lying on the pavement. They were people who had been caught in the firestorm. Hoping to strike the first of a terrible succession of blows that would end the war, Curtis LeMay planned to ignite an even greater fire in flammable Tokyo. "We thought he was crazy." Newell Fears, a B-29 flyer, describes the reaction of the crews to LeMay's orders to go in at low level, half as high as Mount Fuji, a marking point for earlier high-altitude raids. The men thought they would be suicide missions. As the 334 bombers were being gassed and readied in the fading afternoon light of March 9, 1945, the flyers who were not going to Tokyo that night went down to the flight line to say farewell to their friends, certain that many of them were not likely to return. On the morning of March 10th, John Chardy recorded in his diary a decisive change in the air war against Japan. "The boys are just back from a razzle-dazzle play over Tokyo. They left a general conflagration behind them. The planes hit at 3 a.m. All ours got through. Reports are inconclusive, but it must have been terrific. While Tokyo burns, there's another one called for tomorrow night against Nagoya." Shortly after this, a personnel officer read a recent issue of the Atlantic Monthly with some of Chardy's poems in it. They needed someone at headquarters to do public relations work, and he was called in and put in charge of awards and decorations. A week or so later, his former crew was killed over Tokyo when their plane was hit and blew up in midair. "It was luck and poetry that saved me," Chardy would say years later. Knox Berger, a correspondent for Yank in Saipan, describes that first low-altitude Tokyo fire raid, which he witnessed from one of the B-29s. "One night in March 1945, some 300 B-29s loaded with incendiaries flew up to Japan from the Marianas to burn out the heart of Tokyo. They set fires which leveled 15.8 square miles of the most densely populated area on Earth. By the next morning, at least 100,000 people were dead, and more than 1 million were homeless. It was probably the worst fire in history. Subsequent incendiary attacks devastated most of Tokyo, but in this first raid, which was without precedent in air war, more people died than had been accounted for on any other mission thus far in the war. The target was a mass fire trap of flimsy frame houses and shops, which housed a big percentage of the population in Tokyo. Several large factories turned out parachutes and airplane parts, but the real economic strength of the area lay in the thousands of domestic industries that had sprung up with war. Not many of the householders had refrigerators or electric stoves. Drill presses were installed instead, and a lathe had come to be a common backroom fixture. On March 9th, a strong wind had been rattling the shaky panes in the doors and windows all day. For the past few nights, single B-29s had appeared over the sky without dropping any bombs, but flying very low and setting off a riot of searchlights and anti-aircraft fire. A lot of people on the ground had the uneasy feeling that something was due to happen. The first ships of the raiding party were 12 Pathfinders, whose job it was to light up the outer reaches of the target area for the main force. They were met by searchlights, accurate, intense flak, and strong headwinds. Then the rest of the B-29s came in. They were met by terrific flak. Crewmen looked out at searchlights aimlessly fingering the smoke clouds, picking up a ship, losing it again, picking up another momentarily. There were some fighters up, but most of them refused to close in and shoot. They couldn't see the B-29s blacked out over the target. The long sky train droned over the bay for 3 hours, pouring millions of incendiaries inside roughly patterned circles laid out by the pathfinders. During the first half hour, it was like flying over a forest of brightly lighted Christmas trees. The bombs flickered like faraway candles. Then the fires spread and merged. At the end, it was like flying over a super blast furnace. Heat thermals from the fires raging on the ground hurled the bombers thousands of feet upward in a few seconds. Gusts from the inferno were so powerful that crewmen rattled around inside the ships like bones in a dice cup. Floorboards were uprooted. Because of the low altitude, the ships had not been pressurized, and the smoke and soot and smell seeped into the cabins. The B-29s created large-scale havoc. From 7,000 feet, crewmen could see the framework of big buildings in which fires had burned away the roofs and illuminated the window holes. They could see whole blocks like this, and the general impression was of a huge bed of red-hot and burned-out embers. What was it like to fly over this boiling sea of flames, every bomber feeding it with 20,000 pounds of gasoline and chemicals? Here are the observations of some of the men who were on that mission and the mission that followed it in lightning succession against other urban targets, 5 missions in all, a 5-city blitz over a 10-day period. Captain Charlie Phillips's plane approached the coast of Japan just after midnight, after the pathfinders had marked the target, drawing a huge flaming X with large napalm bombs on 10 square miles of the city. The first wave of planes set the fire with larger incendiaries. Later waves fed it with smaller ones. When Charlie Phillips first sighted Tokyo, it was already in flames. The fire looked to him like the scourge-like forest fires he had seen in California. Phillips recalls, "No one had any lights showing. It was completely dark. If you got picked up by a searchlight, you were so well illuminated that you couldn't see out of the airplane. You'd have to fly on instruments. But most of us went in and came out in the dark. We had designated targets. We were responsible for our own bombing, unlike daylight missions, where the lead bombardier would make the Norden bombsight run in his aircraft, and all the rest of the bombardiers would drop their bombs as they saw the bombs leave the bay of his plane. On those missions, we would bomb with concentrated destructive power, because we were in a very tight formation, our wings overlapping. The night bombing was completely different, and it was horrifying to the crews because of the danger of collisions. When you send 300 airplanes up there with no lights and you didn't know where anybody is, it's serious. You couldn't see other aircraft. You just had to grit your teeth, hold your heading, drive on it, drop the bombs, and make a big, steep turn out of there and head for home. What surprised us was the terrible turbulence we ran into. Not being the first planes in, we flew into a dirty gray cloud reaching up to 40,000 feet. As we entered that cloud, we ran into a huge updraft. My plane was tossed about like a leaf in a fall windstorm, and it was hard to keep the wings level. You could not see a horizon, so you had to do instrument flying to keep the airplane on a level keel. And there was a monstrous thermal updraft that increased airspeed. I noticed that we were 50 miles an hour over the red line speed. When we talk about the red line airspeed, that's when the guarantee runs out. That's when the wings might come off. The turbulence might tear the plane apart. So I pulled the power back to idle and slowly got the airspeed reduced to below that red line. We went into the fire cloud at 7,800 feet, but came out at 14,000 feet because of this monstrous updraft. Those thermal waves would bounce your plane clear around, observed radio operator George Gladden. I had my flak suit on, and my chair was bolted to me with the seat belt, and when the wave hit, it jerked the bolts out of the bottom of that thing, and I was stuck against the ceiling with a chair tied to me. The turbulence was so bad, our aircraft was flipped over on its back, and it was a terrific fight to get it back upright, recalled Captain Harry George. Then we looked out and saw Tokyo burning. You could smell it at this low altitude. The smell of it was putrid. On the right-hand side, I saw another plane alongside of us about a half a mile out. It was, I learned later, a small single-seat Jap suicide plane, a Baka bomb, with a ton of TNT on the warhead. It didn't have any landing gear. It was dropped from a twin-engine bomber in the sky, and it drew a bead on one of our planes. Luckily,